some absolutely massive shows, and that hopefully is going to continue tonight, because tonight we have got the first SmackDown on Netflix. Now, I know in America this isn't on Netflix, but here in the UK and in a lot of other countries, it is on Netflix for the very first time. And so I'm wondering if the company is going to go just that little bit bigger tonight. We're just going to get something just that little bit extra juicy because of the fact that we are going to be around the world on Netflix. You know that they're going to want this thing to be trending in the top 10 internationally. So I'm just wondering if they are going to go that little bit bigger tonight than usual. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. But I am very much looking forward to whatever it is they have got for us tonight. So with that being said, let's jump over, shall we, to the official breakdown. There isn't actually loads for us to get our teeth into, because there's only a couple of things that have been announced. But we know that we're coming off the back of what was obviously a massive episode of Monday Night Raw. So there's going to be big repercussions because, of course, we had a new women's champion in Tiffany Stratton. So how is she going to do on this show? Obviously, she's going to have to try and avoid Nia. That's going to be very interesting. Tiffany being around with Nia being around. And not only that, probably even bigger than that, we know that Solo is no longer the tribal chief. And that is huge because, of course, we know that Jacob has been acknowledging and loving Solo. But that's while Solo was tribal chief. What about now? What about now that he isn't? Does Solo stop loving? Does Jacob stop loving Solo? Like, you know, are we about to see Jacob take over this group? Jacob's relationship with Solo is going to be very, very interesting tonight. Very interesting. Tiffany's relationship with Nia is broken, isn't it? I mean, that is just destroyed. So seeing where we go next with that, I'm thinking a match, probably Royal Rumble, Tiffany versus Nia. But again, we need to see. That's going to be interesting. Obviously, we've got a couple of matches lined up. So, new women's champion Tiffany is going to address the WWE Universe. We've got LA Knight taking on Shinsuke Nakamura. I believe we've also got Chelsea Green against Michin. I think that's another match that we've got lined up tonight. So, as far as I know, there's a few segments and a few matches for us to get our teeth into. But yeah, honestly, I can't wait. I can't wait to see how tonight plays out. I think Monday has really changed the landscape of Friday. Hello. Connor, shout out to you. But Hasib said, Days, have you seen the newest rumour for Mania? Saying Logan is going to win the Rumble, challenge Gunther for the world title. What the flip? Heel versus heel. I haven't seen that he is going to win the Rumble, but I have seen words that they could be looking to do Logan Gunther. If they were going to do that, they would have to turn one face, and you ain't going to turn Logan face because no one's buying it. So I've got to think that Gunther would go into Mania as a face. It's not a match that I'm crazy about. Anything that's going to involve Logan being around a title is not going to be a match I'm going to be crazy about, but I've got to think Gunther wins that, unless they're going to have Logan cheat again. I don't know about you, I've got no interest in seeing Logan becoming a world champion. The thing that scares me, though, genuinely, I am worried about this, is that I think Logan has been told that they're going to do something big with him this year, because he made some comments on his podcast about how he's going to go for it this year. And if he really kind of focuses himself, he believes he can be a world champion. I've got to think that that has come from some sort of conversation he's had with Triple H. And there's now rumours that he might actually back out of the fight with Conor McGregor. We were talking about this during Unseen. He might back out the fight. That fight is worth so much money. There is so much money involved in Logan versus Conor that if he's going to back out so that he can focus on WWE, there's got to be some big, massive reason for that. There's got to be a huge... You don't just back out. It might be that WWE just won't give him the time off. I struggle to believe that. Because one thing that I think WWE treasures above all is press, PR, marketing, advertising. Like, they put that well above match quality, right? So for them, being associated with Conor versus Logan is a massive deal for WWE. I can't see a world in which they would stand in the way of that happening, because it would be like WWE superstar Logan Paul. WWE would be mentioned so much all over that thing, right? They might, I don't even know if they would send a few stars to go along with him or something, like for the press conferences and whatnot. Like, WWE would want to get as much involvement in that fight as they possibly could, because it's going to be seen by millions and millions around the world, and it's a big, big deal, yeah? So I just don't see how they would stand in the way of that fight happening. And so if he is going to not do it because he wants to focus on WWE, there's got to be a real good reason why. And I honestly don't know that just a title match is it. I've got to think it's a title run. I've got to think WWE World Champion is something realistically we need to start thinking about. How do we feel if that happens? I'm of the opinion, I don't want to see the WWE Championship go to him. This World Heavyweight Championship, it hasn't really built up its legacy yet. It's only been around since, last year or the year before? 2023. So it's only just really starting to establish itself, right? It's not been around that long. I know that some people think it connects to the World Heavyweight Championship before. It doesn't. WWE have made clear that it doesn't follow on from that. It doesn't have that belt's history. This belt was basically created out of thin air in 2023. It is a recognized world championship. It does matter and it does mean something, but it don't mean anything compared to the belt that Cody has got. So if we have to put a world title on him, the one that Gunther has is the one that I would choose, of course, but I still ain't thrilled about it. So, yeah, I haven't heard that he's going to win the Rumble. Of course, there is a chance that he will win the Rumble, and that would be how we actually get towards this match. But at the moment, I believe it is still John Cena that's favourite for the Rumble. Cena and Seth are the two favourites. I would imagine Logan's odds have greatly improved and greatly increased now. But, yeah, I think we have to start realistically thinking about that there is a very good chance that it could go that way. I think we do have to start thinking that way. I know none of us want to, but... Sportskeeda are saying that Cody is bringing The Rock. It's ridiculous that they lie so much. Sportskeeda is a lie. They said Cody is bringing The Rock. So it's ridiculous they lie so much, says John's Gaming Corner. I think Sportskeeda have actually shown themselves in recent months to not be the stand-up organisation that I've always thought they were. I've always seen them as being like a Bleacher Report, as being like, you know, a proper good outlet. Someone that, you know, you can trust on what they're saying. But some of their practices are, you know, very questionable. The one that Sean Rossap called out really opened my eyes. We put that into Unseen. But basically, Sportskeeda give influencers links. I've never had one, but they give them links to their Sportskeeda's articles, and then these influencers can basically do and say what they want to get people to click those links. They could put free money, click below, and then when you click on it, it takes you to a link to Sportskeeda. The person that posted it would be paid very, very small amounts, pennies, cents, you know, very, very small amount, but they would get some form of payment for that. And so what we're seeing and what we've been seeing is certainly more on Facebook are just completely made up stories, right? Really made up horrible stories. And then there's a link. And when you click on it, it takes you to Sportskeeda. Nothing to do with the story. And Sean Rossap's come out and said, why are you allowing this, Sportskeeda? Why are you allowing this? Why are you letting this happen in your name? Do you not care about your reputation? And honestly, that was a bit of an eye-opener for me. And then I've just been noticing like little things that they've been doing, like stories they've been reporting where it's kind of around the truth, but it's not quite the truth. And it's like, I don't know, some of their practices seem a bit off. I'm not sure who's in charge over there, but hey, listen, we live in a world where clicks and likes and views, they make the world go round. And there are plenty of organizations and companies out there that are really, trying to benefit off that. We've seen that today, actually, with the Vince news. So the Vince news today is that the SEC have basically fined Vince, and he's been made to pay a load of money. But really, if he does that, that's it. Their case is closed. Well, there's so many people saying case closed, it's all done, it's all over. There's so many people that are like, thank God that's done. And it's like, no, that's not what's happening. The SEC part of it was all to do with where Vince had borrowed money from the company to pay the hush money, right? He paid these women that were alleging like misconduct against him. He paid them to stay quiet. And of course, he was doing that through the company. And so it's all to do with where did he take the money from? How did he file it? Like, was there misconduct there? Did he mislead WWE? It's got nothing to do with Janelle Grant and the actual lawsuit that's shocked us all. It's all to do with the money that he took to keep the women quiet in the first place, and how that was filed, and what account did it come out of, and what did WWE know about it? What did he tell WWE about it? It's actually about something we don't really ever talk about, because in the grand scale of things, that is nothing compared to the stuff that Janelle Grant has been, saying and evidence providing for. So basically, that is all that has been resolved today with the Vince stuff. That all the Janelle Grant stuff is still ongoing. So, but it's interesting to see certain accounts take that, spin it. To be honest, I think a lot of them don't understand it. I think a lot of them, just like I said earlier on Twitter, I think a lot of people read the headlines. They don't really understand it, or they haven't got time because, everyone's so busy, and they just basically, that's it. They just read the headline and they just move on. So, but if you actually dig into the weeds and read into the story, obviously then you understand it more, and you can see that this doesn't really change anything. But it's just really interesting how that word gets around, isn't it? Case closed. I'm so happy to put this behind me, says Vince. And it's like, well, yeah, I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are happy to put that bit behind you, right? But this bit over here, you've still got to figure out. You've still got to resolve that, and that is the big issue. That's the one everyone's been focused on anyway. So, bit of spin from Vince today and his team, but we've got it all in unseen. I don't want to spend too long on it, to be honest, because to be honest, it's not that. It's not going to change anything. It's not going to bring Brock back. It's not going to bring Vince back. Vince has not been found innocent of anything. We haven't got any resolution to anything apart from how he filed the money to keep the women quiet, right? And what happened with that. And he got fined for that, right? Quite a bit of money. Well, not for him, but it's, millions. And that's it. We're done. Like, for that bit, but the bigger bit is still to be resolved. So yeah, I don't really feel like we need to spend too long on it. It'll be in unseen, but that's what's happening with all of that. Is The Rock on tonight, said Kermo. No Rock tonight. What if Aleister Black came back and joined the Wyatt Six? That would be epic, said Lisa. That would be fun. I don't know at what point the Wyatt Six would become a bit too big, though. I mean, I'm not a big fan of like really big groups, because I just don't feel like you can get everyone on screen enough time. Like, it's hard right now to get everyone doing promos and to get everyone in matches and to get everyone's characters over. I mean, of course, we could have been doing a hell of a lot more, and we could have been doing a much better job, but it is very difficult to actually get everybody on screen, to be seen, to be heard, to add an extra person into that mix. And of course, people are going to want Alexa in there as well. Like, you're really starting to get quite bloated. And we saw what happened with the NWO when we went down those roads. Like, it became too big, too bloated. It lost its focus. And so, I don't know, if you put someone in, I sort of would make the argument you might have to take someone out rather than it just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. But yeah, I wouldn't put him in, to be honest. I think Alistair's a bit like Carrion in the sense of he can absolutely stand on his own 2 feet. I think he is good enough to be a leader of his own faction, or maybe you even put him with Carrion for a little bit as like a second in command, which could be interesting, you know? Because I think Carrion, Alistair Black, and AOP, I think you could do something there. That's only 4. That's fine. I don't think that's too big. Once we start going over 4, for me, it starts to become a little bit too big. I am worried, actually, about if Alexa joins the Wyatt Six. That would be 6 people in a group. That's hard. It's hard to give everyone enough screen time. It's hard to get everyone enough chance to shine if you've got 6 people in a group. So, I'd bring him in. I wouldn't put him with the Wyatt Six for the reason I just said, but I think there's so many different ways that you can use him. I think it's very exciting. So apparently he's not free till like February or March, but yeah, apparently WWE are interested, and so they should be, because I think it would be a brilliant pickup, to be honest. These are 9 stars that could return. The Bellas: Davey Boy Smith Jr., Matt Cardona, Chris Jericho, Miro, The Hardys, Mustafa Ali, Malachi Black, AJ Lee, says Connor. Asib said, with the reports WWE are looking to bring Hogan back for a little run as a heel, put him over as a heel, who would you choose for him to work with? I don't believe those reports. I seriously don't believe those reports, because there's also reports that they are not going to look to use him on TV. We actually pointed out during Unseen that there was both reports doing the rounds at the same time. And the other thing as well is that he went out there to promote the beer. He got booed. I think they knew that the reaction might not be that great. I don't think they were surprised by the negativity. I think they were probably surprised by the scale of the negativity, but I don't think they would have been surprised by the negativity, because he's been getting mixed reactions for a long time, and now he's just endorsed a Republican and we were in a Democratic state. So, I mean, you'd have to be an idiot to not be expecting some sort of backlash, right? We were all here waiting to see what the reaction was going to be. We were all here waiting to see, like, you know, would it be mixed or would it be more boos than cheers? Like, we were prepared. So WWE would have been prepared. But I don't know that they were ready quite for the scale of what happens. And I certainly don't think that following that there was then conversation. I mean, these conversations would have to have been pretty immediate, you know, because it was like literally the next day, word was doing the round that they were going to start leaning into it. I mean, when would they have had those conversations? The Raw was on, like, at what point would they have sat down with Hogan? And I mean, if the reports were coming out now, then I would maybe start to have a bit more confidence in them, because there's been a bit of time, and I could understand that they would have had some meetings. I believe they tend to have meetings at the headquarters like midweek, but like it was literally first thing the next day after Raw that word was doing the rounds that they might start leaning into it. And it's like, this just feels a bit quick, to be honest. And I think it came from the Daily Mail. I mean, when do we ever use the Daily Mail as a source? So my honest answer is, I don't believe them. I don't believe those reports. I think it was too quick for any kind of conversation like that to have taken place. I think that it came from a source that we don't ever use. It's not a source that I trust. And there's also a conflicting report that's doing the rounds saying that WWE are now going to look to use him less. And I would even wonder about that, because that's quite quick, innit? I mean, for that to come out from anyone notable, that was out the next day. So again, you never know. These sources, who the flip are they? Just, it might be someone in makeup. Do you know what I mean? It might be the pyro guy. Like, who are these sources that are coming out with these statements? It could be the pyro guy saying, yeah, they won't use him again now. Not after that. Not after that. He doesn't know. But it means that, like, these journalists can say an inside source said. But who is your inside source? Could be flipping anyone. Could be the woman that works in the catering department, you know? So I do find it kind of endlessly entertaining as these stories emerge, you know? I think, like, you have to take all this stuff with a big pinch of salt, and I hope that people do that. I really would not be taking this stuff as gospel. I think when these stories come out, where they're coming out from, how they're worded, is just as important as what is actually said, and I can't stress that enough. If ever I see a headline or I see a story, the first thing I always do is click on it to actually read where has it come from. And I would really urge that people do that, because a lot of the times you might click on it and you might find out that it's come from Disco Inferno. Do you know what I mean? It's come from just someone that's just, I wouldn't have any confidence that they really have got insiders and know what's happening in the industry, you know? So just, yeah, honestly, there's just so much nonsense that's doing the rounds. And I can't say that that's nonsense, but it just struck me as being timing-wise and where it was coming from, probably unlikely. Probably not true. Is Hogan on tonight? Said Scottish Nightmare. No Hogan tonight, unfortunately. No Hogan tonight. Liam, shout out to you. Said Days, hello, your neighbour in Telford. Much love. Liam, shout out to you, bud. I'm sorry that you live in Telford. I'm sorry for everyone that lives in Telford. But I hope life is treating you well, my friend. Lisa said, Alistair could bring the entire House of Black. They could be the dark, evil answer to the Wyatt Six. What a great story that would be. I would like Brody King, and I don't know who else is in that group. Julia Hart is an NXT talent for me. I think the way that they have worked on her presentation is very good, but actually her as an in-ring talent, she is, I mean, I'm just trying to think if there's even double-digit women that are better than her in NXT right now, and there really could be. She is, from what I have seen and the clips that I have seen, she is improving, as you would imagine that she would, but no way is she main roster ready for me. So, I like, you know, if you think in WWE, we've got Stephanie, we got Julia, we've got Shotzi, we've got Roxanne, we've got, I mean, the list goes on and on, yeah? We know how great the women's division in NXT is. If she was going to be like a manager or something like that, you could maybe move with her, but honestly, she would be like the next Maxine Dupree. So, I don't mind Brody King coming over if that's a possibility. I don't think Buddy Matthews is going to come over, because I think, didn't Will Ospreay have a word with him or something? I think he had a word with him, didn't he, about how I'll be your leader now. I think Buddy Matthews would. And of course, he is the partner of Rhea Ripley. So, I mean, there feels like there could be something there, you know, if you like, story-wise. So, yeah, I like Brody King. Buddy Matthews, I always felt, got a bit of a bad creative. I always hated his ring gear, and I just never thought there was a way that we kind of found a way of presenting him right. I never felt like we found the right gimmick for him. But maybe there could be, considering he's now, you know, the partner of Rhea Ripley, and there's, you know, there must be something there. There must be something there. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind them coming over. And, of course, you probably would have to bring Julia. But if she wants to be an in-ring talent, bring her. But honestly, I would put her in NXT. I think there's work to be done there. And I think that this is where AEW, I don't want to say let their talent down. I think they let everyone down by not having a developmental. Because I think there's very eager people that are putting in the work that want to succeed. And from what I can tell, they throw them in the deep end. And it's just not fair. It's not fair to the fans who have to watch below standard action. And it's not fair to the wrestlers who are having to put this together and learn on the biggest stage and stages that AEW have, be it Collision, be it Dynamite. You know, back in the day, there used to be Dark and Elevation. They don't have those now. And they don't, I mean, they've got Ring of Honor, so you could always go there. Well, why they don't put some people down there that should be down there, I have no idea. But I don't think they want to treat that as like a developmental. Doesn't feel like Ring of Honor is meant to be a developmental. Because I would treat it as a developmental. I would get everyone that was not up to a certain standard onto that show. And I would... like make sure that there was the kind of call-ups and everything, because that's exciting when we have call-ups from NXT. That's something WWE fans really enjoy, and I think that would work well in AEW. So yeah, I would look to kind of copy the WWE system, to be honest. But I don't know, whatever they're doing over there, they're doing over there, and we'll have to see kind of what the future holds with Alistair coming over. Because I think he will. Football Talk said, Days, Roman said he'll be on Raw on the 27th of January. The Rock said he is 20 steps ahead on NXT, which was the 7th. Could this mean that we get Rock Roman in 2 weeks' time? I think that there's a chance, but to be honest with you, I think that the Rock's promos were waffle. I think they were some of the worst recent promos we've seen. I think that they were very disappointing. I think him being out of character was very confusing and everything. And I feel like people are really clutching at straws when it comes to this. I really feel like he's said, I'm always 20 steps ahead, right? And then people have looked and gone, well, 20 days from now would be Raw. Could he be at that Raw? Even if he's at that Raw, right? Does it change a great deal? Because he's just been with Roman. And he just put the Ula Fala around it. If he was going to do something with Roman, he could have just done it on the premiere episode of Raw, and he didn't. He came out, he put the Ula Fala around his neck, gave him a hug, walked off. So if he's going to come back in 20 days' time, that's fine. You know, it's always great to see him. But, I mean, what's he going to do? There's no rumour of Rock Roman. In fact, all the rumors today are that it's going to be Cena versus Cody. And it looks like we're doing Roman versus CM Punk, right? So there's no words at the moment about Rock Roman. In fact, the word is that Rock's going to miss WrestleMania. And, you know, there's even been word that it's because he wants Cena to kind of have this year. He doesn't want to overshadow Cena's final WrestleMania. Which, again, take it with a pinch of salt, could be true, might not be true. I'm just not keen on this theory, to be perfectly truthful. I think this theory about how he's always 20 steps ahead, I think that, to me, is starting to gain traction, and it has done over the past couple of days. And I just sort of feel like it's masking what was a really bad couple of days from The Rock. Like, The Rock has just delivered 2 bad promos in my mind, and he's done it out of character. He's annoyed a few people in the process. But I'm always 20 steps ahead. People have really latched onto that. And they're saying about, like, you know, could he be coming back in 20 days' time? That'll be the 27th. That's when Roman is going to be back on the show. And, you know, I just sort of look at it and go, well, if he wanted to do something with Roman, he just had the perfect opportunity, which was the first episode of Raw on Netflix, would have sent shockwaves around the world. You ain't going to get a crowd on the 27th as big as what you just got on Monday. So Monday was your opportunity. If you're going to do Rock Roman this year, Monday was your opportunity. You are not getting a bigger crowd than that. That was your premiere episode, Raw on Netflix. Why did they do what they did if we're going to get Rock versus Roman? Add in the fact that we've got no rumors of Rock Roman, and actually quite the opposite word is that it looks like Rock's going to miss this year. I don't know. I think that they're trying to keep their options open. I think currently he's not at WrestleMania, but I think they're just trying to keep the options open. So they couldn't do anything on Monday because it's not the current plan. And maybe they're just leaving doors open for if things do change. So is it impossible? It's not impossible, but I don't think it's the current plan. And I don't think it's very clever either. This whole 20 steps ahead of you and then in 20 days' time he comes back. That does not change the 2 bad segments we just had from The Rock. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the fact that he came out of character. He came out and was, putting over Netflix, putting over the executives. We basically got corporate Rock, right? It wasn't final boss. It was flipping corporate Rock. It was, I've just bought $13 million more shares Rock. That's what we had. So for me, let's see, right? There's a lot of uncertainty. I'm going to have to wait and see, but I'm just so disappointed with what we got from him. I'm not prepared to kind of let him off the hook with the fact that he might be back. He might be back in 20 days. And he might do something with Roman, but we really don't know. It's very hard to get excited about that, isn't it? It's very hard to get excited about that. I think The Rock was teasing that he might just have sushi for dinner after the show, said Miss Clown. Shelf President said they opened the Raw talking about heels and faces, storylines and kayfabe. This was not a Raw episode. It was a one-off show, but it was a bad idea. That was not a promo or a setup for much. It may be just like a reset. I think to have heels, faces and whatnot in a promo, in a vignette is okay. I don't mind that as much because you're not really doing anything. If you're a casual fan, those terms might not mean anything to you. It's a little bit, right? Honestly, the way I took the heels and faces thing was, when a name gets mentioned, like, say, Brock Lesnar or Mercedes Moné, right? I really feel like, I think Brock was mentioned on the show, and I think, Edge was mentioned on the show, and Sasha Banks was mentioned on the show, right? They were mentioned because they've all played a part in the history of Raw, and this was, Raw on Netflix, and so there was a little bit of honor in the past at times, right, and little mentions and whatnot. I really feel like that heels and faces thing was very similar to that, in the sense of, if you say Brock Lesnar, a casual fan is not going to think twice about it. They might not know that Brock was involved in this lawsuit. They might not know that Brock has not been around for 12 months, right? They might not know any of these things. But Brock Lesnar to them just washes over them yeah, Brock Lesnar. And I really think to a casual fan, heels, faces, kayfabe, these kind of terms, I don't know that the casual fan, the person that just tunes in once in a while for the big shows, watches WrestleMania, SummerSlam, maybe the odd Raw here or there, it's just part of what they watch. I don't know that they know what these terms mean. I don't know that they're so invested that faces, heels, kayfabe, you have to remember, we're hardcore fans. You got to remember, we're further down the rabbit hole than a lot of other people. If you're on this stream now, you're a hardcore fan, because not only are you a hardcore fan for being here, wanting to talk wrestling before the wrestling has even started, but you're tuning into a SmackDown. You're tuning into a weekly show, and not only that, you've gone out of your way to find extra wrestling content because you can't wait for the actual wrestling content to start, which is still hours and hours away, right? So it's hard for us to have these conversations and think about what it must be like for people that are not as far down the rabbit hole as us. But there are people that just watch a bit of wrestling. They enjoy it. They like the superstars. They like yeeting and all of that. They don't think about heels, faces, and all these kinds of terms, right? So for me, when heel and face was mentioned, that was a little something for the hardcores, yeah? That was a little something for those that are really invested. And Triple H was we're not trying to hide anything from people. I see it on social media all the time. And that's because in the online wrestling community, the internet wrestling community, these terms are thrown around all the time. They're in videos. People talk about, I think he should be a face, think he should be a heel. People do throw those around. But you've got to be engaged in that community to be using those kinds of terms. I know plenty of people that watched wrestling on and off that would not know those terms. So for me, those terms being used was not anything monumental. I don't even know that we spoke about it. I didn't view it as anything like, oh my God, they're exposing the business. This is an absolute sham. And they were just using terms which hardcore fans already use. And it hits your ear the same way as like when they mention Brock, or it hits your ear the same way as when they mention Edge or New Japan. Do you know, oh, they shouldn't, you know, that kind of, they shouldn't be saying that. But what does it mean? What does it matter? What did it actually expose? What did it actually result? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They just used the words heels, faces. They didn't give a breakdown as to what like all these terms were and where they came from and all that kind of stuff. Like they were just mentions. So yeah, for me, like that stuff, I saw a few conversations around that. I was never bothered by those. Them mentioning those words never bothered me. Certainly, The Rock coming out and acting out of character, that was a way bigger deal to me. That was a way bigger deal. Again, the casual fans won't have noticed because the casual fans might not have been keeping up with the story. So there might be casual fans that watched WrestleMania last year and then they tuned into this and now The Rock's acting, okay, I've missed something. In their minds, they've missed something. In their minds, it's like, okay, so Rock's good now, is he? Like he's back to being a good guy. So in their minds, like, okay, this is where we are. But to us, we're like, what the flip's going on? You know, like that bugged me a hell of a lot more. Going into the ring out of character, if you will, going into the ring and not being the final boss now because it's time to be corporate now, because there's loads of executives around now. Like that to me is just so beyond, like, I just can't even begin to get my head around it. This is the scary thing in a way because kayfabe is dead and it died a long time ago. And we use all these terms and we talk about the behind the scenes. And, you know, I sort of feel like wrestling is evolving in the sense of now we're starting to get a lot of documentaries showing us behind the scenes. Are we genuinely now at the point where we could start to see some characters on screen that are no longer in character? I mean, we are seeing that happen in interviews. You know, Chris Van Vliet will sit down with a heel and they'll be the nicest person you've ever seen, you know? They'll just be chatting away and just like telling Chris whatever he wants to hear, like whatever answers he needs. And they'll be like, yeah, you know, I didn't enjoy that, blah, blah, blah. Do you know what I mean? So like we've already got that happening and we've had that for a long time in interviews and away from the actual show. This is one of the first examples that I can think of where we've got a wrestler that's come out to cut a promo just out of character. And they've just stood in the ring and just not been the person that they should have been, in my mind. He should have been the final boss. And if he's not the final boss, we needed an explanation as to why. And a lot of people are going to say, yeah, that explanation, it might be coming. That explanation, it might be on the way. Well, it might be on the way. But it doesn't stop it from being confusing and feeling wrong right now, does it? So, do you know what I mean? Like, we're sitting here now talking about it. And yeah, you can sit here and go, no, it'll make sense in a bit. It'll make sense in a bit. Well, yeah, you can say that. But what if it doesn't? What if it doesn't? Just because there is a way that it can be explained, which we have spoke about, doesn't mean they're going to go that way, right? And it doesn't change the fact that it feels so wrong now. Like, I didn't like it. I really did not like The Rock's appearances. And I've heard from a lot of people that feel similar. I don't know what the wider community feels. I think there's a mixed bag because, to be honest, a lot of the casuals wouldn't even know anything was off. A lot of the casuals would be like, it's The Rock. Oh, my God, I love him in Jumanji. Do you know what I mean? That's how they would have reacted. Oh, my God, I loved him in his other films, Scorpion King, Tough Fairy. But, you know, for us, we're like, what the flip is he doing? What the flip is he doing? It does have that air of him being out of control and no one being able to control him. You know, I made a comment in, I think, the opinions video. This would not have happened if Vince was back there. If Vince was back there, Vince, you know, would have outranked The Rock. Vince was like director of the board, and Vince, and if The Rock was going to go out there and do that, if Vince didn't want that, he could speak to The Rock and he could have said no. Who's going to stop The Rock? Triple H can't. What can Triple H do? Triple H is in charge of creative, but if The Rock wants to go out there and do whatever he wants to do, he'll do it. Is Nick Khan going to stop The Rock? No. Nick Khan could have a word and go, oh, I'm not sure that's the right way. But if The Rock wants to do it, Nick Khan can't stop him. Really, the only person that could have a word is Ari Emanuel, who is the top guy of TKO. But he's got such a great relationship with The Rock, and he doesn't get wrestling, right? He doesn't understand. He's just a businessman. He might not even know anything's weird. The Rock can pretty much do what he wants. He can pretty much do what he wants. And I think that shows with the swearing as well. He goes out there, he just swears. Everyone else can't do that, but he can go out there and do what he wants. He goes out there, he just swears, and, they've now had to bleep, like, the replays of, I think it's NXT, maybe even Raw. They've bleeped things in there. It's in today's Unseen. And it's just, he's a runaway train, man. He's a runaway train. You just don't know what he's going to do when he shows up. Now, part of that you could say is quite exciting, but if it stops the consistency and it no longer makes sense in the story, or he comes in and he doesn't like it, he wants to change it, like he tried to do in 2024 by taking over the main event of WrestleMania, this does strike me as being a problem. The only positive is that I do think he listens to the fans. That's the only positive. I do think he listens to the fans. And if the fans were to really be loud and against the way that he's been acting, I think he would get that message. He does take time to listen to what is being said. And I think genuinely it was the fans that got Cody to finish his story last year. Because I think The Rock was going to come in, really sorry, mate, next time, yeah, you'll get it next time. It's me and Roman this year. And I think if the fans had not reacted the way they did with that massive "we want Cody" trending, all this kind of stuff, we would have ended up with Rock Roman, which, would have been a great match, but everyone wanted Cody and we had the whole "we want Cody" movement. It's good that he listens to the fans, but him coming in and just being like Mr. Executive, very frustrating for the consistency of the story. And just because it can be saved doesn't change where we are right now as we're sitting here right now, does it? So, yeah, he kind of frustrated me and a lot of other people. Liam, shout out to you. Thomas, shout out to you, bud. Been a member for 51 months. Psh, look at you. Look at you, Thomas. Really appreciate the support, dude. Mayor Pete, hello. Said, I exposed my business once in public and I almost got arrested. I heard your business is it's a small business, isn't it? Isn't it a small business? I would imagine that probably helped you. If you was running like a large business and you exposed that in public, you'd be in big trouble. But word on the street is you've only got a small business. Mayor Pete, shout out to you, buds. Netforce, hello. Said, although creative has been extremely amazing under Triple H, we can't expect every storyline or planned storyline to always go to plan or go the way we want. No, that's true. I don't disagree with you. If this connects to the Rock thing, though, I don't think Triple H would have planned for the Rock to come in and just start acting completely different. This is the frustration. It feels like he's out of control. It feels like he's really out of control, not character out of control. The man is out of control. Like, he's on the board. He's got all this like $40 million worth of stock. He just comes in. Last year he tried to take the main event of WrestleMania. And now I think we've had a glimpse of him coming in and being like, it's so exciting to be here on Netflix. Triple H would be like, you are going to be final boss, yeah? And he's like, no. No, I need you to be final boss, because I know you might not be at Mania, but we're still teasing you and Cody. We're teasing you and Roman. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have a loving. Yeah, I'm going to thank all the executives, and we're going to swear a little bit as well. Triple H has said he's not looking for like swearing and all that blood and all that, because when it happens, he wants it to mean something, right? There is no way that Triple H had any involvement in those Rock segments. I don't believe it. I do not believe it. Is so against what Triple H believes in. It is so against what he would book that what you just witnessed is not part of the story in my mind. What The Rock just did was he came out and just did what he wanted. And as I said, it just feels so against all the other stories that Triple H is telling. And with the swearing and then the waffling that The Rock did the next night on NXT, that, yeah, I completely agree with you. Not every story is going to go the way that we would like it to. And it's, you know, might start off really well and then peter out, or it might start slow and get good. Like, every story is going to be different. I think the frustrating thing with The Rock one is it really feels like this is not the story. It really feels like what we just have is a man he's too powerful. He's too powerful, and I think no one is there to keep him in check. No one is there to bring him back down to earth. No one is there to go, what was that? What was that? After that NXT promo, did anyone grab him and go, what was that? We just gave you 8-10 minutes of the show, and you just absolutely, in fact, you had to go at some of the fans, right? Which is all right, because you are meant to be a bit of a heel. But even so, you had to go at the fans. You swore your head off. You said the F word several times. We're on the CW network. Like, you can't be doing that. Who's telling him that? No one. Absolutely no one is telling him that. And this is where I think the frustration comes from, is that none of it feels like it was planned. None of it feels like it was scripted. None of those segments feel like they were scripted. It just feels like a man just doing what he wants. Just doing what he wants. So hopefully the next time we see him, he's back in final boss mode, right? And we can just put this behind us and go, well, you know, that was weird. But, you know, it's isolated. It is what it is. We're back on track now, right? And wrestling fans are very easy and very quick to move on. So I don't think there'll be like long-lasting effects of what we've just seen. But my respect for him has took a knock, right? Obviously, it's going to depend on how we follow it. But yeah, honestly, my opinion of him right now, until I see different, until I hear different, is that he's basically just coming in and doing what he wants. And that just is supported by last year when he came in and tried to take over the WrestleMania main event. It's just, that's how it is. This is how it is. And I think this could be a real problem for us as wrestling fans. This might not be the only time we have to encounter this. So, yeah. Adam said they should have had that Cena segment open Raw, and then as he's leaving, Punk's music hits. We get a little look and a handshake on the ramp. Punk, Seth, first match. Tribal Combat ends the show, and then no Rock, says Adam. There was some people saying that, yeah, about how we shouldn't have had him at all. And in fact, a lot of the comments, this is why I can talk with such confidence on this topic, because sometimes when we're on a topic, I feel like, oh, well, I might be the minority. I don't want to be like upsetting loads of people, because, you know, we're a community. I'm not looking to upset people, but I can't stress how many people have shared with me these same opinions. I mean, I do opinion videos, and so I read what people have sent in. The amount of people that said NXT would have been better if The Rock just wasn't there. I mean, the truth is, it would not have got the rating that he got. So it wouldn't have been better from a viewership point of view. But from a show quality point of view, everyone was like, we should have just ended with the two champs on the ramp. You know, there was that great moment where you had Obafemi and Julia holding up their championships, and new women's champion and new men's champion. New era, end the show. And a lot of people said that's how the show should have ended, rather than having Waffly McGrew come out and just literally waffle for like 8-10. You got this really impactful finish, and then you had Waffly McGrew coming out and just going, oh, you know, F this, F that. They're telling me I've only got 2 effing minutes. We're going to go all effing night. Crowd are like, yeah, let's go all night. And then 2 minutes later, he's like, that's brilliant. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, bye. I don't think he covered himself in glory over this weekend. Or these past few days. Days, would you have told The Rock not to swear? Well, to be honest with you, I mean, if I'm being paid by the company, then of course not. You know, I mean, the truth is, if you're getting paid, why would you run the risk of losing your job, right? To turn around to The Rock, who's so powerful, and tell him not to swear. It's a bit like in your company. Like, I understand why no one's doing it. I do understand. But it does still come back to the point of who's going to do it. Who is there in a position of power that's going to do it? We are talking really only a few people, one of them being Ari Emanuel. That's it. Really, that's, you know, unless Triple H and Nick Khan go to Ari Emanuel and go, listen, we've got a problem with The Rock. We love him. He's amazing for ratings. You got to sit down and have a word with him. Maybe that's the way we saw it. I'm not blaming Bruce Pritchard's or Michael P.S. Hayes or Triple H or Nick Khan, or you can't really blame Steph. She's not really working there. She's around, but, you know, Steph might not be the worst person, actually, because she's not really someone that works for the business now. And she's got a relationship with The Rock. So she could actually have a word without any repercussions on her. So actually, Steph is not a bad person to have that conversation, because what repercussions are there going to be on Steph apart from him saying, I don't want you ever back here again, which he would never do to her. He would never say that to her. And she would be able to have a word in a nice way, you know. She's a people person. She's had those kinds of conversations before. So actually, Steph is not a bad person to have that chat. But anyway, that aside, yeah, no, I don't blame, you know, your average wrestler, your average producer from not going up to him going, what the hell was that? Because honestly, if I was in that boat, no, I wouldn't. Of course not. Why would you want to run the risk of providing for your family and making, you know, money, which we're all fighting to do, we're all struggling to do? Why would you run the risk of losing that just to tell The Rock to not swear? But this is why it has to come from someone above The Rock, and that's what we're saying. There really isn't many people now, because not only is The Rock a major shareholder, he's got like, you know, $40 million worth of shares, but he's on the board of TKO. He's a board member. So he is someone which is kind of quite high up the chain. He's involved in big decision making, not creative, but strategic moves for TKO. He's involved in that process. So, you know, it's got to be someone at that level that kind of reins him in. It's got to be someone like Ari Emanuel. Daniel, shout out to you, bud. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well. Kendall said, do we know if when SmackDown is coming from Netflix for the US? No word that it's going there, to be honest, bud, because they've literally just signed with USA Network. So USA Network lost Raw, but they managed to get back SmackDown, and that was only very, very recently. So I think, was it the end of last year? I don't know how long that deal's for, probably 3-5 years. So, I mean, you're not getting SmackDown going to Netflix anytime soon, not for years and years. So it's going to be a long time before US get that. And to be honest with you, even when this deal expires, for SmackDown to go to Netflix in America, Netflix would have to pay more money, because SmackDown, I don't think it's worth much for around the rest of the world. Like, WWE's main views come from America, right? By far, main views come from America. So the bulk of the views are American. So that means that Raw, SmackDown, NXT, the American TV deals for those are of utmost importance. That is the most important, right? Where are the PLE shown? Where is Raw shown? Where is SmackDown shown? Where is NXT shown? And as a result, all 4 things are on different platforms for a lot of money. So if you want a PLE, you go to Peacock in America. If you want Raw, you go to Netflix in America. If you want SmackDown, you go to USA Network in America. And if you want NXT, you go to the CW Network in America, right? There's 4 things they can sell: the PLEs and Archive, the Raw, the SmackDown, and NXT. And all of them are on different platforms in America, because in America, that's where the money is made. For the rest of the world, the fan base is not, I mean, it's big, but it's not, they haven't found a way of making the same kind of money yet. You know, I think part of the problem is that here in the UK, for example, the show's there at like 1 in the morning. Who's staying up till 1 in the morning to watch it? Who's staying up till 1? Like, really, a lot of people consume through social media, and a lot of people watch highlights on YouTube, and a lot of people kind of get the views and follow the stories that way. Or some won't even watch the product. They'll just read a review or watch a podcast. Or there's so many different ways to consume WWE. TikTok shorts, Instagram shorts, X shorts, Facebook shorts, YouTube videos, on demand. There's so many ways apart from watching it live that for us in the UK, you know, you've got to be in a very fortunate position, really, to be able to stay up at 1 a.m. on a Monday, on a Tuesday, on a Friday, to be able to watch the show every single week. So a lot of people in Europe probably consume it a different way, which means the amount of money that WWE are going to get from the shows in Europe is going to be nowhere near as much as what you would get for America. And then you've got other countries, like, I don't know about India, but we know that India, you know, the general population, I'm not sure how much wealth there is there. It's a rich country, India. Like, its GDP is really good, but I don't think that wealth is evenly distributed. I feel like a lot of places, the wealthy are wealthy, the poor are poor. And unfortunately, I think there's a lot that are in that kind of poor category in India. I don't know realistically how much money you can make in India. We know they get crazy views. We know they do well, but I don't know that they're getting much from their TV deals over there. Because we haven't really done much with India, you know. If there was a big opportunity over there, you know, WWE would have gone and would be exploiting that. But it's interesting how we don't ever go to India. It's interesting how numbers come out of, 40-60 million views for WrestleMania last year from India, which is phenomenal. But then, you know, how much would they make from ticket sales? How much would they make from merch sales? What's the kind of TV deals they're able to negotiate? I don't think there's much money being made from that area. And the truth is that it's just America is where the money is made. So this is why, basically, as Americans, you lot get screwed compared to the rest of the world. Because for the rest of the world, we just don't contribute. We just don't contribute the way that America does. America is where the money is. And so that's why you have to go to 4 different platforms. I mean, I don't know if it's worked or if anyone has tried it, but I would really, really recommend VPN UK Netflix. I can't see how that wouldn't be a better deal for people, because this is where we're going to watch everything. Every PLEs, premium live events. So that would mean you don't need Peacock. Then Raw. That means you don't need to be, you do need Netflix. So Netflix is on there. NXT, so you don't need to get CW. But I think CW might be free. Am I right, in America? Some people have it. Some people don't, from what I've heard. And then what's the other one? USA Network, which I think is on like a cable package. Again, I don't know if you can get a cheaper cable package that doesn't have that, because you wouldn't need it. Certainly if that's the only show you watch on there, you know. So, yeah, there's definitely, I mean, like for £10 a month or whatever it is, £12 a month, you'd have all your wrestling just on UK Netflix. So it is better. It's certainly better for us over here, but that's why it is the way it is. You're getting screwed in America because you are the people that contribute the most financially to the product. Monkey Boy, shout out to you. Said thank you for the continued commentary on WWE. Love you, man. Monkey Boy, thank you, my friends. Yeah, we just go where the conversation goes, to be honest. And conversation is always moving forward, always progressing. There's always stuff to talk about. And I just really appreciate people joining us, sharing their thoughts as we continue to talk about just the different aspects of wrestling. And hopefully we're going to get some good stuff to talk about tonight. Hopefully, coming off that Raw, we're going to see repercussions tonight with the Bloodline, with Solo, with Jacob, with the fact that he is no longer Tribal Chief. Obviously, we've got Tiffany, and we have got the situation with Nia. We are going to get a United States Championship match, Shinsuke versus LA Knight. This is a 3-hour show, don't forget. So that means there's going to be more for us to get our teeth into, more talking points coming out of the show. So, it should be good. I'm really looking forward to tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing what the aftermath is going to be coming out of Raw. So, Monkey Boy, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate it. Right. Will they put ads for SmackDown internationally? So it depends on the band that you've got, because I think there is a band that you have ads appear. For us internationally, there will be ad breaks, but I think they're going to be the same as Raw. And Raw was those interviews and vignettes and things along those lines. I mean, the ad breaks during NXT were weird. That was like a slow-mo video of NXT talents just sort of like looking at the camera. And it said, "We will be back soon," in different languages. And it had a little countdown clock in the corner. And we just kept going back to that same video. So I don't know if they'll do something like that for SmackDown, or if it'll be a case that we go to interviews and, Royal Rumble is coming and WrestleMania is coming, those kind of video packages. We could go to those, or we could end up going to like a weird little slow-mo video like we did for NXT. I did put that up on TikTok because I found it very interesting, the fact that there was this slow-mo video, and I thought others would find it interesting as well. So I did put it on TikTok, like my reaction to that video, if anyone wants to see it. I think it's up on Instagram as well. You'll find it if you wanted to see it. It's not that exciting. It's just NXT stars slowly looking at the camera. We haven't been getting adverts on Netflix in the UK, but we have been filling that time with other content. Ellis Dub, shout out to you. The Shin night match should end with a big interference from Andrade Mello, which could set up a fatal four-way where Andrade wins the belt, Mello chases Andrade, and sets up the Game 7 that we should have got. Right, I need to do something. I have been fiddling around in the background with this. TJF, shout out to you, buds. TJF, that doesn't look too bad like that, actually. But TJF is our community champion. This was something that we did on our members stream, and it'll be defended every week. I'm going to need to tweak around with that area. I feel like we can make that area the community championship area, but I need to find a way of making it pop. I need to find a way of making it work. But shout out to TJF for sending this over. You did a great job with putting your face on Seth Rollins' body there. Spoiler. But just a bit of fun that we're doing with the members at the moment. I think what I might do, work on it this weekend, is get this background black with like community champion, or maybe I'll have it like gold with community champion written behind. So we're kind of putting the pieces together, but we do have a community champion. I need to put the name really, otherwise people will be like, who is that? What is that? Let's get Community champion TJF 1983. Let's go center. As well as that, I do have an acceptance speech from Kelly the Wise Lady. She wants to thank people, because she's a lovely person, for voting her into the Hall of Fame. We did one for Miss Clown the other day. There we go. I feel like the TJ 1983 needs to be a bit bigger, actually. Let's go. That's a little bit of housekeeping, but that's okay. We need to do some housekeeping sometimes. Boom. And then we need an outline. I need a black outline. Okay, that's... We can eventually make this look a bit better. And let's add... I need another text for TJF 1983. Yeah, so I will read out Kelly's next. I want to make sure we do that, so we definitely don't forget that. Then we can jump back into the chat and TJF 1983 and talk about whatever it is you want to talk about. I need the black outline, which is that. And that. There we go. There we go. That's okay. That's okay. I don't mind that. It says and does what it needs to do. So yeah, that's defended every Thursday on the member stream. Right, let's go over to Kelly's thing. Where is Kelly's thing? Where is Kelly's thing? Kelly's thing. Here. Okay, so Kelly said, first, I would like to say what an honor it is to have been voted to the greatest Hall of Fame there is. She's not wrong, actually. When I was in elementary and middle school, I was picked on and I was bullied every day. We were, still are, poor. But I didn't have nice clothes, let alone new ones. My mom was a single mom and was always working, which meant that my older siblings would be out all night and I was always home alone. I never was voted for anything. I didn't have real friends, only ones that pretended to like me because they liked my best friend. Once she moved away, my life was miserable. Things got better in high school. My senior year, I rocked it. But such as life does, it takes a series of twists and turns, and things were just hard. I've been through a lot of trauma, never had anyone to be there for me. Everything I went through, I did so alone. I would imagine there's a lot of people that can really sympathize with this, can really understand this. I'd imagine there's a lot of people in the community that are like, I feel this, I hear this. Some may think this is just some silly popularity contest, but to me, it means I finally found some people who see me for me, who genuinely care and actually like me. So thank you, Days, for making me laugh on days when all I wanted to do was cry. I may be fairly new to the community, but I have been watching this channel for a few years. Thank you to my besties, especially Word of Wrestling, Metal Mama, Tony, Dormouse, Sonny. You guys have all been there for me on some pretty bad days. James Chadwick, thanks for reminding me to not take life too seriously and flip anyone who doesn't like me. If I keep naming everyone who I want to, this would take up the entire stream. And it's not called Wrestling Wise Lady, so I need to respect my dad and keep it short. Finally, Miss Clown, I am so honoured to share this honour with you. December will forever be our month. Love you all, your wise lady. That's great, isn't it? That is really great. I've got Miss Clown's acceptance speech here. He says, thanks. Thanks. So there we go. Both of them. Absolutely brilliant. Do you know what I really love about the community is not only do you put up with my waffling, which God bless you all for that, but I think the fact that there is like a genuine community in the sense of what you've just heard there from Kelly is someone saying, you know, calling out people, thanks for being there for me, you know, like when I've been down. And I know there's people that like share DMs, and like I see it during our member streams, you know, and obviously we see a lot of the same names, and I feel like there is an actual community. It's not just something that we say. It's not just something that's like community or whatever. There are people that actually hit each other up. You know, we've got a Discord that Sonny runs where I popped in the other day because I managed to find my passwords, and I'm seeing people have conversations in there amongst our community. Obviously, we do the community folder in Unseen. I do members videos, streams every Thursday, so I see, you know, the members on a Thursday. We've got a community Twitter account, you know, like there is a genuine interaction, people talking, people helping each other, people following each other, sharing each other's tweets, liking each other's theories. Like there is a genuine community there. And I think what Kelly has just been able to do is kind of just remind us all that that is something that really exists, and is something that we should definitely make sure that we protect. So I'll keep trying to do my best, you know, hence, you know, the community championship, which is just a bit of fun, like for the members. But it's those little things that I think really adds up, you know. It's the fact that, like, if you go in the Hall of Fame, you get your picture down here. Like, if you're the champ, you get your thing there now. And, you know, the fact that we do the member streams every week, the fact there is that Twitter account, the fact there is the folder in Unseen, the fact that we've got the opinions channel where really I just read your comments. I waffle for 5 minutes at the start, but then I'll read your comments, your feedback, and I'll want that again tonight for SmackDown. So I think what we've managed to build together is something that we should definitely be very proud of. And obviously the pressure is on me and all of us to make sure that we don't ever take that for granted. So Kelly, wonderful, really great speech. Shout out to you, bud. Right, with that being said, should we go back to how much The Rock sucks? Yeah? Should we do another hour on The Rock and how much he let us all down? Right. Philip said, do we think the Bloodline story changes tonight? Will Jacob still acknowledge Solo? Yeah, good question. I don't think he will, to be honest. I think that he'll come out with Solo, but I think what will be noticeable, and I think it will be noticeable, is the fact that gone will be the I love you solos. Jacob will come down with Solo and Solo will talk, but I don't think we'll get an I love you Solo, because I think that passion, that love, I think it comes from Jacob towards his tribal chief, and Jacob was in no doubt that it was his tribal chief, you know, that was Solo. With that now not being the case, I think we'll see a change in that relationship. I think we'll see a change there. But a lot of people are saying, will they attack him and all this kind of stuff? I don't know about that. I don't know that they'll attack him. There's not a reason to attack him. There's not a reason at the moment for them to attack him. I mean, if he's going to throw his weight around, then he might give them a reason to attack him. But, you know, he's still family, and there's not a reason to kind of take him out unless he gives them one. I'll tell you what's quite interesting. If Jacob really feels that way about the tribal chief, that would surely mean now that he has to be that way around Roman. The only reason he can't be is because Roman's not here. So I think what's going to be interesting is how does Jacob interact with Roman whenever he sees him, but when's he going to see him? We don't know that Roman's back until the 27th. So, Nick Clark, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the supports. Mark said, since joining the community, it's helped with my anxiety, supported me through life, even at rock bottom. The community here is more of a family than I've ever experienced, said Mark. Well, that's lovely, Mark, and I'm really pleased that has come across and that is, helping people. I think what's great is whenever I start a stream, there's always a chunk of people that are waiting, and that says to me that people are excited to hang out with each other here, and they're excited to catch up with each other and like, how's your day been and what did you think of this? And I've said before, like, and I think the Hall of Fame shows this, that there is way more personalities in this community than me, right? Because if I was a viewer of this channel and I saw the same names on each stream, those names would become personalities, and there would be people that would say stuff that I'm sure would annoy me, where I'd be like, you're not getting this, or I don't agree with anything this person says, right? I've no doubt that happens. That's going to happen, yeah, because we all think different things. But there would also be people that I'd be like, that is my brother or sister from another mother, because me and them are just completely in line. I always find, like, with Mitchell, for example, and, I'm sure it's the same with other people, but Mitchell is someone that, I don't know, I've just noticed this a lot with, that our scores are normally very, very close when it comes to shows. So I always feel like I'm quite interested in what Mitchell has scored it, because that is going to be about where I think I'm going to be as well. Like, if ever there was a show I didn't like, he always tends to be down on it as well. And if there's a show that I was into, he looked like he was into it as well, right? And so, like, it's just, even in my, like, position, sitting here and interacting and talking with you guys, even I'm noticing little things like that. If I was a viewer, I think I would notice a lot more, because, of course, as I'm talking now, you're able to see all of the comments, yeah? So I think that there is a lot of personalities here. I think there is a lot of people that do like to check in with a lot of other members. I think there is a real sense of community, and this is wonderful. I will do whatever I can to protect that, to grow that. And I think we have to give props as well to the mods. We don't ever really give the mods their flowers, but I want to give the mods their flowers on this, because I think they are able to make sure that it's all kept respectful. Do they get everything right? No, probably not, right? Probably not. But by and large, yes, I would say they do, because they've been able to keep this community the positive community it is, and they've been able to keep, everything kind of flowing and everything on track. And the only reason I say that maybe not everything's been done right is because I don't do everything right. You wouldn't do everything right. Human error is a very real thing. So I don't want to get into the weeds of, they timed me out this once or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, the odd little thing like that, it don't matter in the grand scheme of things. I think they do a fantastic job. So big shout out to all the mods. Big shout out to everyone joining us. And we need to very quickly move away from this loving, because it's going to make me come out in a rash. Because I don't like it. You know me. I'm an old boomer. I can't cope with being positive for too long. I've got to get back to the negative side of things, yeah? So, thanks. Thanks for being a great community, but, like, yeah, we need to get back to complaining, right? It's my oxygen. It's what I need. If I don't complain for, like, 5 minutes, there's a chance I'll die. Nick, shout out to you, buds. Welcome. Appreciate the support. Right, let's go. Lisa said, I've been with you in the community for the past few months. You guys have helped with some mental issues. Days, the community has really saved me. Thanks and much love. Lisa, shout out to you. Thank you for such a kind message. Opulus Travels says, how do you get into the Hall of Fame? If I speared The Rock, would that mean I'm automatically in? Well, Opulus, one thing I can't do is put anyone in, right? And I would never want to do that, because then I would have people coming to me going, oh, you put such and such in, can you put me in? And so I am never going to get involved in that, right? So the only way in is through you guys. You guys decide it. So the members vote for the names of who they want to see go in, right? And what I say to the members is, it's not about just voting for other members or voting for mods or whatever. It's about genuinely, when you're on the stream, the people that you see, that you interact with, or that make good points, or they make you laugh, or, you know, these people get some sort of reaction out of you, whatever, ideally positive. Those are the people that we want to give the flowers to. The people that are contributing, the people that are providing a positive aspect to the community, that are adding something to the streams. Whilst I'm waffling away, you can put me on mute and you can read the comments, and, you know, there's people in there that are coming forward with great points and coming forward with funny takes or whatever it might be. These are the people we want to give the flowers to. So, I mean, it's as simple as that. Catch the eye of the members. And there's a lot of members, thanks to Dormouse, thanks to King Yeti, thanks to Jordan, thanks to, I mean, loads. So many people have sent in gifted memberships. We've actually got quite a few members on the channel now. And that is making it a lot more competitive to be nominated. The 4 people with the most nominations goes into the poll, and then it's over to you. You lot. I mean, that poll goes out to everybody, and then whoever wins, wins. So it is not an easy process to be nominated, let alone win. So if you ever get nominated, you should be doing cartwheels, because, I mean, that means you've stood out to a real chunk of people. So to just even be nominated is a massive deal. Honestly, to be nominated is, like, huge. But to actually win the thing, wow. Yeah, it is special. We only put one person in a month apart from December, which is 2. And you know, what's amazing, we've been doing it all year. Some of the names that still aren't in are just, like, mind-blowing. The people that have been with us for years, people that have contributed all the time. Like, you know, there's still so many people so deserving, you know. But that's because we got so many great people that join us. So, oh my God, can we move on from this? I can't cope with this. Logan Paul, he sucks, doesn't he? Mary said, what's going to happen to Alexa Bliss? Will she go and team up with Nikki Cross, or will she go to SmackDown? Well, we don't know. I mean, word on the street was she wasn't going to come in and go straight into the group. So the streets were saying that she was going to come in and she was going to kind of be out on her own for a little bit, and then she would find her way coming into the group. We obviously don't know if there's any truth to that. We obviously don't know if those plans have changed. So really, rumor-wise, it's very quiet on Alexa. The big rumors around Alexa have been more to do with when she's returning. And I think, was it Tom Colohue ages ago said, when Alexa comes back, she will do a character that Bray had been working on for her, but she may not do it straight away. But you're going back 6 months on that now. You're going back a long time ago on that. So I don't even know that news is relevant anymore. So could she come straight into the Wyatt 6? Yes, she could. Could she come back in the Rumble and just be her own self, like Goddess, or a new gimmick that's not Wyatt 6? Yes, she could. She absolutely could. I do think at some point she joins up with the Wyatt 6. I think, you know, if you look at the URL and the fact that during Nightbird, one of the URLs, www.com/ the URL was all the first letters of the members in the group. The very last letter was an A. And then we had the other part of it, which was the final letter. That was an S. So, I mean, like, you look at it and you go, Alexa Bliss, right? So it feels like they were planning for her to be involved with the group in some capacity during Nightbirds. And so that's why so many people are like, she's going to be in the Wyatt 6. Because Nightbird gave us a big clue she was going to be. We just don't know if it's straight away or a little further down the road. It honestly wouldn't shock me if she comes back at the Rumble and she is Goddess-esque. I know that she wants to move on from that, but just as a starting point, she could come back around that character. Doesn't have to be the same. It could be an evolved version, but she could come back like that just to bring her in, just so it's like, hey, here's Alexa, and then we can start working on where that character progresses to. You know, then we start working on like what happens next. Be that she joins up with Wyatt 6, be that she turns into some other character. She might not join the Wyatt 6 for 6 months, 12 months. I mean, I would be surprised if it was that long. But yeah, it doesn't have to be that she comes back and goes straight into the group. But then you've got a lot of Wyatt 6 fans that kind of want that as well. And they feel there's been some teases for that as well, you know? So yeah, there's lots to kind of get your teeth into. But unfortunately, nothing monumental. Nothing that's like really juicy that tells us exactly what's going to happen. Ellis Dub said, if I'm being honest, I just don't have much of a desire to see Alexa join the Wyatts. Her entire identity as a performer has just been anything involving the Wyatts. She would just be lost in the shuffle. Hannah said, Days, hi. Not sure if you spoke about it with the Vince situation. It's very messy. I would say it's actually a little less messy now, because I think that we've got one thing out of the way, so that makes it a little less cluttered. So, you know, the whole stuff about the accounts and how he got the money to keep people quiet, right? And did he do anything wrong with his filings and all that stuff? Did he deceive WWE? Like, it seems like that side has kind of settled down now. The outcome is that he's got to pay $1.7 million to the SEC, and there is also a payment that has to go to WWE as well. So yeah, there's, you know, I actually think it's a little less messy now that we've managed to get at least that bit resolved. But what some people maybe thought was that was everything, when really it's very little. It's very little. It doesn't really change the major issue, you know. I don't really like Alexa when she was with Bray, but I preferred her before it, says Ryan. A. Jobson said, I guess I'll never get in the Hall of Fame. I don't gift memberships or tweet on X today, said A. Jobson. Well, I would say that actually there's people that have gone in that haven't done that either. So I think what's really good is that we're seeing a real mixed bag of kind of contribution, if you know what I mean. So some people just contribute a lot to Unseen, and that seems to be how they get noticed. Some people have obviously donated and given a lot of gifted memberships, and that's got them noticed, which I have no issue with that, because that's a lot of people benefiting. And a lot of our community members getting to enjoy like the members side of things that maybe wouldn't have. So I think that's still perfectly valid. But I think as well, if you're someone that's in the chat that's going to regularly provide really good takes, gonna like give good theories, have conversations with other members, like we've seen those people get into the Hall of Fame as well. So there is a real mixed bag as to, I think, what people have contributed in order to go in. But yeah, I would say like it's open to everybody. You know, it's just got to be that you've got to have, you know, X amount of members say your name and nominate you. So how do you go about doing that, you know? And I think it's just thinking about like what you contribute in the chat. If that was something you really wanted, you know, for a lot of people, it's just a bit of fun that plays out in the background. It ain't going to change how they interact in the chat. But for some people, if they really were like, I'd love to go in the Hall of Fame, that's something I really do want, then my advice would be, you know, think about the messages you send in the chat. Think about the theories that you share. It's honestly not about like trying to get my attention, because you know that I can't get to as many people as I would like. So think about the other people in the chat. It does not bother me at all if I look down and the message is like at such and such and you're having your own conversations. I sort of expect it actually, because I'm aware that I can't get to as many people as I would like to. But, I mean, we have started 3 hours early today, you know. We are definitely giving it a good go to try and get to people. Right, Steve, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the generosity. Steve firing in 10 Wrestling Days memberships. And this is what we've said, you know, people do put in those memberships, gifted memberships. And I think that it's really appreciated by the community. And it allows people that maybe couldn't see that member's side to actually get to experience it. And we have started a Days Reacts video on a Sunday, which I think is still sort of finding its feet a little bit, but starting to figure out how that's going to work a little bit more now. So we've done 2. We are going to do the 3rd one this Sunday. Every Sunday I'm looking to commit to that. So, Steve, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Same with Kieran as well, firing in a Wrestling Days membership, gifting that. So, Kieran, shout out to you as well, buds. Hot Dog Puppy said, Days, I've got the monkeys for tonight's SmackDown. I'm going bananas. What was your favourite Bray match? That was a swift change of gear, wasn't it? And can you say 5-ish? Can you say 5-ish? Dude. 5-ish, dude. 5-ish? Why 5-ish? Down since day 5-ish. Hot Dog Puppy, shout out to you. You are going bananas for SmackDown. Favorite Bray match? Favorite Bray match? I mean, I loved when he won Elimination Chamber and won the championship. I did love that. And there's lots of good matches. I'm trying to think of the ones that really kind of stand out. I'm trying to think of the ones that really kind of got a reaction out of me. I think it's got to be that, to be honest. His WrestleMania record was so disappointing. Hated how he was booked at WrestleMania. I'm just going back through those. Obviously, you know, you think about The Fiend and you can't really help but think about him and Goldberg. Or him and Seth, Hell in a Cell, you know? Or him battling with Braun and then here comes Roman to start Roman's historic flipping title run, you know? The Swamp match was sort of fun, wasn't it? That he did with Braun. That was sort of fun. The Funhouse match, I look at it with just... I still don't get it, to be honest. Well, I get it, but like... It was like... I mean, when you say the match was like a fever dream, it's probably the closest the match has been to being an actual fever dream. So, I mean, I wouldn't even know how you rate that as a match. I think it probably is him winning the championship. Probably is him in Elimination Chamber. Although I did really enjoy the match he had with Daniel Bryan, which I think was 2014 at the Royal Rumble. I did enjoy that as well. And actually, he faced him again years later, didn't he, at the Rumble? Which was really good. Unsurprisingly, Daniel Bryan's going to bring out the best in anyone. So I think his matches with Daniel Bryan stand out. I think his Elimination Chamber match stands out. His WrestleMania matches were very disappointing because, I mean, he never won. Did he ever win at WrestleMania? Apart from like 36, but we don't know what that was. 37 is losing again to Randy Orton. 33 is losing to Randy Orton. 30 is losing to John Cena. 31 is losing to flipping Undertaker. 32, he's getting respect from The Rock, but I mean, he's not in a match. Like, we've gone through his record before, and it's just, oh God, it just really sums up how badly booked he was, doesn't it? They just never got behind him at all. Vince just seemed to do whatever he could to not make him a star. I feel like Bray did everything he could to be a star, right? And he got over with the fans and people loved him. But like any other booker would have capitalized. And I feel like Vince put more obstacles in Bray's way than anything else. Very frustrating. But you could also argue that those obstacles forced Bray to be better. And actually, if things had gone easier for Bray, would he have been forced into, like, getting as creative as he did? You know, would we have had the Fiend and the Funhouse if the Wyatt family had been booked as well as they had? Maybe we would. Maybe we wouldn't. Don't know. But yeah, I'm going to go with that Elimination Chamber match. I think him winning that is one of my absolute favourite Bray moments. And him finally becoming champion. The way I thought it was all done as well was excellent. So I'll go with that. Martin, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friend. Said just a little donation for the channel and for the community. Love you all, and most of all, I acknowledge you. Martin, shout out to you, buds. It says Martin, aka, but it won't let me read the rest, unfortunately. Aka, that's it. It cuts it off. But Martin, I really appreciate the support, my friend. And I hope that I hope you enjoy SmackDown. Should be a really good show tonight. Bradley said, Days, I like the Unseen videos. It is like a news station for WWE stuff. And I do like learning about other stuff to do with WWE that I wouldn't normally know about. Bradley, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, I think Unseen is... It's interesting because I don't want it to just be cold, here's the news, hence why we have a community folder, hence why we have a fun folder, because I do want there to be some like entertainment that's in there as well. Obviously, the first part is always going to be the news, like this is what you need to know today. This is why, though, I think if you don't want the, you know, let's say you're busy and let's say you just need a quick short hit of what have I missed today. I think the first 15, 20 minutes of Unseen will give you that. Will give you as full a roundup as you're going to get, right? I mean, a lot of news outlets, I think they tend to hit like the 3-4 big stories, whereas, you know, we're trying to get everything in there, really. So I sort of feel like Unseen can do that. But then, you know, if you've spent all day keeping up with the news and you just want some fun stuff, you could probably skip all that and just go to the fun folder. I mean, I do put the timestamps in the description, and I do that so that people can watch Unseen the way that they want to. You can watch it all and just consume it all. If you want the news, you want the community, you want the fun, you want, you know, all the any other little folders that are in there, then you can do that. If you want to just skip bits and just get certain bit, you can do that. I don't know. I have toyed with the idea of breaking it down and actually taking fun out and having it as its own video. Because I do wonder, like, how many people hang around long enough to even get to the fun stuff? You know, I love the fun folder. It's my favourite folder. I wouldn't want to start with it because I feel like people click on for the stuff that's in the thumbnail. That's why people click. And the thumbnail stuff is normally the news. Hence why I always start with the news. But the fun folder is my favourite folder. It's just that has to come after all the news stuff. So it's always going to be like 20 odd minutes in. So I was like, would it be better if I just did news Unseen and then did like a fun Unseen as a separate video? I wonder if, I don't know. I think personally it's better as one, and then people just use it however they want to use it, watch whatever they want to watch. But I don't know. I get tagged in so much stuff that's been in Unseen. I'm like, is it too long? I don't know. Honestly, I get tagged in so much stuff that was in yesterday's Unseen or the day before that. Like, we cover it, we talk about it, and then I still get tagged in. People going, oh, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Like, yeah, it was Unseen yesterday or Unseen 2 days ago. Which then says to me, I don't think people are watching it all, which then says to me it's too long of a video. And this is the kind of stuff you have to think about, you know. So I've got no plans to change it. I'm really pleased you like it. I'm pleased that everyone that watches it enjoys it. But I don't know that it's quite right still. I don't know that we've hit the sweet spot, you know. I still feel like, is it too long? Is it too bloated? Do I need to break it down? Don't know. I love it, though. The video series is going nowhere. I love doing it, and I love the reaction to it. People, you know, get in touch and seem to enjoy it and everything. So But I just want to make it the best it can be. I just want to make it better. I want to make it, you know, a better video series than it even is now. How we do that, obviously there'd be lots of thoughts. But I do feel like it's too long. But then when I say that, people are like, no, I love it longer. It's like, yeah, but analytics tell me that people watch about half of it, right, on average. So that means half of it's not being watched on average, which is why I keep saying I need to get it down to 20 minutes, because analytics say 20 to 25 minutes is the average watch time. So that says to me I need to get it down to 20, 25. So when I'm doing 50-minute unseens, in my head I'm thinking half of this ain't going to get watched. So, I don't know. Food for thought, but I'm glad you enjoy it, Bradley. Yeah. POLHW.E. Paul, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the supports, and hope you are having a good, well, start to your weekend. It is, isn't it, actually? Friday night. It's Friday. Let's go. Oh, she's come back, isn't she? Have you seen her? Rebecca Black, the Friday girl. Apparently she's doing, like, club bangers now. I saw a video where she was DJing, and, like, it was proper going off. And they were saying that she's back. She's reinvented herself. She's got tattoos and everything. I know. God. Dan from Pensacola, Florida said, I feel slighted by WWE and Netflix. I brought the premium package and I'm only getting Raw with commercials. No SmackDown. No PLEs. No backstage segments. Now I've got to watch wrestling for SmackDown. Yeah, you lot in America are being screwed over, right? And it's because you contribute so much money financially that you lot are basically being made to go to all these different places. So, like, because the market is so big in America, we spoke about this earlier, but because there's so many of you that watch WWE, you are valuable. Right, you are valuable. You are the biggest market that watches live. So that means they can make the most money from you lot in America, and probably Canada as well. And so that means that they don't want to just put everything into one package, nice for you. They want to get as much money out of you as possible because you are their biggest market. So, yeah, when it comes to Netflix, you only get Raw, and it has adverts because, again, Netflix have just paid all this money for Raw, and really the international stuff is a bit of a bolt-on for them. It's a bit of a have this as well. Really what they've paid for is Raw in the US. And so it's Raw in the US that's going to have to do a lot of the repaying, right? It's you lot that are having to pay for it, and that's going to be through ads. So not only do you pay your subscription fee, but you lot are getting ads as well. Whereas internationally, we don't. Plus also internationally, Netflix have been, just have SmackDown, have NXT. Like, we don't make any money off that internationally anyway. So we'll put it in as part of the deal. So internationally, you can have all this stuff as well to sweeten the deal. But it's just to sweeten the deal internationally stuff. It wasn't like a key part of the deal. It was Raw going to Netflix in America that was the key aspect. So yeah, you lot are getting screwed. There's no two ways about it. Kim Strains, shout out to you, said, are you being sponsored by Just for Men Beard and Moustache Colorant? Have they sent you a color coordinated beanie? Yeah. I actually said to them that I wanted this color for the beard, and they've matched it. It's a wonderful service. I think they do the same with Deluxe Paint. You can go in with an item and then they'll like match the color. So yeah, I'm hoping that it'll all go this way. There's still a little bit of black in there, which is annoying. Still a little bit of black, which I've still yet to dye this grey. So I've just still got to do this bit down here. So it's getting there. Hopefully by Christmas, I'll be full-blown Santa Claus. Steve said, Days, I just found out today Rey Fenix's contract was expiring with Penta's, but Tony added the injury time because Penta was telling people he was going to WWE. Do you sympathize with Rey? Nope. I don't sympathise with Ray. That's the story that we knew. So everything we spoke about, that doesn't change my opinion. I said before, and I know people don't like it, but whatevs. He signed the deal. He signed the contract. So he was fine with looking at the dollar signs and how much money he was going to be getting, right? But he didn't deal with the other terms. And in there, it said, if you get injured, we have got the right to extend your contract. And, you know, we've paid for 3 years worth of work. And if you get injured for a year, you know, we've got the right to extend so that we get our 3 years worth of work out of you. And honestly, you can question as to whether that is a term that should be allowed. You can question as to whether that's fair. Like, all of that is absolutely fine. I've got no problem with people questioning that. But at the end of the day, the bottom line, it was in the contract that he signed. And that's it. I mean, that is it. He saw the dollar signs, he was going to get paid, and that seemed to appeal to him. And he never dealt with the other terms, and he never dealt with the other stuff that was in the contract. He could have had that took out, I don't doubt, but I think it might have affected the amount of money he was going to be paid. So if he had that term taken out, then maybe Tony would have turned around and went, right, I was giving you 5 million or whatever. I'll give you 4 now because you've took that option away from me. They could have had that as part of the negotiations. Well, I don't know, they didn't, did they? Clearly. And so he's took the money that he's took, and, you know, Sod's Law, he's gone and got injured, and now he finds himself in a situation where this term has now been triggered. This contract term has been triggered, and so now he finds himself in this situation. So it's one of those where it's very hard to feel sorry for someone that's getting paid so much money when he signed the contract. You know, but again, people that want to argue that it's not a fair term or that it shouldn't be allowed, that's fine. I have no issue with that. I have no problem with people saying that it should be illegal, it shouldn't be allowed, it's a disgrace, it's a terrible term. I would never argue that with anyone because I'm not a fan of it. But I just focus more on the fact that, well, he signed the contract. It was in there. He signed it. So why should I have sympathy when he's getting paid loads of money and he agreed to it? Why should I feel sympathy for something that someone agreed to? He agreed to it. And if anyone's going to go, yeah, but he might not have read his contract, well, then he's a flipping idiot, isn't he? And, so you want me to have sympathy for an idiot? Why didn't he read his contract? I ain't got no sympathy for that. So... no, my feelings on it are, listen, if you've watched wrestling for as long as we've watched wrestling, yeah, you'll know that every dirty trick in the book that can be done will be done, probably at some point. We've seen people under contract get released due to budget cuts, and I was furious over that. When WWE did that, I was furious because I think if you say to someone, here's a contract, I'm going to pay you 5 million across 5 years, then that person is going to feel that they've got a sense of security. They're going to go out and they're going to buy a house and a car, might treat the kids. You know, you're not going to spend all the money in one go, but, you know, you're going to celebrate, but you're going to, you know, you've got this deal, you've got this contract, it's signed. And obviously, you know, things can happen. But, like, I think to then turn around and go, actually, we've got to cut the budget. Your contract's now void. And then that's it. You're just out of a job. Like, I think that is horrific. I really hated WWE for that. Hated them for that. But I remember saying around, like, if this was a few years ago that Vince was doing this. I think, wasn't it just after the pandemic, like 2001, 2002? But I think he'd done it before then anyway, yeah? And I remember saying any wrestler now that signs a contract needs to be aware that this is possible. They need to be aware that this contract it's not worth the paper that it's written on, right? That this contract can just be screwed up and thrown away. Tony Khan could use budget cuts. as a way of getting out of deals if he wanted to. So even the AEW contracts, they're not worth the paper that they're written on. There is so much power for the company compared to the individual. Is that a good thing? No. Is it a fair thing? No. But that is the reality that we live in, that the company has a lot of power and the individual doesn't. And so, you know, there are times where I will have sympathy for people when it comes to contracts where I don't think it's fair, and that would be an example. But if you're going to sit down and not have any kind of pressure on you, and you just get to read, and then you sign it and you agree to all the terms, well, then I don't have sympathy, because there are occasions where I think that sympathy is warranted, and I don't personally think this is an example of it. Some people might also say, like, yeah, but he's not being used and all that. I mean, my response to that would be, well, that's Tony's choice, isn't it? Tony can choose how he uses his talents. If he wants to use them, doesn't want to use them, that's up to him. If you want to negotiate your contract where it says you have to be on TV a minimum of X amount of times a year, you should have put that in your contract. If I'm Phoenix, I could have put into my contract I have to be used at least 30 times a year on TV as a minimum. Absolutely any term could go into a contract. The thing is, though, if he was to say that, Tony is obviously, you know, agreeing to a term there that he won't want to agree to. And that means that it's probably going to reduce the money, actually. If I'm Tony Khan and I've got a wrestler saying I'll sign, but I want to be used 30 times a year, all of a sudden now that means I'm going to have to use that wrestler over other wrestlers, when other wrestlers might be the ones that make me more money, increase my viewership. So actually that term could end up being a bit of a negative to my business. Might be great for them, might not be great for me. So if I'm going to agree to that, I'm agreeing to something which potentially could have a disadvantage to my business. So I'd have to really think about if I wanted to even agree to it. But if the person was like Punk and was really worth it, then I might look at seeing, can I negotiate the money down then? Because I'm really worried about that. I don't like that term. But if they'll only sign because it's in there, well, then I've got to figure out how do I protect the business. You know, the amount of money that I might take a hit by using them when they're not bringing in the viewers that someone else could. Can I get that money back through taking a bit off how much I was going to pay them, you know? So these are the kind of negotiations and the kind of things that I would envisage having myself if I was in that situation. And this is why for me, if you agree a deal like that, it's very hard for me to have sympathy, because I think these contract negotiations are really important. Hannah said, Days, you might have something going with the Hall of Fame. You might make a story where you put yourself in a long time until someone finishes the story and dethrones you. What, the Community Hall of Fame? Oh, I can't go in. I can't go in because I'm not, well, I'm in the community, I suppose, but I sort of feel like it wouldn't really be fair. I'd be taking a spot away from someone else that really deserves to go in, so I wouldn't want to go in. Where are we time-wise? Oh, we got an hour to go. Let's go. Netflix said, I think the mat on Raw should have been all black with no ads, red ropes, Netflix colours. Yeah, do you know, I mean, I was a bit optimistic, wasn't I? I took an L. There's no escaping it. I said I'd be surprised if that would be the mat, because I just thought that Netflix would want it looking clean, classy, that they would want it looking, do you know what I mean? We are Netflix. And honestly, it wouldn't have shocked me if it was a black mat with the Netflix logo in the middle of it. I could have seen something like that. But to actually see that ugly, loads of sponsors, Snickers and all this kind of stuff around it looked ugly. It did not look classy at all. And I was as soon as I saw it, I was like, well, they put it out before SmackDown and then they took it away. So could it just be that what they're going to do is put it out before Raw and then take it away again? And so I was like, I don't think they'll go with that. I'm going to put my head on the block. I'm going to say that's not the mat for Raw, because I just don't think they're going to want something that cluttered. I don't think they're going to want something that, you know, I think then it's Netflix. Surely they're going to want something that looks classy. And when we saw SmackDown as well, they had that nice blue kind of ring canvas. I thought that looked quite nice. I thought that looked quite good. And I was like, well, you know, a red version of this, I'd have a look at it. I don't know, it would be great, but I'd have a look at it. A black version I always loved, because NXT used to have a black ring canvas and it looked great. So black would have been brilliant. So yeah, as you just said, black with red ropes. Perfect. But I think we've seen what it's going to be like now. We know that Netflix and WWE are entering into an increased sponsorship era. This is gonna, we're going very corporate now. We're seeing a lot of sponsors on the ring mat. That's only going to increase, and it's only going to increase for the PLEs. As soon as Prime went on, that was it. The fight was lost. The fight was lost. If we had any chance of battling against it, it was that moment. And, you know, some people made some noise about it, but some people were like, I don't mind it. It's okay. I can live with it. But I think the problem with that is, as soon as you took that approach, you was on a slippery slope, and we're still on that slope. And I think we all know that the ring mat's just going to be covered on Raw, on SmackDown, on PLEs. Might not be this year, but, you know, I would imagine by the end of the year, we will have seen more movement with it. But yeah, fast forward a few years, I expect every ring mat to be just covered in sponsors. It's just advertising space now. And I don't know. I don't know where you draw the line. I don't know. Like, you know, we're already seeing the LED screens around the ring changing over to sponsors during WrestleMania. I think as they can get like more sponsors on board to do that, they'll do that as well. So, you know, was it like the Usos match? We had dude wipes as the sponsor on the edge of the ring and on the barricades. You know, we've had flipping mascots coming down to ringside, Captain Crunch or whatever, advertising cereal. Obviously, we've had the Prime bottle flipping dancing around, hydration stations. And I mean, all of this stuff was just not what Vince was doing. And I think it's only going to get worse, to be honest. I think this is the downside of this era. So it's brilliant we're getting great stories. It's brilliant that we're all excited and we're breaking records and there's all this enthusiasm and we're back and all of this stuff. But if we was to just nitpick and go, okay, well, this is the dark side of it. This is the side of it we don't like. It would probably be like the increased sponsorship stuff. And, you know, again, we go back to the Rock segment and just how corporate it felt. Hogan coming out advertising his beer. I mean, I rather than Hogan coming out and, you know, wearing the yellow and reds, which wouldn't have worked because he would have been booed out the building. But rather than him coming out as his character, he came out as a billboard. He came out in a Real American Beer shirt, which he then ripped off to expose a Netflix shirt underneath. And then backstage, you've got The Rock walking around with his tequila, you know? Which, you know, maybe there was some innocence to that. But I think there's probably not. You know, I've got to think that, he couldn't wait to get home till he had some of that. He had to be seen on his Instagram walking around having a drink with people. You got Hogan drinking with Ray, Real American Beer backstage. You got The Rock having a drink with Cody all over his Instagram. Here's me and Cody drinking, you know, this Terramana or whatever it's called. I'm surprised he didn't go up to superstars and start washing their hair with Papatui stuff, to be honest. I'm surprised he didn't give them a squirt of Papatui deodorant or start flipping lathering them up, right? Giving them a bubble bath. And we watched that process backstage. I mean, the Netflix officials, executive, who cares? Why would we ever care about seeing the Netflix executives in the crowd? Like, there was elements of it that was very corporate. I don't know that that's ever going to go away now. And that, I would say, is the dark side to the current landscape. But the positive aspect is that we are obviously also staring at a situation where we're getting great stories. We've got great superstars. We've got Cena's farewell. There is way more to be excited about and positive about than the negative aspects. But Yeah, I mean, you'd be living in a fairyland if you thought everything was just completely perfect and there weren't things that were a bit, you know, a little bit, but you're always going to have that. You're always going to have things that make you like, oh, I don't like that. Could have done without that. At the end of the day, they're a company that are here to make money. It's as simple as that. That's the honest truth. They look at the bottom line, don't they? How much money can we make? It's not about the fans so much, you know. We're seeing ticket prices going up. We're seeing sponsorships going crazy. In America, we've spoken about how you lot are getting screwed because you have to go to 4 different places to watch the 4 different kind of outlets, be it the PLE or be it Raw, be it SmackDown, be it NXT. You're having to pay all these different subscriptions to go to these different places. I mean, we're only fortunate here to have it all in one place only because no one is coming forward offering big money. If someone was to come forward, some new, like DAZN, come forward and said, we want Raw, right, or we want SmackDown, then SmackDown moves to DAZN. that would be it. You know, I don't know what the agreement is with Netflix. I don't know if it's a loose agreement or if it's like contract binding for like 5 years or whatever. But as soon as they can make money from selling, you know, stuff internationally, they'll do that as well. So we're only benefiting from the lack of competition. It's only because no one's coming forward with any serious money that everything's found its way to Netflix for us in the UK. But if anyone with any serious money was to come forwards, we'd be in the same situation. We'd be in the exact same boat. We are so fortunate that it airs at 1 a.m. Because if it didn't air at 1 a.m. and it was on at a more realistic time, then I think we would see a lot more competition come forward, and actually then we would be in the same boat as America. But thankfully, because of the fact it airs at 1 a.m, we're in a situation where it all just goes to Netflix. Jamie, shout out to you, said it felt like they were celebrating Netflix and the characters didn't matter so much. They just wanted to put on a show. I do think we will get back to normality for the next Raw and SmackDown, said Jamie. You could be right, bud. I agree with you. I agree. I think we look at it as an isolated thing. And even Triple H said we will get back to more episodic episodes. And actually, Rob Fee came out and said, you know, these Raws, they're going to be very addicting. You know, we're going to really show you the start of a story and play it all out. Like, Rob Fee was very excited about what the future's going to hold now that we're on Netflix. So there is a lot to be positive about. And I do think what we saw on Monday is an exception. You know, it was big, it was bloated, it had the legends. You're not going to get that every week. Raw will settle down. And so I completely agree with you. Completely agree with you. But I don't think that ring mat's going back to, you know, a non-sponsored, you know, ring mat anymore. And I've got to think that we're going to see progression with that kind of sponsorship side as we continue to move forward. But I don't think future episodes of Raw on Netflix are going to feel the way they did on Monday. I can't remember who it was. Someone said Monday felt like a Raw anniversary show. And I thought that was an excellent comment. Because it didn't feel like a PLE. Because a PLE tends to be like match. You don't really get too many promos on PLEs. Whereas with this one, there was actually quite a bit of talking. And, you know, I mean, what PLEs do we tend to get? The Rock and Undertaker. I mean, it's only really WrestleMania. We don't even get them really at SummerSlam or the Rumble so much. Like, the only PLE you could compare it to would be a WrestleMania, but I can't say it felt like WrestleMania. We were indoors for starters. We weren't in a big stadium. There wasn't a big WrestleMania stage, you know? And, you know, again, WrestleMania tends to be match. You don't really tend to have too much in between the matches. You might get the odd little attendance announcement, but really, you don't really get too many, like, big promo segments. So it didn't really feel like a PLE so much, but then equally, it felt nothing like a Raw or a SmackDown. But people were like, this feels like one of those anniversary shows where they bring legends in to celebrate the history of Raw. And I was like, yes, it does feel like that. It reminds me of, like, was it Raw 25 when we were at the Barclays Center and the Manhattan Center? And Undertaker came out at the Manhattan Center to cut a promo in the ring. Was that like 2018? I think Raw 25 would have been about 2018, which actually now is like 7 years ago. But the Undertaker in the ring on that show in the Manhattan Center. And you had like DX around as well. That was the show where they all surrounded Revival, and the Revival got like murked. And obviously they would end up leaving and going over to AEW in like 2019, 2020. But yeah, it did have more of that sort of a vibe. So an exception, a show that I wouldn't expect to see every single week. Mackenzie said, I know it's a bit of a hard question since they're very difficult situations. Oh, different situations. But if Velveteen Dream came back, do we think he would get the same, better, or worse reaction than Hogan got on Monday? I think if Velveteen Dream came back to NXT, he would get a bad reaction, a negative reaction, a Hogan-esque reaction. I think there would be a bit of a pop because it would be unexpected. I think he would come out. Then I think that you would get the negativity starting. But I think there would be a pop at the start because it would be like, oh my God, like, you know, you've got to remember to be in a crowd when a moment happens, when something happens, you're gonna pop. You're gonna pop, right? There's gonna be a reaction because you are witnessing something important, and to know that, oh my God, I was there when that happens. You're gonna pop. You're gonna be like, oh my God, right? You're not gonna go straight booing. You're gonna be like, oh my God. You're gonna be shocked. You're gonna be surprised. There's gonna be a reaction, and then I think once that settles down and you can compute what you're seeing, I think that's when we would start to see genuine reaction come out. And I think for the Velveteen Dream, I'm just thinking about how I would react to him coming out. I mean, I don't know that I would ever boo anyone, to be honest. I always like to think of myself as being relatively level-headed. I always like to think of myself as like trying to look at both sides. And I'm always someone that says, like, I don't really believe in guilt until you're proven guilty in court. Like, even with Vince, if Vince came out, I wouldn't boo. I wouldn't have booed Hogan. I wouldn't boo Vince. If Velveteen Dream came out, I wouldn't boo Velveteen Dream. But I would not cheer either. I wouldn't cheer either of them, right? Any of them. I wouldn't cheer Hogan. I wouldn't cheer Vince. I wouldn't cheer Velveteen Dream. So it would depend on how the others reacted, because I would not be drowning it out with anything. I wouldn't be countering the boos with cheers. But equally, I wouldn't be adding to the boos. I would, I sort of feel like with Vince, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. I see the same evidence you do. I don't like it. But it's not, I'm not jumping to the point of like, he's a guilty man, I mean, I believe he should have his day in court and we should hear everything, because I'm not a believer in like hearing one side and then just assuming guilt. And so with Vince, it doesn't look good. It's very uncomfortable. I will not be surprised if he is found guilty. And all of that can still be true and correct, and I can still believe those things. But it doesn't mean that I have to jump on the bandwagon of, like, booing him out the building, if I was there in person. I have another option, which is just to remain silent, just observe, just watch. And that would be the option that I would have took. So with Velveteen Dream, I do think it would be negative. I think that there was some evidence that was kind of doing the rounds that he had sent messages to a minor, and there was a lot of stuff that was made public. He obviously got removed from the company. So if he was to come back, I don't know how he would answer those things or counter those things. And didn't he do an interview with Chris Van Vliet that a lot of people were like, wasn't keen on some of the answers he gave there, to be honest. So, yeah, I don't know. Me, personally, I would be quiet. I think there would be a lot of boos because I think there was some real evidence that supported the allegations against him. And I think that would be a real tough one for him to overcome, to be honest. That'd be a real tough one for him to overcome. Does this close the Brock Lesnar part of the legal issue? Said good fella. No, it doesn't even touch them, but yeah, we haven't even touched that. I had a quick scroll through Instagram. The last time that she posted something without a caption were 2 videos involving Uncle Howdy back in 2023, says Slam X. So just talking about Alexa, who has tweeted a picture out today. Right. What's the thoughts on Solo now? Has his build finished? Is it time for Jacob, said Jamie. Hello, Jamie. Yeah, I don't think the build for Solo is finished. I think we can still... You got to remember, he's been on the main roster, 3 years this year, which is a fair bit of time, but a lot of that time he's just been the silent enforcer, you know? I think he is someone that feels like he belongs on the main roster. I don't feel like he's out of place. But I think we changed his character after WrestleMania 40, and I think it just took a bit of time for him to find that character. The other thing we did was we put a new enforcer with him that was bigger and cooler. With Roman's got a good size to him, right? He's quite tall. I mean, he looks like a flipping real-life Marvel character, yeah? So Solo being that kind of silent enforcer in the background was fine. He didn't overshadow Roman, but he looked like a bit of a badass. Like, do you remember? It was like, oh, here's Solo. A bit like we react to Jacob now. There was plenty of that with when Solo was the enforcer for Roman, right? And so I sort of feel like that was Solo's role, and he did really well in it. But after WrestleMania 40, he became the tribal chief. All of a sudden now, he's the leader of this group. He's not the tallest guy. He's not the biggest guy, right? He's bigger than the Usos. He's got a bit more to him than the Usos. But he's not this, like, really imposing character. He's got a little bit of size to him, but, I mean, he doesn't really look much when he's standing up against Roman Reigns, right? He would look imposing against a Johnny Gargano, right? Or a Tommaso Ciampa. He would look imposing against a Rey Mysterio, or one of the smaller guys, but you put him in there with a Brock Lesnar or a Roman Reigns or a Drew McIntyre, and he doesn't have that kind of imposing physicality. He's all right. He's not out of place, but he's just all right. He's not Umaga. He's not Yokozuna. He's not Rikishi. You know, he's not of that level, but he's all right. But as a leader, you kind of go, this is going to be a challenge. This is going to be hard. To go from being the enforcer to now being the leader of the group, this is going to be difficult. And then we massively did him dirty, right? But we had to, by then putting Jacob with him, because Jacob is bigger than Solo, and Jacob is more intense with everything he does. I mean, when Jacob says, I love you, Solo, do you know what I mean? The hands could not get pushed together any tighter. It's like he's trying to get just like his hands to merge into one. Like it's... And he doesn't just say, I love you, Solo. It's said with his soul. But that's everything that Jacob does. Everything he does is turned up to 11. And it's all hard-hitting, intense. He's got the size... And he just blows Solo away. He just blows him away. Solo, what can he do? He can't match that level of intensity. So he's got to go a different direction. He's got to find a different sort of character. And I think that was a really difficult process for him to do. And there was some glimpses of him kind of finding his feet a little bit more towards the end of 2024. There was definitely some glimpses of him kind of starting to enjoy the character, live the character, understand the character. But did he get it straight away at first? No, I don't think he did. I don't think he did. And as soon as we put Jacob with him, that was a real problem. So the question is, where do you go now? What do you do now? And the honest answer is, I don't think he's going to hang at the top in regards to, like, he's the next Roman, right? I think I look at him as being someone that can give Sammy a good match, Kevin Owens a good match, Rey Mysterio a good match. Like, he's in the mix. He could win the World Heavyweight title, the one Gunther's got. I don't know that he gets it from Gunther, but, like, you know, he's in the mix. He's someone that can cause problems, but I don't see him being that next Roman, that next Cody. But Jacob feels like he could. Jacob feels that if he keeps this level of intensity, if they keep promoting him the way they're promoting him and pushing him the way they're pushing him, he feels like he could get to that level. So where you go next, I think, is really interesting. I would have Solo still be with him, Solo and Jacob together, but I would not have Jacob saying, I love you, Solo, anymore. I think that would not, if I was booking, he wouldn't say it and it would be noticed by you lot. And that would all, social media would be like, did you notice how he never said I love you, Solo? And I'd be like, I'd play into that. And I think every time Roman's name is mentioned, I would have Jacob sort of look or, like, you know, mentally drift off or something, you know? Or maybe every time Roman's name is mentioned, Jacob does this kind of gesture. Just something that shows that Jacob's alliance might have changed. And I just think it needs to be subtle. You know, it wouldn't be like, you know, Roman gets mentioned 20 times and it becomes a really obvious thing. You just mention Roman once backstage, and actually in the background, you know, it's that moment where... And you could even do it so that some people think, no, he was actually acknowledging Solo. And then, like, you just have that seed of doubt of, was he? Because he did do that at the moment Roman was mentioned. And then, of course, you've got that conversation going on then, these little Easter eggs that people love to chew over. I mean, I would really play around with that. So I think there's lots that you can sort of play around with. And then eventually, as soon as we get Jacob on the same show with Roman, that's when I think it would become clear that that is his tribal chief. That is who he acknowledges. And I don't know if that's when we do a turn on Solo or Solo gets upset and he turns on Jacob. I mean, I think if he's going to align with Roman, that would be Jacob's face turn, actually. I think Jacob would turn face in that moment. So it would have to be that Solo, Tama, and Tonga Loa would have to attack Jacob as soon as he showed his allegiance had switched. But I wouldn't have him show that tonight. I wouldn't have him show that until he was around Roman. And then I think I would be built into Jacob Solo. And maybe that would be my WrestleMania match, would be Jacob versus Solo. And that would be the kind of story I would tell on the road to WrestleMania. Because we know Roman's already busy with something else. And, you know, we can do Jacob and Solo, little teases. Are they on the same page? People will have noticed he's no longer saying, I love you, Solo. The Roman thing might have happened a few times. I think there's legs to that. There's legs to that. You keep them together and then, you know, eventually, boom, the turn happens. And then you get to WrestleMania. You could even start questioning who is Tama Tonga Loa going to side with. You know, where are they going to go? What are they going to do? And that could all be quite interesting. I don't know. And then, of course, you've got The Rock as well. And The Rock is likely going to need some backup when he starts building with Roman. So when do we do that? When do we do that builds? When do we add the backup? Because The Rock can't take Roman on his own because Roman has got access to Jay, Jimmy, Sammy. He's got a OG bloodline he can call on when needed. The Rock's going to need to have some people, which would most likely be Tama Tonga Loa, and Solo. I don't know would he be able to call on Jacob? Not if the turn happens. So a few ideas and a few bits there. I mean, that's kind of where my head's at when it comes to where we go from here. But yeah, I think the landscape has definitely changed because he was so passionately acknowledging Solo. And there's not really a reason to do that now because he's no longer the tribal chief. James said, Days, with all this love tonight, can I just say I absolutely hate you? Oh, God, thank you, James. It was getting a bit too much, honestly. It was getting too much. I actually threw up a few times in my mouth. So, James, thank you. Appreciate it. You're a real one. Ben Church said, Days, what's the take on Punk? Because personally, I feel like he should be a heel due to how he left originally. I think I understand why you say that, actually, but I think there's a few things that have happened since he left. So, for example, he left because of the way he was being used and booked, and he was very frustrated with his creative. And obviously, since he's gone, we have lost Vince, and Vince has been exposed as like this potentially, allegedly, but probably this awful person, yeah, that has got these allegations against him. So all of a sudden now, anyone that has spoke out against Vince over the years, like all of a sudden they're, redeemed. They are, it seems like everything they've said is true. The people that have come out and said he was horrible to work with, he was a nightmare, he'd shout at them, he was holding them back. Like, all of a sudden, that's got a bit more weight to it now, All of a sudden, like, Vince is not high on people's Christmas card list. So I think the reason for him walking out and all of a sudden now looks like, okay, we understand it. We understand why you could no longer work with him. Like, we get that now. And then I would say bigger than that, actually. I mean, that's a little thing, but bigger than that, he went to AEW. Now, he went to the enemy, right? I know that not everyone views it that way, but I think if you're a hardcore WWE fan and you love WWE, I would say the majority of WWE fans don't watch other promotions. I would say the majority of WWE fans get everything they need, entertainment-wise, wrestling-wise, from WWE. They don't need to watch New Japan or AEW or TNA. And of course, there are many that do, but you'd only have to look at the views to see that they are the minority. I think TNA views are 100,000, 200,000, something like that. You compare that to Raw, which on average last year did 1.6 million, right? SmackDown, which when it was on Fox did over 2 million, is now doing about the 1.6 million on USA Network, right? So TNA, 100,000, 200,000. New Japan, honestly, I don't even know what its viewership is in America, but it is well below TNA. Well below TNA. The amount of Americans that tune in and watch New Japan. AEW, obviously the ratings for that are very well known. They're bobbing around the 600,000 range now. And you've got to remember that a good chunk of the people that are tuning into those don't watch WWE. That's not people that totally watch both, right? I don't know the percentage, but I don't know, 50%. So if it's 50% of AEW fans also watch WWE, that would be like 300,000. So the bottom line is, he went to AEW, the competition, right? And he walked out. He caused a load of trouble and he walked out. So he's come back as someone that was not happy with Vince and was walked out, stood his ground, right? He went to the competition and he messed up the competition. He went there, he helped them, but then caused a load of fights backstage and ended up getting fired. And so now he's back with WWE. And genuinely, I mean, he came back in Chicago. He was always going to get a great reaction in Chicago. But I wouldn't be shocked to find out that they weren't totally sure of the reaction he was going to get in other places. I wouldn't be shocked if there was a bit of doubt. Like, okay, Chicago, that's a banker. We know what he's going to get in Chicago. But how are they going to react in Florida? How are they going to react in California? How are they going to react in New York? Like, what are the Punk reactions going to be like? Because, as you've just said there, shouldn't he be a heel, considering, like, he walked out on the company? And I think the AEW thing really helped, to be honest. I think the AEW thing, him kind of screwing around, getting into backstage fights, I think that actually made him look a bit more of a face when he came back. And then the fact that when he did leave, it was due to Vince, I think that kind of helped. Plus also, I think that there's still a lot of love for CM Punk. He was always seen as someone that just spoke his mind, spoke the truth. He was always seen as one of the best in the world. He was many people's favorite wrestler, Like, a lot of people at the time, when he walked out, if you asked him who their favourite wrestler was, it'd probably be Daniel Bryan or CM Punk. Some might have said Roman or Seth or someone in the Shield, but Punk would have been right on a lot of people's lists. He's cool. I mean, that's a big factor as well. He's cool. He's a cool guy. He's a cool dude. That also helps. So I think, like, he's come back. He's had a hero's welcome. It's gone as well as you could ever have hoped. It's gone better than I expected. No issues whatsoever. He's loving life there. There's no falling out. There's nothing. The only issues you're hearing is Seth, who has basically said that he didn't like him, and it goes all the way back from really when he left. I've not heard of any issues arise since he returned. It's gone as well as it absolutely could have gone. And so I think, like, it's a big loving. He's getting monster pops, monster cheers, and I think, yeah, they're right to lean into it, to be honest. I think you can always turn him heel, you know? There's so much material to work with. You know, he can easily turn around and say, like, it was no problem whilst he was away to ignore the fans. He's quite happy to do it again now. Like, you know, I know I said that I loved you and I missed you guys, but I think we all knew that that was rubbish. If I really missed you, I'd have been back earlier. You know, there's lots of lines and stuff. Do you know which company was my favourite time? When I was in AEW, you know, or something like that. There's so many lines and so much stuff that he could say to generate heat, to get the crowd to turn against him, you know? You lot want AJ Lee, but let me tell you, you lot don't deserve AJ Lee. I feel like there's loads of stuff he can do and can say if he's going to turn heel. So I think it's an option. It's definitely something we can do, but I'm not expecting it at the moment. Just because I think this face run is just going so well for him. It's just a big loving, isn't it? Really. Right, Days. Okay, the AEW thing was after, but doesn't the 7 years of CM Punk chants mean something? WWE were welcoming him back with open arms. Well, yeah, he was a lot of people's favourites. So people, like, loved CM Punk. He was someone that the crowds weren't willing to turn their backs on. And you're right, there was plenty of CM Punk chants. But it wasn't unanimous. You know, when he walked out, there was people that were upset and there were fans that were upset and there was people that were disappointed as well. But you still had those fans and that fan base. I mean, he has got a passionate fan base that were chanting for him. Like, you know, I mean, look, when he says, like, 7 years, we're talking, it was quite loud at the start, quite consistent at the start. But, I mean, it really settled down. If we think back to like 2018, 2019, I mean, where were the CM Punk chants? You know? So I think that does get a bit exaggerated and a bit sort of like blown kind of out of proportion. But certainly when he left, like, it was quite consistent in those first couple of years. And then, like most things, it settles down. You know, as he's kind of going into like MMA and doing UFC and we know what he's up to, I think people knew at that point he wasn't gonna be coming back, you know. There was quite a bit of excitement when he went and did backstage. That obviously contributed. But yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Hasib. He has a fan base. He has a passionate fan base that they stuck with him, and it was sizable. But it wasn't everyone. Like, I think even if he'd have come back, there was a chance that it wouldn't have been unanimous. I think there would have been some pockets of resistance, but maybe there's some pockets of resistance now. Even now, perhaps there's people that are still not quite on board with him being back. Seth isn't. Seth seems to be one of those pockets of resistance. I just don't know how big that pocket of resistance is. It certainly doesn't seem to be showing itself in the chants or at the shows. So it's a very interesting conversation, actually. Very interesting. Robbie said Punk has always been into business for Punk. He's getting booked perfectly for Punk at the moment. Will that change? Who knows? He ain't doing a Seth and putting people over like Bronson Reed right now, says Toby. But I want Cena to get the belt off Cody. I want a heel Punk to get it off Cena. I would love that, says Adam. Sonny said, I'm sadly a single Pringle. Aw, Sonny. Join the club, mate. Being a single Pringle's all right. Do you know what single Pringles can do? Mingle. You could be a single mingling Pringle, couldn't you? Get out there. Get talking to people. That's what you want to do, mate. Connor said these are the 11 WWE 2000 stars to return at the Royal Rumble. Rob Van Dam, Chris Masters, Yoshitatsu, Estrada, Finlay, Hardcore Holly, Karma, Melina, Tajiri, Mickey James, AJ Lee. It's not a killer's row, is it? I'm looking at the men's names there and I'm like, ugh. I'm not sure I'd be thrilled if we was to get all them in a Rumble. Rob Van Dam's cool. Chris Masters, Yoshitatsu, Estrada, Finlay. I feel like you could get one, you know, but if we was to get like a chunk of them, I don't know, man. I'm way more excited about Punk, Roman Reigns, Cena, Seth Rollins. Do you know what I mean? Like, we've actually got Drew McIntyre, Sami Zayn. We've actually got a really good roster. Loads of big names. Kevin Owens, you know. If Kevin loses against Cody, I don't know if he goes in the Rumble or not, but if you go down the list of big names we've got on the roster right now, with Drew and with Jey Uso and with Roman Reigns and Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, Jacob. I mean, do you put Jacob in there? I mean, Jacob coming out would be a, whoa, here we go. That would be, you know, Braun Strowman. I mean, it's, for the first time in a long time, genuinely, I don't go into a Rumble excited for the legends. Normally, when I go into a Rumble, I'm like, who do you think we could get? Do you think they'll bring back X-Pac? Do you think they'll bring back Diesel? What we've had historically under Vince is a pretty clear favourite. Someone that we really think is going to, like, win it. And the conversation then doesn't so much become around who's going to win it. We have that conversation. There's normally a couple that could, but it's normally not a big list of, like... In fact, my very first video is me talking about who I would like to see win the Rumble. And I'm like, I really hope they don't go with Triple H, because that was the big rumour. And then I think my second video is me crying because Triple H wins, right? And so where we were with Rumbles was there was a big favourite. We would kind of know which way it's going to go. And then we, you know, just hope that we're going to be entertained by all the surprises we could get. Oh, we could get Honky Tonk Man. We could get maybe Demolition. Maybe we get Jake the Snake, you know, and all this kind of stuff. But genuinely, I don't know if this is the first time. It feels like the first time in so long. I don't know which way they're going to go with the Rumble. I don't actually know who's going to get it. I think there's one of a few people that could, but I think we've got several options. They could go Cena, but then they absolutely could not go Cena if they want to make him win a Elimination Chamber instead. As people have said earlier, Logan has now emerged as the favourite to face Gunther, so Logan winning the Rumble, like, I don't think it goes that way, but the chances of it have now greatly increased, right? Logan could win this year's Royal Rumble, which would be awful, and that would be a nightmare scenario, and I hope it doesn't go that way. There's some people out there thinking The Rock could come out at number 31 and he could win the Rumble. Do you remember that Royal Rumble card that was doing the rounds a couple of weeks ago? That had The Rock coming out and losing, actually, but he was coming out at number 31. But there's plenty of people thinking he could get it. I think in the UK, Seth is joint favourite along with John. But again, you go down the list of options. Without even trying, we could name 10 to 15 amazing names that would be in the Rumble and would stand a chance of winning it, right? Randy Orton. I mean, Randy Orton could come back and he could win the Rumble, right? So I think there's so many great options and there's so much talent that's around. I just cannot wait. I cannot wait for this year's Rumble. And I really don't need Jake the Snake and all these people, these old school. You can chuck one in for a nice little moment. But like, before I would have loved 5, 6, 7. of those kinds of names, you know. I would have loved, that's why you tuned in really, was, oh my God, who are we going to see that we don't normally see? But this year, I don't feel that way. This year, I really want to just have my Drews, my Braun Strowmans, my Jey Usos, my Jacob Fatus, Sammy, Kevin, Randy. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be an amazing Rumble. All the ingredients are there for an amazing Rumble. Wrestle with Andy said, Days, my theory is maybe the Rock segments were part of a dream sequence and they're just not canon. I'd love that. I would love that. TJF said, we respect Punk because he made WWE better when he was leaving, as WWE stepped up their game and started looking after the wrestlers, says TJF. I just saw there was a super chat. I want to get to that. There we go. Stuart Little, shout out to you, my friends. Firing in a Wrestling Days membership. Really appreciate it, dudes. And Delwyn. Hello, Delwyn. Delwyn's such a supporter of the channel. So appreciated, my friends. So Delwyn said, Days, I have an issue. My payment from YouTube, some reason error. I had to contact customer services support. They've noticed and fixed it. I don't even know what any of that means, but what does this mean? I don't know what it means. It doesn't matter. If you, Triple H, if I was Triple H, what would you do? WrestleMania 41 main event. So much speculation. I don't know what to believe. So if I was Triple H, what would I book? I would book Cena versus Randy versus Cody, and I would book Rock versus Roman. And unfortunately, CM Punk would miss out on main event in WrestleMania. But I would say to him, I got you next year. We're going to actually make a storyline out of it. We saw an angry CM Punk after he beat Seth. I don't know if you saw that promo that he cut after he beat Seth. But he is like, I am Game 7. I am the mountaintop. Like, he was talking about how he's coming for the titles. He's coming for the WrestleMania main event. He was fired up, man. And I saw that version of him. And I was like, that's what I want to see more of. I want more of that. Not just being here to partake. Not just, you've got to raise your game to match me on the microphone. But someone that's spitting fire. Someone that's got that flame that's burning, that hunger, that desire. Yeah, that's what I want to see. I want to see a really motivated CM Punk, an angry CM Punk. I want to see a CM Punk that feels like the world is against him again. And that's and I think it plays into that if he misses out on the Mania main event. So he was going to be in the Mania main event last year and got injured. This year, there's just no space for him. There's no room. And I would have him furious about that. I'd have him going off. I might even lean into a him Triple H kind of situation where we see him going off at Triple H in Gorilla, right? And this could lead to, Triple H obviously can't compete. So where would that lead to? Well, it would have to lead to Triple H putting something on the line, giving Punk a title match. Like, maybe Punk wants a title match and Triple H is like, no. Well, Punk, says, well, I'm going to get my title match. You bring me someone. And so then Triple H gets someone to face Punk. If Punk wins, he'll get his title match. If not, then, there's going to be some repercussion. And I'd be toying with that as a way forward for Punk in 2025. And I'd get him a world title in 2025. He would win a world title. He would have a great 2025. He'd be used in major stories. He'd be a world champion. I would really be pulling the trigger on Punk. I would not be holding him back or anything. But I need to give him a reason to be angry as well, so that I can really maximize it in 2026. And so I would not use him in the main event. And then that allows me to do other main events. It's hard to not want Rock Roman, isn't it? And you could make the argument, though, let's wait until next year and do that next year. But to be honest, if we're not going to get Rock Cody this year, I would want to do Rock Cody. I want to do Rock Cody So if I can't do it this year, then that would be my next year. Rock versus Cody would be my main event of WrestleMania 42, which I think is a great main event because I would build that, of course, right? We'd just ignore the past couple of days. But I would build that. That would be my main event of 42. And the reason, I've already said why I love Cody versus Randy versus, I mean, me talking about a triple threat is bonkers. But I love that match of Cody versus Cena versus Randy. I love it for lots of reasons. One of them is that Randy said he wanted to face Cena one more time and he would love for it to be at WrestleMania. And actually, you are kind of doing that match because, as I've said, towards the end of it, I would have Cody's knee give out. His knee would buckle. Something would go wrong where he is stretchered out of the match. Cody does the bulk of the work during the match, like makes it a really captivating main event, really holds it together because, of course, Cena's going to be a little rusty. Randy might be a little rusty. But basically, Cody can set the table, get us to that kind of final 5 minutes where really this is where Cena and Randy do the bulk of the work then. Cody is carted off. As he's going, he tells John, go and get number 17. If I can't have it, I want you to have it. Randy is a heel. And Cody gets carted away, stretchered off. And he says to John, just don't let Randy get it. I want you to get 17. We can hear it. And all of a sudden, you know, we're just down to John Cena, Randy Orton, and it looks like one of them is going to be the new champ. Cody's been carted off, he's injured, doesn't look like he's going to be able to come back. And that's your main event. I mean, what an amazing way to have Cena's last appearance at WrestleMania as an active wrestler. It gives Randy the match that he wants. Number 17 is on the line. And genuinely, I mean, I don't know what you would do at that point. Do you have Cena win it and get 17 and we do that moment and it's a real WrestleMania moment? Or do you have Randy win and actually Cena loses and it's heartbreaking, but Cena would get it later in the year, maybe SummerSlam or, you know, Survivor Series, or maybe even in his last match, Cena gets 17 after having like several heartbreaks throughout the year, you know? There's so many ways you can take the story, so much that you can do, but I do love the idea of Cody going in as champion, and I would do whatever I could in the build to make it seem like Cody's getting it. I would even be tempted to leak out information that shows Cody defending his title post-WrestleMania. I'd even be tempted to somehow get it out to the dirt sheets that the plan for the tour after WrestleMania is Cody defending his title against Kevin or something like that. Cody against Randy is the plan. Have you heard? Cody's going to be champ after WrestleMania. Do whatever you can. Do whatever you can to get the fans thinking Cody wins at Mania. And then when you've got that moment where he's injured, he's on a stretcher, he's talking to John, saying, go get 17. That would be oh my God, what are we watching? What are we watching? What is this? The main event, the final moments of WrestleMania 41, John Cena, Randy Orton. One of the greatest feuds. And when I say greatest feuds, I mean they faced each other so many times and in such important matches. I know a lot of people that were around back then say that it was overdone and that the matches weren't all that and they were sick of it being shoved down their throats. You have to remember this is a different generation now that's watching that never got to experience those matches. And if they have, they've only gone back and rewatched probably the PLE ones, right? Probably not even all of them. So the idea of John Cena against Randy Orton to a lot of the young fans now is monumental. And I would even say there's been enough time since we last had it that it's perfectly fine for the majority of us. Like, I don't mind seeing Cena Orton one last time. Why would I? They were each other's greatest rivals. I sort of feel like that would be seeing, I don't know, Undertaker Kane or something. Like, they were each other's greatest foes. And I don't see how you do this year without that match, to be honest. I don't see how you do Cena's farewell without doing him against Randy. The idea that it gets done in that moment and it closes WrestleMania and we find a way of having the title be on the line. And if you can do it so that no one expects it as well, God, I love that story. I would push hard for that in creative. I really would push hard for that. Because I think it just ticks a lot of boxes. I don't know if I'd push for him to win it. I'd be like, do what you want. I don't care if he wins the title or not. Because you could go either way and they're perfectly great stories. But I do love the setup of it. Imagine that Rock Roman night one, which would be monstrous. And then you've got the can Cena get 17, but we sort of know he's not going to because it's been leaked that Cody's going to win. But then the swerve happens during the match, and oh my God. Some people might say Rock Roman would be too big and it would overshadow night 2, and that would be fair. That would be fair. But again, WrestleMania 42, I'd be looking at Rock Cody, so I couldn't really do Rock Roman at 42. I mean, you could do Rock Roman at 43, but who knows if we're going to be able to get The Rock available for all these WrestleManias. You know, I have no idea. I think whenever you've got him available, you're probably going to have to use him because who knows? We know how busy he is. So I think if you've got him and you can do it, we're probably at the point where we should just do it. Otherwise, we run the risk of it never getting done as well. We run the risk of it turning into flipping Hogan, Ric Flair, or Sting, Undertaker, and we just turn around and the opportunity has passed us by. Because we know how busy he is and how hard it is for him to get that free time, you know? So, Darwin, great questions, buds. Love it. Love it. Ratchet said, what if Roman wins the Rumble? Well, if Roman wins the Rumble, I'm not keen on doing Roman Cody again. I wouldn't be looking for a third Roman Cody because we've just had that main event the past two. And so do we want that to be the main event again this time? I mean, you could do it. I think there'd be some grumbles, but you could do it because the past two were great. You know, I think we enjoyed the past two. The first time they met, the match was really fun, but obviously a lot of disappointment because Cody didn't finish the story. But in retrospect, it only made WrestleMania 40 even better. You know, it was only better as a result. So I don't look at 39 and I'm not down on it because 40 was better as a result. So you could definitely do them again at 41, but I just think there might be more of an appetite for something different. What about Roman Gunther, though? If he was to win, how about we go the other way and we actually put Roman up against Gunther for the World Heavyweight title? Whether you could do that, I don't know, because I don't know which brand people are going to be on and how that plays out and all of that. But, you know, if Roman wins the Rumble, he has to face one of the champions. And at the moment, that's Gunther or Cody. If I've got to choose, I probably would go Roman against Gunther. I'm not expecting Roman to win the Rumble, though, believe it or not. He's not one of the top favourites. Well, he's up there, but he's not. I'm not seeing him getting mentioned as like the internal favourite. The internal favourite seems to be John Cena. That's the name we're hearing. So if I had a gun against my head right now and they were like, who's going to win the Rumble? I'd probably have to go John Cena. Because even though we can say yes, but wouldn't it make more sense to delay it? We're not hearing that it's going to be delayed. He is the favourite. He's not a big favourite. He's not an out-and-out favourite, but he is a favourite. So if I had a gun to my head, I'd have to go John Cena. I'd probably end up getting shot because they could delay it and have him win the Elimination Chamber. But equally, that is the internal favourite that we're hearing at the moment. So, yeah, if Roman wins, do we want Roman Cody again? Actually, let's ask. That might be a pretty fun question, mightn't it, as we're about 5 minutes away. What would you prefer? So, if he did win, right? We're not saying he is going to win. We're just saying if he did win, would you rather Roman Gunther Summit new, or would you do Roman Cody for a third time? Are you tired of it, basically? Are you tired of seeing Roman against Cody, or are you happy to do it one more time, or would you rather do something new? Jim Smallman has revealed that he is now international talent scout for WWE. So with every WWE show playing on Netflix, it's a very exciting time for wrestling. I'm looking forward to seeing what the future holds. So Jim Smallman revealing that he is got a new position. Obviously, he used to work and be creative for NXT, but he is now international talent scout. Johnny said most international companies can't charge a higher rate in India. Even Netflix's highest tier is only $7.50, and that's considered high compared to Disney and Prime, which is $2. I don't think WWE would ever get to run a high ticket event here, to be honest. Well, thank you, Johnny. We were talking about that earlier, and as we said, India's a very wealthy country. If you look at their GDP compared to other countries, they're a very wealthy country, but it doesn't feel like that wealth is shared very well. And that's very interesting to know how much, like, Disney and Amazon Prime, $2 to put into context, you know, which, you know, is well below obviously what we pay. So yeah, ticket prices and everything, probably an indicator there that they couldn't get the kind of money they would be looking for to hold a show over there. I hope that doesn't stop though, you guys from getting it at some point. Money shouldn't be everything, should it? Do you know what I mean? Like, the people of India are so supportive and they're so passionate. Some of the most passionate videos you see on TikTok and social media come from India. Like, there is a real passion for WWE over there. And I think to only think in monetary value, what can we make? I think that it's horrible. It's just a disservice. It's not, that's not right. So I hope that WWE can sort of look past that and actually see, you know, that there is still value in going to India. Listen, if AEW started doing India, I have no doubt WWE would go. No doubt. Because they wouldn't want to fall behind AEW and lose that market. So, yeah. Right. Are you ready, Days? Acknowledge me, said John Kane. John Kane! Shout out to you, buds. John the Pain Kane in the chats. Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well, as we are just minutes away from going out. In fact, I should have this set up, but I'm a boomer and I don't. I need SmackDown. That's what I need. There it is. Watch live. Have we got a countdown clock? We have a countdown clock. Yes. So, yeah, John Kane, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're doing well. Ratchet Lockhart said, what if Roman wins? We read that. John is going to enter at 31, said John Kane. It's gotta be Kane! John Kane! Yes. Brandon said, Days, do we think the Bloodline story is over? Well, I don't think it's over. I think it's just going to keep evolving. I mean, the Bloodline story, I don't think it can... Well, I don't want to say it can never be over, but like, whilst we've got all these players in, it's hard to see how it ends, because really, whenever we've got Sammy with the Usos, or, you know, the whole Jacob Solo, you got Tamatonga, you know, there's too many moving parts for it to just be done now. I mean, I can't see Jacob, Tamatonga, Tongaloa all just going their separate ways. Plus, even if that happened, Roman has still got the Usos and Sammy whenever he needs them. And so, I mean, everyone would just have to go off and do their own thing, and it's very hard to see that happening. So, no, I don't get the impression that the Bloodline story is done. I do get the impression the Bloodline story is going to evolve. I do get the impression the Bloodline story is taking a different direction. Here we go. Okay, the clock is counting down. So, Brando292, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. And we are going over to SmackDown. The live event is about to begin. Yes. Yes, queens. 3 hours of talking about wrestling before a 3-hour wrestling show. Let's go. Ta-da! Then, now, forever, together, whatever. Hulk Hogan and Vince versus Goldberg. Undertaker said Opulus Travels. Hannah said, Days, what is next for the following people? Don't know, buds. Bit too in-depth at the start of SmackDown to be getting into those questions now. Richard said, I think the Cena situation could be good to hold it off till Money in the Bank and then have him cash in at WrestleMania. Well, he won't make it till that WrestleMania. You said December is done. Unfortunately, I don't think we've got Corey Graves on commentary tonight. Tony said, an update. My eye is still black. Boomer. Okay, here is Joe and Wade. Yeet City. Solo sucks his thumb. We've got our finest blue suits on, says Wade. Oh, it's Tiffy time. It's Tiffy time. There she is. There she is. Oh, Shinsuke backstage. He arrives with a sinister edge, says Joe. Paul Heyman is here. The wise man is here. Paul Heyman has got... No, he doesn't, does he? Is he coming out first? Right, we're just looking back to Raw first. We're just going back to Raw. Right. Why is that homeless guy carrying the US title, said Johnny. LS Stubb said no, excessive ads in the ring. I wonder if USA Network is the one who is stopping WWE from pulling ads onto the ring on SmackDown. It wouldn't shock me, says LS Dub. Well, this is still going out international. I mean, there may not be ads in there at the moment, but I think it's just a matter of time, honestly. This door has been opened now. But yeah, you could be right. USA might be putting their foot down, going, no, we don't like how that looks on our network. We don't want to advertise it, you know, unless we're getting a cut of it. God, I hope they are saying that, to be honest. So we're just seeing what went down on Monday, all the drone shots and all the excitement. And there was plenty of both. Right, they've still put Hogan in this promo. Oh, did that? I didn't see. Did they put him in, did they? I forgot to boo. Boo! John Cena. Here's the Cena segment. Maggie, shout out to you. I hope you're well. The ads could be a one-time thing. I'm hoping it was just for the debut, just to get some sponsors happy, said Kate. God, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I just think it makes the ring look messy. But I'm prepared for that to not be the case. We'll probably be a little bit behind the US today. Cameron Wrestling, thank you, my friends. Appreciate it. Firing in a Wrestling Days membership. Yeah, big thank you to everyone that has fired in support. Liam, Thomas, Mayor Pete, Monkey Boy, Kendall, Daniel, Hasib, Nick, Steve, Kieran, Hot Dog Puppy, Martin, Bradley, Stuart Little, Delwyn, John Kane, Ratchets, John Kane, Brando, Cameron Wrestling. Shout out to all of you. We are just seeing The Rock put the Ula Fala around the neck of Roman. Days, do you think that the ring might have a blue mat tonight? I think so. Yeah, it does. It does. Heyman's in the ring. I mean, it did last week. My name is Paul Heyman. This could be a great segment. This could be a great segment. Tonight is one of those nights where he gets excited to address everyone. There is only one reigning. Defend him. Tribal Chief. Roman Reigns. Smile on the face of Paul. People are wondering if he's going to turn. OTC chants. Okay, we're going to find out what's next. Someone interrupted, did they? Did I hear something? I want to share this news. Face to face. Solo? Cody. Ooh. If he would please come down. Cody Rhodes. So Cody Rhodes has been requested by Paul Heyman because the Tribal Chief has got, he's going to outline his plans. Well, he's coming for Cody, isn't he? He's coming for Cody. I mean, it makes sense he wants his belt back, but, in my soul, enemy pulled out of control. I'll get them off the feet. Days, we hate Days, said Maggie. Shout out to you, Maggie. Days, I sent you a super chat. Oh, Sonny, you didn't need to do that, Sonny. Phantom67 said LFG. And Sonny, shout out to you. Days, hope you're doing well. Love you, Daisy. Would you like a tarot card pull? Go on then, Sonny. I think so far this has said that I'm attractive. And I can't remember the other one. I think it was good. But go on, what's it? I bet it's death. It's going to be flipping death, innit? Don't you take the death card out. I don't want that. Oh, God. It better be good, Sonny. Come on, here we go. Even if it's bad, just make it up. Tell me it's good. Cody Rhodes has made his way down. He's on the edge of the ring. Crowd going crazy, you know. Crowd really pleased to see Cody, which is great. Da, 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 da. Okay. So, Billy Batty is reporting Becky Rhea WrestleMania 41. I hope not. You've earned the respect. Wow, you've earned the respect of Roman Reigns. You've done something very few men in this business have done. What a champion you've demonstrated. You are a credit to WWE in its entirety. Look at Cody. He's going to cry. What a boomer. What a boomer. I want to tell you straight up. Roman Reigns wants his title back. Roman wants you to know how he's going to get the title. This is not a prediction. This is a spoiler. Right. That's going to be sick. Roman Reigns is going to enter the Rumble. What a Rumble. Cody Rhodes. What do you want to talk about? With that in mind, Cody Rhodes, what do you want to talk about? So Heyman confirms that Roman is going to be in the Rumble and this year's Rumble is going to be stacked. Now that he's tribal chief, he's firmly setting his sights on winning back his championship. Cody looks at the belt. Kevin Owens? Kevin Owens? So Kevin's coming through the crowds. Just when I thought you couldn't get worse. Kevin is right shirt on Kevin Owens. You shook hands with The Rock. Now you're shaking hands with Paul Heyman. I'm starting to think we're going to get an ending similar to 94 where we could get co-winners, said David. That would be fun, David. Look at Cody's face. Forget betraying my friendship. So he's really going off, man. He's really going off. Cody's gone out after him. Cody's chasing after Kevin. They're fighting in the crowds. Kevin Owens going up the steps. Cody and Kevin fighting in the crowd. Great scenes. Great shots. Oh my God. Oh my God. This could be a major problem. Paul Heyman in the ring with Jacob. And Tama Tonga Cody's left that championship in the ring as well, you know. Paul Heyman backing up. Jacob, Tama. Approaching Paul. Where's Solo? Where is Solo? Who's going to come to Heyman's aid? Someone's going to come to his aid. Here we go. Jimmy. Jimmy comes running down. Jimmy comes down. Boom! Super kick to Jacob. Beautiful right hands coming into Tama. Another super kick to Jacob. Super kick to Tama. Jimmy Uso on fire. Boom. Boom. Yes, Jimmy. Yes, Jimmy. Jimmy goes out, just checks on Paul. Grabs the chair. Back in the ring. Boom. Chair shot. Down goes Tama. Boom. Chair shot. Jacob into the corner. Oh, Jacob doing Jacob things. Look at him. Ah. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Jacob is so special. Well, we're going to need some other boomer to come out, aren't we? We're going to need Jay or Sammy or God himself. Putting a chair over the head of Jimmy. Who's this boomer? Who's that? Oh my God, that boomer just got murked. He just got murked. We just took his head off. Just took his flipping head off. Oh my God. He had a family, damn it. He had a family. Who's coming? Oh, Cody's coming back. Cody's coming back. Oh my God, that poor boomer. We got Nick Aldis on the outsides. Cody in the ring. Cody throws Tama out the ring. Look at this. Cody and Jacob. Cody and Jacob duck underneath. Ooh, shot there by Cody. Didn't seem to have any effect on Jacob whatsoever. Duck underneath again. Clothesline Jacob to the outsides. Cody Jacob. What a match that would be. What a match that would be. Cody chance breakout. Well, that was a pretty fun open, wasn't it? Lots of talking points. Jacob, when he shimmy shakes, reminds me of the boogie mat he does. You're right. He does. Just a bit more dangerous. Sonny, what did I get? Monday. Little advert for Monday. What's happening Monday, kids? Finally. Raw on Netflix has only just begun. Oh, yeah, the Intercontinental Women's Final. Dakota is throwing a few shots at us. We're feeling the glow. We've got Naomi. So she's just sort of like bouncing around towards the camera. And she's getting quite close, actually. There is Andrade's boob. And there is Andrade. We're getting to see all of it. We're enjoying all of Andrade. There is Jade Cargill. I wonder if this was after she got attacked. So that's where she's been. She's been filming this advert. Intense. Intense. Oh, look at all these boomers. We've got a multi-pack. So we got Legado del Fantasma. And there is the Poison Pixie, Candice LeRae. I feel like we're getting to see a lot more stars on this one than the NXT one. There's LA Knights. LA Knights, yeah. And there's Chelsea Green. In green? Oh my God, are her eyes okay? She sort of like blinked with that eye and then that eye. She went like that. Why did she do that? I've never noticed that before. Is that like... Can she not blink? Normal. She was like that. But in slow-mo. Oh, Roman Reigns. Oh, Miss Roman. The OTC. Oh my God. I feel like I can hear him. And then we're back round to Cody again. So, yeah, we've got a little 2-minute, 20-odd second video of just the superstars in slow-mo. But Chelsea's really interesting. I don't know if she did it on purpose or if that's just how she blinks. Don't know. Never noticed. John Kane said John Kane left his phone open. He's outside smoking. I just super chatted on his account. I just want to say, psych, acknowledge John Kane. So hang on, who are you then if you're not John Kane? Why are you on John Kane's phone if John Kane isn't around? Who are you if you're not John Kane? Huh? Who are you, boomer? Where's Sonny? Days, your card is the Knight of Swords. Yes. Upright. That means you're ambitious, fast-thinking, success-driven, intellectual, daring, focused, and a perfectionist. Oh! Is that LA Knight? LA Knight just kicked Jacob out the building. Michin is in the ring. He might live to regret that. Here's Michin. Okay, so this is for the Women's United States Championship. It is Chelsea Green making her way down. Okay, so Michin. We all need to look at how Chelsea Green blinks. Something tells me that Jacob will be back later to give LA what he's asking for. I mean, hello, my friends. Hope you are well. Charles said LA don't want that smoke. President Green sign in the crowds. Rob said Knight of Swords. Yeah, that sounds like a great name, doesn't it, actually, for a group? Ooh. Got some new Mattel retro figures. Look at that. Sensational Queen Sherry. Miss Elizabeth. Well, she got such big legs. Her legs were never that big. What the hell's going on? She ain't skipped leg day, has she? Hey, Miss Elizabeth. Boo! Boo! Hulk Hogan has ripped. Boo! Even when he's not playing the Hulk Hogan character, we still boo him. That's from No Holds Barred, isn't it? Boo! And Zeus! Also from No Holds Barred. They're pretty fun, aren't they? Master Taker, thank you. Okay, Chelsea goes outside the ring. Comes over, looks for a big boot, no joy. Michin with a chop, forearm strike, another strike coming in. Driving Chelsea back. I like Chelsea's gear. She looks good. Oh, down she goes. Right, let's go down. Kevin Owens saying what he said gives me hope that The Rock was actually cooking, says Opala's Travels. Travis said, wait, wasn't this match supposed to happen on an upcoming Saturday night's main event, or was Meltzer wrong again? They did say that they were going to look to do this match on a Saturday night's main event. That is correct. But then we also heard that Solo and Roman was going to be at a WrestleMania. And we also heard that Seth against Punk was going to be at a WrestleMania. So it wouldn't shock me if this was planned for a Saturday night's main event, but got moved. Comes down. Charging through. Over against the ropes goes Michin. Have we got we've got some what is this? There's some laces that seem to be undone somewhere, but I don't know where from. Chelsea Green getting back into the ring. We got Piper Niven in a very sparkly suit on the outside. Michin gets in the ring. Shots coming in there by Chelsea. Right. Let's go. Nav, where are you watching? Where's this? It looks like it's in a car. That looks like a steering wheel, doesn't it? Now on Netflix. SmackDown, watch now. It looks like the center bit of a steering wheel. Where are you watching? What is that? What is that? Oh, is it your watch? Got you. So you're doing that, and I can see you. Honestly, it looks like I'm playing on your dashboard, and that's the center of a steering wheel. That's what I was getting. But I can see it's actually, I can see it's your wrist now. Got you. I was like, where is that? I feel like I need to acknowledge with a few thumbs up. Nice. John, shout out to you as well, bud. Appreciate the support. I look good, don't I, actually? It's a good shirt, this. I need more of these. Nice. Jamie said, I'd love to see Orton return. We all expect him to return and go against Owens, but he turns and goes against Cody Rhodes. I would love the Rhodes-Orton WrestleMania 41. Looks unlikely now, but the story is good, and I think they'd put on a pretty great match. TJF, Chelsea Green said, can we cancel this match? There's just no need for it. Well, she's in the middle of it. Normally, if post is unavailable, it's from, yeah. I would really recommend this. I can't stress it enough. I get sent this all the time. So this Wessel votes. So not Wrestle votes, but Wessel votes. It even says there, look, parody account. Nothing posted is real. I've got them blocked. Yeah, I've got them blocked. If anyone tags me in any of their nonsense, this is all I get. Post is from an account you have blocked. I really don't have many accounts blocked. So if ever this comes through, I know it's not. I don't even know what it says. But I always just reply fake account buds. And honestly, it happens all the time. So I don't know what nonsense Wessel votes are putting out, right? But it's nonsense. Ain't got no time for that. Ain't got no time for that. Right. This might be an unpopular opinion, said Thunder Kid. Let's go for it. But I can't stand Joe on commentary. He just bores me. Oh, really? I quite like him. I think he's got a good tone of voice for commentary. So I'm very disappointed to lose Corey Graves. But, well, that's that, innit? He's gone. I think I accepted it on Tuesday night, to be honest. I'm a fan of Joe, said LS Dub. Wessel votes and Wrestle votes are equally reliable, said Mayor Pete. Is Corey on NXT? Yeah, he's on NXT, Kyle, yeah. Opulus Travel said, I love this. I have always watched wrestling by myself until last year, until I found this channel. Thanks, Days, and the rest of the community. Opulus Travels! Shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. No need to watch wrestling alone. Well, unless you want to. But I do like this blue ring canvas. I think it looks pretty good. Shots coming into the midsection by Michin. Against the ropes. We're already half an hour in, but we know this is a 3-hour show. Nice suplex there by Michin. Chelsea Green getting dumped on her head there momentarily. So we are back to the action. Oh, back elbow by Michin. Going up, looking to take over, and she does. Michin in control, charge him. Got to think that Piper's going to get involved. I can't see this title changing hands so soon. Oh, she's going to do the twerk. She's doing the twerk. Yes! I love that that's now a regular thing. Yeah! She's added a bit of spice to her in-ring presentation. And then she cannonballed into the corner. I'm definitely here for that. Right now, picks her up. It's like a rampage. Oh! Chelsea Green plants Michin. 1, 2. Kick out by Michin. Chelsea Green again goes straight back to that cover, but no joy. She is getting frustrated, Chelsea. It's worth mentioning that this feels a lot more like just a normal SmackDown and like last week's SmackDown. There's nothing that feels too different about the presentation here. Kick to the midsection there by Michin. Another kick. Michin goes against the ropes. Boom! Big boots. Chelsea goes down. She's dragging her into the middle. She's going to go to the outsides. I don't think she's going to get... Oh, Piper tries to get involved from the outside. She gets kicked. She goes down. Michin is looking to go up, but Piper's back up. Oh, Michin! Don't get too distracted. She laughs. She's looking to go up top. She's behind Chelsea. Chelsea doesn't know. Big crossbody. Roll through by Chelsea though. 1, 2. Chelsea gets it. Chelsea gets it, and she did get a hold of the tights. So it was a big crossbody. Chelsea just rolled through with it, and it is Chelsea that picks up the victory. Michin grabbing the leg of Chelsea. No great surprise there, to be honest. I think it was going to be very... Oh, Piper! Sentons onto Michin. Yeah, I think it was going to be very unlikely that we were going to see the title change hands after Chelsea had only recently won it, you know? So, let's get your thoughts on that match. What did you think about it? Did you like it? How did you rate it? I guess the transfer window applies to broadcasters. Okay, they're talking about the tag division. And they're just looking last week with DIY and Motor City Machine Guns. So yeah, the ringside brawl involving Pretty Deadly and Los Garzas, that interrupted the match. So I'm guessing we're going to find out what's next for this tag division. Okay, so we have got Motor City Machine Guns, Pretty Deadly, and Los Garzas. They're arguing with Nick Aldis. Oh, Theory and Grayson Waller are here. I don't feel like we've seen them in a while. Maybe we should take our talents to Raw, says Grayson. Los Garza are like, go, just go. Yeah, what are you going to do, Nick? Sort it. Okay, so Motor City Machine Guns against A-Town Down Under. Okay, so are we getting Pretty Deadly, are we, against Los Garza, and we're getting... Isn't that heel against heel? Here's Legado del Fantasma. Okay, so this is going to be the Los Garza match. Is this Los Garza against Pretty Deadly? Who are we meant to root for? Okay, strange. Unless I've got it wrong. Edward, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, Los Garza are Pretty Deadly. Well, okay. It's not quite what I would have... it's not a priority match I would have put near the start of SmackDown, but... check this out. Look at that. Look at that setup. James, shout out to you, my friends. Two queens. Two absolute queens. Amazing. And I just got sent this as well. Look at that. There you are. Oh, my God. 1 of 1. Big hit by Capel's Tenon. Whatnot. Uncle Howdy. 1 of 1. With a really cool inscription. Everyone would want that, wouldn't they? Everyone would want that. Oh, is this a different video? This one's actually in ring now. We've got Randy Orton just like slowly doing his pose. This one might be poses. Signature poses. It's another flipping slow-mo video. Yeah, here's Nia doing the Annihilator. Oh! There's a solo. Yeah, how great is that? There you are. So, gentlemen, amazing. Is that who tagged me? It was WrestleBuzz that tagged me. I'll retweet that. That's nice, that is. That's nice, that is, bud. That tickles my fancy, that does. Jamie, shout out to you. I'm going to get my voice to read this because I can't be bothered. It's not that I can't be bothered. I've just got people that work for me now.
Jamie M. Stewart. Hey Days, did you ever want to see The Undertaker versus Sting? That's the match I wish I'd seen happen. What would be the match we've never got that you'd like to have seen?
That one. Honestly, that one. That's the one I always answer. Undertaker Sting. I did always want to see, like, Undertaker, Hogan. I know we got it at like Survivor Series, but I always wanted that at like a WrestleMania. I think there was quite a few big matches that I always would have liked to have seen at Mania that, you know, like that we never quite got. Obviously Hogan, Ric Flair as well. But the one throughout the years that I was always desperate for was Undertaker Sting, yeah. And I mean, we could have done it. I mean, it was really close, but just wasn't meant to be. They were both at WrestleMania 31. But, you know, could we have had it at 32 or something? Would it have even worked, to be honest, you know? I mean, I don't know. It probably would have been very disappointing, but that's the one.
Sweetie fan. Hayes, what if Royal Rumble is a 2-night PPV, night 1 for Women's Rumble, then 1-2 for Men's Rumble match? Would be cool.
Yeah. They are talking about it, apparently. They are looking at doing that for Money in the Bank and Royal Rumble. So they haven't announced it for 2026, but it was mentioned. So Money in the Bank as well, doing the 2 Money in the Banks on different days. It was in Unseen. I can't remember when. It was a little while ago now. But apparently been discussed. So you're on the right path. I think we will get that 2 days. I'm down for it. I love it. I love the Rumble. Why would I not want a whole weekend of Rumble? Yeah, man. Totally down for it. I know we wouldn't get any extra Rumble. Like, at the moment, we get 2 Rumbles on one day. You're not getting extra Rumble. But you're getting an extra Rumble show. And a bit more of an undercard. Yeah, totally down for it.
Upalaz Travels. I remember the first time me and my brother found wrestling. We straight away after went out and wrestled on the trampoline and used our outhouse roof and used it to do swanton bombs off of. No fear.
Upalaz Travels, shout out to you.
The truthful reality. If they aren't advertising any sponsors paid adverts, why are we still having to deal with adverts? Is it purely because of the US viewers?
It's just you lot. We don't get them. Yeah, we don't get them. So, well, in America, you've got it on USA, haven't you? And so you in America have to go to adverts on USA Network. So when you go to a commercial break, WWE have got an option. They can give us extra content for only the international viewers, or they can do what they're doing and just, give us some fopped off video, sped up video of the superstar, and that's what they're doing. I don't know why they don't give us just extra interviews and whatnot. I don't know why they can't do that. Because you'd think it would be a way of... Because they could always put them on social media after, So I don't know why they don't, look to do that instead. I don't know why they don't do adverts for, WWE Shop. And, advertise, I don't know, coming on tour or whatever. I suppose they don't want to have to keep changing the video. Maybe it's that. This is a very generic video that's not going to have to be changed all that often. It's only if someone leaves, they'll have to change it or whatever. Even if someone changes brands, will they really have to change it? Probably not. They're still WWE superstars, aren't they? But yeah, the reason that we get it is because, obviously, in America, they still have to go to commercial break, yes. We missed the Pretty Deadly entrance, said Lightning Bolt. We did. We did. Last Crumb, shout out to you, my friends. Let's see what Last Crumb's got to say as we are underway.
The Last Crumb. Cena won't win the Rumble, but he will get hold of Mid B and cash in around October, and then drop it in his retirement in December.
Last Crumb, shout out to you, buds. Emotive concept. I don't know what, in my head it was conception. I was like, I don't think it's that.
Emotive concept. I hope they improve it days. Otherwise, I'll go back to usual highlights on YT and stick to Netflix for PPVs.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can understand it being frustrating. I mean, for me, it's helpful because it allows us to get to some comments and it allows us to just sort of catch up on a few things, catch up with social media or whatever. So for me, it's not a problem. But if you're sat there on your own and you're having to watch some stupid video, I can understand that being an issue. I don't know why they don't put extra content on interviews and stuff like that. Maybe if there's a loud enough backlash to it, perhaps they would look at it. I know that our American friends wouldn't be able to see that content, but you just put it on social media straight after. Just goes onto YouTube straight after. It's no problem. Right, Pretty Deadly are in control. Such a weird match, this one. I think we're about to go to commercial break again. Yay! Let's go. Jade Cargill showing off the guns. And the music's just like boop, boop, boop. It's not even like a banger. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. And there's someone with a shaker. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. It sucks. Days, what if the final two in the Rumble is Punk and Roman and Punk calls in his favour and wins? Said Macca Rice. Oh, that'd be horrible. That would be horrible. I mean, imagine that. Imagine the end of the Rumble is Heyman having a word with Roman and Roman like jumping out the ring. Like, don't know. You want like a proper battle. Who's gonna win? Don't you? I don't want to see Paul Heyman jump up and go, "No, you've got to come out." I've promised Punk he'll win this. But you could have Heyman trying to do that and Roman not listening. You could do that. You could have like Punk say to Heyman, "I'm calling in my favour, get him out," and Roman not listen. That would be good. You could go down that road, but I don't want to see Roman jump out. I don't want to see, that would be such a flat ending. One of the best parts of the Rumble is who's going to win when you get down to that final two, you know? So I wouldn't want to sacrifice that. But Roman not listening to Paul could be interesting. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah. Boop. It's growing on me, actually. Days, will we get any surprises tonight? Ah, yeah, that one. Ah! Hey, you should have seen you then. Honestly, you should have seen you. Right, we've got a few super chats to get up with. George Mann said, great on TNT Sports. Your TNT was behind, but now on Netflix, you're in front. Make your mind up. Am I in front of you now? How would I be in front? Oh, in front of USA Network. Really? I should be behind because Netflix is through the internet, so there's always a little delay when you watch things over the internet. So I am very surprised to hear that I'm a little bit ahead of you, George. Kieran said, Days, you are a better commentator than WWE. Kieran, thank you, my friends. That's not true. I don't have Vince in my ear, but then neither do they now. Honestly, I feel so sorry for them. When Michael Cole had Vince in his ear, I can't even begin to understand how he was able to block that out and focus on what he needed to say. I couldn't imagine sitting here talking to you with a headset and trying to listen to someone talking to me whilst trying to then communicate. I couldn't. That is just how he was able to do that is honestly, I don't know how he did it. No wonder he's so happy in this Triple H era. Whenever he does like a pre-show or something, he's always like, I'm having so much fun. This is I call this the Triple H era. Like you can tell Michael Cole is just so happy like being at work right now. Because I think the absolute nonsense he had to put up with, I just don't think he was enjoying it really. And honestly, I really feel for him. This is why when people are like, oh, Michael Cole sucks. It's like, listen, if you're judging him after what he went through with Vince, I'd say give him a chance now. Because I think a lot of people are actually saying, oh my God, he's so much better now. And it's like, yeah. Can you really be too surprised with, like, you know, the fact he ain't got someone screaming at him in his headset now? Feel sorry for the commentators, honestly, having to put up with that. Well, more the lead commentators, really. So yeah, I appreciate it though, Kieran. It's very kind. George?
Could have got one of the fancy meal deals from Tesco. With a super chat, yeah, Miss Days.
You could have got a fancy meal deal with Tesco. Well, I got it, George. I got back to it, mate. I might just go and get that fancy meal now, George.
George Mann.
There you go, George Mann. Appreciate it, buds. And also letting me know where to spend the kind donation. I just might do that. Los Garza going for the cover.
Won, the baddest on the planet. Hey, Days, bro, hope you're well. I so hope Roman and Cody ain't gonna happen again. We don't need it acting again. I want something new for both Roman out of feud with Solo and something fresh. I'm gonna make Scran.
Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't hate it if it happened again. I don't need it to happen again. So I agree with you. I don't need it, but if it does, it's okay. I can live with it. So Edward, appreciate the support, my friends. We are just going to focus back on the action momentarily because Santos Escobar gets involved. And actually now what we might see is Pretty Deadly getting put away here. Elton Prince up in the air. Oh, I like that move. 2, 3, and it is Los Garza that gets the win. So they hold him up and then they sort of like rotate him over, slam him down, and it's a win for Los Garza. Wade Barrett said they were out-cheated. Pretty Deadly out-cheated. So, yeah, it is a win for Los Garza in a match that I don't think the crowd or really anyone here really cared about. Let's get the poll up as to what you thought about the match. There is Legado del Fantasma. The good news is, though, that we are getting to the start of hour 2. Normally at the start of an hour, they tend to go pretty big so that people don't change the channel. So we might get something decent here. Cody, I skipped school for this. Please. Please. Sign my sign. Still to come. Tiffy time. Still to come. Tiffy time. It's Tiffy time tonight. LA Knight. LA Knight's coming out. So is this going to be LA Knight against... good reaction, actually, for LA. Good reaction for LA. LA making his way down to the ring. Oh, look at them boomers in their LA Knight shirts. LA Knight versus Shinsuke Nakamura. Shinsuke's entrance is so good. Shinsuke's entrance is so much fun. I feel like I can't see LA Knight getting that United States Championship back now. LA Knight is out there. The crowd are going crazy. The focus, the hype. Coming up next. Coming up next. That is next. Batman Big Fan said, I will always support this channel. I love you, Days. Batman Big Fan, shout out to you, buds. I'm going to take this off. It's getting in the way momentarily. George said, Days, you're ignoring my super chats, so I'm going to donate more because it's working. George Man, shout out to you, my friends. I can get 2 Tesco meal deals now. Thank you. Maybe even Morrison's. Oh, my God. Imagine that. I could go to Waitrose. John Kane says... Well, let's see what John Kane says. We'll get our friend to read it. Here we go. Go on, John.
John Kane. Member. $2 Canadian. Boop, 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 repeat.
Aren't those US dollars now? Canada's part of the USA, isn't it? I thought, I'm sure they reported over here on the BBC that you was all one now and that you'd got rid of, like, the border and whatnot and you was just, like, one country. So you're still keeping the Canadian dollars, are you? That's interesting. John Kane, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Perhaps it's still in the process of changing over or something. I'm not sure. But, John, appreciate the support, my friends. This is getting ridiculous, says Lightning Bolts. Let's go. Let's see what Lightning Bolt's got to say. Go on, Lightning Bolt. The floor is yours.
Lightning Bolt. This is getting ridiculous, come on. It's not even profitable for WWE to just show us the same video. Just show us the entrances.
I don't disagree. They're not making any money off this. I wonder if it will change over to a WWE shop commercial or something like that. I don't disagree.
David Gayo. I think Solo will come out tonight. I getting beaten from the Bloodline and turn on him are either Roman Reigns acknowledges Solo and Solo chained on him.
I think Solo comes out tonight. I'm with you. Getting beaten from the Bloodline, they're going to turn on him. Either Roman Reigns acknowledges Solo and Solo chained on him. I don't know what that last bit meant, but Roman's not advertised for this show. Don't think we see Roman until the 27th on Raw. But we could see Solo tonight. We never saw him at the start, though. But doesn't mean we don't get a little glimpse of him backstage and maybe sets up something for our main event or closing segment. Don't know. I'm torn. Imagine if we don't see Solo. That would be disappointing.
Word of wrestling. Days Who Do think wins Rumble. I think Roman wins, beats Cody Cena's, wins Elimination Chamber, retired by Roman at Mania.
So you think Roman wins the Rumble, he'll go on to beat Cody, so we're going to do Roman Cody. Cena wins Elimination Chamber, but is retired by Roman. Hang on. Who do you think wins the Rumble? I think Roman wins, beats Cody. Cena wins Elimination Chamber and is retired by Roman. So what would that be? Roman, Cody, Cena all in a triple threat? Is that what you're saying? He won't be retired at Mania. He's going to keep fighting to December. So he won't retire at Mania. But they could do a triple threat. MXXS, shout out to you, buds. Let's get to your comments. Saturday night's main event advert on.
Exgus.
Exgus.
Days I was going to pay for a super chat, but I'm using it to donate to Red Cross in your Yeet name.
Ah, I'm definitely here for that. Love that, buds. MXXS, shout out to you. Horrific what's going on in California and LA. Yeah, horrific.
Jamie M. Stewart. I'd love to see Orton return. We all expect him to return and go against Owens, but he turns and goes against Rhodes. I'd love Rhodes versus Orton at 41. It looks unlikely now, but the story would be so. Good.
I would love to see Orton return. We all expect him to go against Kevin Owens, but he could turn and go against Cody. I would love Cody Orton at 41. I would love that as well, buds. I would love that as well. Right. Shinsuke is making his way down. Shinsuke with this entrance. Looks so good. This entrance is so good. Could you imagine this entrance at WrestleMania? Could you imagine this at Mania? Hannah said, when is the transfer window taking effect? Will people like Humberto and Hayes get some benefit? Well, I think they will if they're on SmackDown and they're not overshadowed. Shinsuke's last 3 matches, defeated Andrade, defeated LA Knight, and defeated Andrade. That's interesting. I wonder if that's also true, because it doesn't take into account the house shows. Was he not on the house shows? Plus, he also just competed in Noah, so does that not count? I like that. I like it showing the last 3 match results for Shinsuke. According to that, he's won his last 3. He's probably won the ones on the house shows as well, to be honest. There he is. Shinsuke looking so good. Such a great entrance. He's taking the mask off. Just when you think his music can't get any better, they found a way of making it, I don't know if I'd say better, but as good. Changing it, and it's as good.
Nathan Troxel. I think something is going to happen during the Tiffany celebration. I think Nia and Candace attack Tiffany, and either Alexia or Charlotte come to her side.
Yeah, I can see that. I certainly don't think that segment's going to go without a hitch. Certainly feels like it's going to be, it's going to have something. Hey, we've got non-AI voices. What does that mean? What's a non-AI voice? That's Karen.
Today, the government announced new economic measures aimed at boosting small businesses, including tax cuts and grants to support entrepreneurship across the country.
What do you mean non-AI? That's the most AI voice I've ever heard. Sharon, what are you saying?
Today, the government announced new economic measures aimed at boosting small businesses.
I like Sharon. Heather, what are you like?
He couldn't help but smile as he watched.
Nah, you're an idiot. Gail. Oh, can't be bothered, can we, Gail? Yeah, well, you've missed out. Tracy.
He couldn't help but smile as he watched the sunrise.
Ugh, annoying. Laura.
Newton's first law of motion, also known as the...
Boomer. Will, you better be good.
Dear team, I hope this email...
Oh my god, he sounds like some kind of Jesus camp leader. Not having that. Ryan.
Dear team, I hope this email finds you well.
Oh my god, that's the most AI voice I've ever heard. Dear team. Dear team, I hope this email finds you well. Go on, Rod.
Today, the government announced new economic measures aimed at boosting small businesses.
Sounds like a window salesman. Right, we are underway with LA Knight versus Shinsuke. Swinging net breaker there by LA Knight. Yeah. 56, 18, 12, 11. Ryan sounds creepy, said Cameron. I think you're a good judge of character, Cameron. I think you're a good judge of character. I forgot who I liked, actually. It was one of the women. Heather?
Newton's first law of motion, also known as the law of inertia.
I like Heather. She does not sound too AI. I could go on a date with her. I could get into a relationship with Heather, no problem. Uppala's Travels. Oh, shot there by Shinsuke. LA Knight in the ring.
Uppala's Travels. If you had to go back in time and delete the history of two of these three names mentioned, who would you get rid of? Shawn Michaels, The Undertaker, Hulk Hogan.
She's a bit more AI than I thought, actually. Who would I get rid of? Shawn Michaels, Undertaker, or Hogan? Hogan. Yeah. Shawn and Undertaker are my two absolute favourites. So it'd have to be Hogan. And actually, if you got rid of Hogan, someone else would be in that position in the golden era. I mean, it might be that we had Dusty Rhodes. I mean, he was mentioned as being someone Vince looked at as being that, you know, real American. So actually, could we have had him in that position? Someone else would have been the Hogan in the Hogan era, right? And so I'm sure we would have largely still got what we got, but we just would have had someone else in that spot. And it may have been Dusty Rhodes. So, you know, it would be Hogan. It would be a shame because I do think that we would miss out on loads of amazing moments. I don't know if we still would have got the third member NWO. I mean, Hogan, Andre, would that have hit as hard with someone else? I don't know. But I can't get rid of Undertaker. And I don't think I can get rid of Shawn. So it'd have to be Hogan. It's just process of an elimination. It's not even to do with the racism or anything like that. I think it's just... it can't be the others. Into the edge of the table goes Nakamura. Face first, Nakamura into the commentary table. LA Knight in control. Smashing Nakamura face first. And boom, one more time. This table doesn't break, does it? This table, there's no give to these tables. How many of you think this 10-year Netflix deal will be regretted within 2 years, said Mr. 516. I think they're going to have to work really hard to make sure the numbers stay strong. It's hard to see any show doing higher than what the premiere just got, and the premiere was good, really good, but I think it's going to drop. It might end up settling around what they were doing on Fox. Oh, look at that woman! Look at that woman! Look at that woman! Did you see that woman then? She was in the front row. And she was like, oh my God, she didn't like, oh my, we had all that. Oh God, oh God, like this. Grow up! Grow up! You're at the wrestling! Yeah? This is where the big boys play. This is where the best wrestle. Get out. I'd kick her out now. Sorry, ma'am, I just saw you on our monitor and you look like an absolute fool. Can you leave, please? Can you leave? You're actually embarrassing our product. You've embarrassed everyone in the back. Get out. Harsh but fair. White Walker, shout out to you. Let's see what White Walker's got to say. Boom.
White Walker. FFS. More time in advertising than actual wrestling in action. Cut out the adverts and the show will be an hour long.
I actually don't know how long the show would be. I think it would be like 2:15. I can't remember how long Raw used to be on the network, but Raw was obviously 3 hours for a long time. But on the network, it didn't have the adverts, so it was like 2:15, something like that. Might even have been less than that, actually. Might even have been less than that. It is true. A good chunk of the show is adverts. These ad breaks are not good. If I had to focus on these, I wouldn't be impressed.
Christopher Height, Blig Nugget. Days I too love Shawn Michaels and Taker is my favorite of all time, but I wish Shawn Michaels would have been more respectful as young talent. What happened between Bret and Shawn? Shawn didn't respect Bret.
Yeah, he was a nightmare, weren't he? He was. He'll say that himself. Before he got injured in '98, he was a nightmare. And honestly, I think if he hadn't have turned his life around whilst he was away due to injury, I just don't know how his legacy would be now. You know, we hear all these stories about like Warrior and Hogan, and I'm not aware of any racism or any like homophobia or anything like that from Shawn. So I don't think he would have fared as badly as them. But I don't think he would have been as loved, because these stories would have come out about how much of a nightmare he is. When people share those stories now, they'll tell him, but they'll quickly go, but he's completely different now. I'm so pleased he's turned his life around. And I think it really saved his legacy. How far down he would be, I don't know. It would not be Hogan level or Warrior level. Because to my knowledge, I'm not aware of any comments that were, you know, that bad. But yeah, he was a nightmare backstage. Absolute nightmare in that first run. So I think it's been brilliant that he was able to turn his life around.
Kim's Trains, a.k.a. Nick Butcher. Knew would have been better if they had chosen DDP over Hogan. DDP had real-life chemistry with Hall and Nash, and it would have been interesting to see a heel DDP.
Yeah, I agree. That would have been interesting. It wouldn't have been as big, of course, because Hogan turning was, well, as everyone knows, you know, all of a sudden the red-hot babyface of the 80s was now the biggest heel in the 90s. So from a viewership, from an impact point of view, it would have lacked compared to what we had. But actually, from a quality point of view, heel DDP would have been very interesting. Nakamura against the ropes. Gets scooped up. Oh, I love that by LA Knight. Picks him up, quickly grabs him on the shoulder, drives him down. Really good. Really good. Oh, look at this frozen boomer. Look at this frozen boomer. Oh, my God. It's embarrassing me. I'm being embarrassed on my own stream. I don't even know how to turn off the camera. Don't even know where the camera is to turn it off. Oh my God, I've disappeared. I've disappeared. Am I back? No, I've just got a black screen. Oh my God. Oh my God. Boomers, what's happening? What's happening? Where am I? Oh, I'm back. Oh my God, guys, I missed you so much. I missed you all so much. We had some technical difficulties. Your mum came round and she didn't want to be seen on camera. Sliding German suplex there by Shinsuke. Christopher said, I love Sean and Brett for the people they are nowadays. Chris said, what's going on with these ad breaks? People aren't happy about these ad breaks, are they? Yeah, in America, they go to commercial. So we have to go to commercial because we're not special. Nakamura is having to dig deep here. This is a real battle that's going on between Nakamura and LA Knight. Big shot coming in. Kick coming in there by Nakamura. Nakamura is going up top. Oh, LA Knight jumping onto that top rope. Big superplex. Huge. 1, 2. Oh. Wow. He went big. He went big. Yeah, that was a great superplex, but he couldn't quite nail it. If I had to pick one and delete one, Sean or Vince, said Opula's Travels. Sean or Vince? That's hard, isn't it? I mean, if you delete Vince, you're changing everything. I wouldn't know what the alternative would have looked like. It might. You delete Vince, you might be deleting WWE, you know. Wow, look at that. Inverted Boston Crab. Inverted Boston Crab. I tell you what, you don't get that very often. Lovely. Shinsuke trying to get over to the ropes, and he gets there. He makes it. They're having a real battle here, you know. They're having a real battle. So Shinsuke has been able to get over to the ropes. Break it up. Right now, LA Knight going back for that. Oh, lovely. He's trying to grab a hold of the arm. He's trying to break it. Armbar there by Shinsuke. Roll up by LA Knight. Shinsuke kicks out. Shinsuke goes for the kick. Ah, lovely. These two are quietly cooking away, you know. Nakamura looking to charge over. Roll up by LA Knight. No. No. Oh, kick. BFT. No. Oh, my God. Down goes LA Knight. Back elbow. Shinsuke backing into the corner. He's going to look to charge over and deliver a Kinshasa. Connects. LA Knight is against the ropes, though. 1, 2. Foot on the rope. Foot on the rope. 1, 2. Foot on the rope. Shinsuke. Frustrated. CM Punk, John Cena, Roman Reigns. All declared for the Royal Rumble. Right, let's go down. This is a great match, said Pooter. It's actually really good. I think the only problem is it's hard to believe Shinsuke's about to lose the title. And if he does, it might even be a little disappointing, considering we're hoping that they're going to invest in him. Oh, BFT, though! BFT, but LA Knight can't capitalize. He's trying to get over. Ah, through the crowd. Jacob and Tama. Jacob and Tama. Ah, Jacob and Tama attack LA Knight and prevent him from capitalizing on that BFT. Wow. He's got him up on the shoulders. Boom! Take that, you boomer. So Jacob and Tama come through the crowds. I tell you what, Nick Aldis has got a problem because these boomers are disrupting the whole show. Still no Solo. Charging over. Ah! Jacob, boom, and again. Looks like we might be building to a Jacob LA Knight feud. Tama coming over. Oh, he's set him up for Jacob. Jacob's going to hit the prettiest moonsault. Up he goes. Yes. Let's go. Look at Jacob. Oh, my God. The man is just stone, isn't he? Here's Cody. Cody coming down with Jimmy. Cody and Jimmy there unloading on Jacob and Tama. Boom. Super kick there by Jimmy. Super kick by Cody. Boom. Another couple of super kicks. So Jacob's just getting chucked around. He gets thrown into the crowds. Get out of here, you losers. Oh, man. He just grabbed a hold of one of the chairs, chucked it down. Don't send them home, says Cody. They're here. We're here. Come on. Come on. Don't send them home. Let's do it. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it here. Let's do it tonight. Cody and Jimmy against Jacob and Tama. Nick Aldis looking around. There's a kid in the crowd dressed like Batman. Batman. Tag team match. Tag team match, player. Tag team match. That's right, player. That's right, player. Tag team match. Dream match. Baby faces versus heels. Let's go, said Lightning Bolt. Yes. Jimmy and Cody. This is big for Jimmy, actually. Wow, said Joe. Oh, Tiffy time coming up. Tiffy time coming up. We're seeing the moment that she cashed in. It's Tiffy time up next. But first, commercials. Yes! Let's go. Commercials! 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 I'm just going to embrace them. Word of Wrestling said Tama Tonga is amazing as well. He is over and he gives his all. Chris said Portland's getting a good show. Tamar said Cody is just cool with everyone who tried to end him. Up Alert said, finally, SmackDown has lifted my spirits for WWE. Mayor Pete said, whoever was saying earlier, Jimmy Jacob in the main event, your source was wrong. Lightning Bolt said, very good booking to get a tag match. Cody versus Fatu is going to be insane. Days is going to have more PTs tonight. What's a PT? What's a PT, but I don't know what a PT is. I'm not able to find SmackDown on Netflix in the USA, said James. No, it's on USA Network, but Ninja said, good match. Wouldn't say very good. It's good match overall. Amethyst Pieces said, Lamol. Cody Uso, Cody Rhodes done join the OG Bloodline. Toby said, I agree. Word Tama quietly looking the business lately. Lightning Bolt said, I'm pretty sure I have the beat memorized now. It's getting stuck. What? The boop, boop, boop. That one. This thing. Let's go. Let's go. Daisy, you're going to start doing polls for advertising times. No. We have to do polls for the matches, don't we? So normally a match ends and then we have to do these ones. There's no way we could end these and then do another poll where every time we go to commercial. It's not my responsibility to make these segments more interesting. It's WWE's responsibility. They're the ones that are letting you down. Don't come knocking on my door. Don't come thinking I'm the one that's meant to fix this. I've got a feeling Nia is going to be after Tiffany when she's in the ring, said Anthony. Taker 1990 said, Days, how about Tiffy and Charlotte winning the tag titles at Mania? Word on the street is they're going to go against each other. Not impossible. LS Dub's got like a really long message, so I'll get some child to read it out. I need the youngest voice possible for LS Dub. Like 1 year old. I can't be bothered. We'll just go with that woman that sounds weird.
LSW. It really feels like they're using this episode to highlight Jacob. It would have made a lot of sense for Solo to replace Jacob. Instead, he's selling the Raw match and putting the spotlight on Jacob.
Oh, her voice is so bad. I thought she was good, but she doesn't sound very good anymore. Ellis Dub, shout out to you. I agree. It does feel like a big showcase this for Jacob.
John Kane.
John Kane!
Member. California $10.00.
California.
I think Papa H just pulled an audible. He's seen Days online and all the commercial complaints, so he said make IT official tag team save the show match. Good call.
Papa H just pulled an audible. He saw Days online and all the commercial complaints, and he said, make this tag team match to save it. Good call. John Kane, shout out to you. California dollars. Why does it say California dollars? There's no such thing, is there? Aren't they just like American dollars? Why would they be California dollars? Let's get her to read it again.
California $10.00.
California dollar? Is that what they are, John Kane? Do you dish out California dollars? Why are they not American dollars? Are they meant to be Canadian dollars, but Canada's now part of America, and so that's why they're now California dollars? Is that what's happened? Is that what's happened? John Kane, thank you, my friends. I don't know what's happening with your currency. Or your country. John Kane. We got another John Kane. Let's see what's said in this one, shall we? John Kane.
John Kane.
John Kane.
Member. California $5.00.
California.
No. Hey. Goodbye. No. Hey. Goodbye, Maria. Oh boy.
That's actually quite fun. I'm going to copy that and have her say it a few times. Because it sounds like she's having like a stroke or something, doesn't it? Here we go.
John Kane. Member. California $5.00. No. Hey. Goodbye. No. Hey. No. Hey. Goodbye. No. Hey. No. Hey. Goodbye. No. Hey. No. Hey. Goodbye. No. Hey.
I don't know why I enjoyed that as much as I did, but I did. George Mann said Marks and Spencer's unlocked. Wow! We eating good, boys? We eating good? That's where the real top shelf stuff is. Marks and Spencers. Oh my God. George, man, look at you. You know how to treat a woman right. Thank you, my friends. Appreciate it. They're showing Tiffy when she cashed in. Look at that. The prettiest moonsault. Boom. And she became the new champion of the world. Tiffy time! Bum, 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 bum. Tonight, oh my God, WWE! Flipping Tiffy time tonight. Tiffy time coming up later tonight. They're making us wait. Motor City Machine Guns. Right, Motor City Machine Guns against... Who are they facing? A-Town Down Under. Let's go. Halftime scores. Yeah, should we do them? Let's wait till the next commercial break. We'll wait till the next commercial break for them.
Calvin Houston. I really want to say a town down under need to move to Raw, but they will probably get booked badly on Raw.
Yeah, they might get overshadowed on Raw, to be honest. They might get overshadowed. Motor City Machine Guns, A-Town Down Under. That match coming up next. Right, halftime scores, kids. Where is it there?
Halftime scores, everybody come alive. It's the halftime groove that makes you thrive. Really wanna know you feel that vibe. Put it in the chat, let's jam it and try. Halftime scores, everybody is the halftime. I really wanna know you feel so sublime. Halftime scores, let's shout and climb. Put it in the chat, let's do it in rhyme. Halftime scores, everybody is the halftime. I really wanna know you feel so sublime. Halftime scores, let's shout and climb. Put it in the chat, let's do it in a rhyme. Halftime scores, everybody come alive. It's the halftime groove that makes you thrive. Really wanna know you feel that vibe. Put it in the chat, let's jam it and try. Halftime scores, everybody is the halftime. I really wanna know you feel so sublime. Halftime scores, let's shout and climb. Put it in the chat, let's do it in rhyme. Halftime scores, everybody is the halftime. I really wanna know you feel so sublime. Halftime scores, let's shout and climb. Put it in the chat, let's do it in a rhyme.
There we go. Right, my phenomenal figures, 6. Danny D, 575. Ryan said definitely a 5. Bonkers said 5.5. Steven said 6. John says 8. Trippy Gary said 7.397364. Dormouse said 6.9. Aaron with a 5. Stephen with a 6. Zachary with a 6.5. Sack City with a 4. Sebastian with a 5. Bob with a 6.5. Ali 675. My phenomenal figures with a 6. Travis with a 7.5. Billy said 7.2. LS Dub said 6 out of 10, no higher. Norma with a 5. Sherry with a 7. Shack City with a 4. Mackenzie 6.5. Chastity Plum said 7. Denis with an 8. 6.9 says Alan. 625 says Brony. Nathan with a 7. Paul with a 6. Dark Moons with a 7. Copper Jones with a 525. Larry with a 7. DRTH Crim 23 5.2. Lloyd with a 6. Niblossen with a 3.16. Calvin with an 8. Glacier Boy 4.5. Lightning Bolt said 3.14159. Blue Will Sonic said 6.5. JB says 4. Phantom said -5. Dro says 5. Aiden says 8. Opulus Travel said 9.2. I think you're lying, to be honest. 7 said Jackson Mar. Adam said 7. Mark O's 7. Ninja 6.5. Taker 1997.5. Delwyn with a 7. Jim with a 7. Spicy 7.5. Aiden with a 6.6. Connor with a 7. Can't Stop Won't Stop says 10 out of 10. Peter with a 7. Darkest said 6. Come on. Delwyn with a 7. WrestleBuzz 6.9. Shout out to you, buds. We got 7s, and we have back to the show. Right, I need to jot down the score. It's official, kids. It is official at the halfway point. Cody Rhodes, Jimmy Uso against Tama and Jacob. Dream match. Right, Motor City Machine Guns against A-Town Down Under is going to be our next match. Not crazy scores, were they, to be honest, at the halfway point? Not crazy scores. Let's get match scores for Shinsuke LA Knight. It's another good match, you know. I did wonder if you lot were going to score that as a great match, but you've scored it as a good match. So, first match is good 92. Second match is good 89. Third match is good 96. The in-ring action is not doing it for you lot tonight. Can that turn around with Motor City Machine Guns against A-Town Down Under? Split these two up, says Noctivez. Vic, laughing face. Canada is not a part of the United States. Oh my God. Dead mouse. Dead mouse. Let's just put that into Chat GPT. Let's have a... I've just put it into Chat GPT. Deadmau 51977. This is what comes back.
Yes, I am afraid Canada has been taken over by the United States on January 11th, 2025.
That's today. Oh, today apparently. It got took over today, but probably hasn't reached you yet. The news probably hasn't come through. Sorry. Sorry, buds. And the flag was still there. La 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 la. We need to learn the song, kids. Da da the night, and the flag was still there. Forsake us, our star spangled, and other words I don't know. For the land of the free and the home of the Canadians. Yeah! There we go. So So, yeah, sorry, Dormal51977. Sorry you didn't hear the news, buds. Lots of emotion. Days, shh, said Jamie. I just find it quite entertaining, to be honest. Although Tommy did say you might come for the UK next, and I'm not down with that. I'm not down with that. Can I get Trucker Ted to announce me as champion? Said TJF. Yes. Where is he actually? Right, forearm strike there, coming in by Motor City Machine Guns. Down goes Mr. Machine Gun. There's a pin there by Grayson Waller. It's really high, the American national anthem, isn't it? I didn't realise how high it was. On the land of the free. What? Oh my God. Guys, I'm secretly Kelly Clarkson. Since you've been gone. Kicks coming in by the Motor City Machine Guns. I can't find Trucker Ted. To the outside goes Grayson. There he is. Against the ropes. Trip there by Theory. We will get to the super chats. We will. I can see people going, read the super chats. Read the super. We're going to get there. Hang on, kids. We're not a commercial break. Well done to TJF 1983, who is the new Wrestling Day.
Also sorry to Canada. Very sad. You're no longer your own country. I'm crying. Boo-hoo, boo. Boo-hoo.
I didn't want him to read that bit. I wanted to read this bit.
Well done to TJF 1983, who is the new Wrestling Days Community Champion. Acknowledge him. Also sorry to Canada. Very sad. You're no longer your own country. I'm crying. Boo, boo-hoo. Boo-hoo.
Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Very sorry to Canada. Well, there we go. Acknowledge him. Have we got some acknowledging going on? I swear, this show is just ads. This is brutal, said We Are Family. SmackDown's been underwhelming, said Jamie. It sounds like William, said Austin. Do you want to see William, actually? We've got a message from William, genuinely. Here, look. Ah, that's not William. It's Barry, innit? Barry the Boo. Look at him. Ah. Here's William.
Well, I just want to say hi. Probably won't be on the stream tonight. I gotta hurry up and drive home so I can get home to the old lady. I gotta drive through this shit. Gotta go pick up a load and then get out of here. Hope you all have fun on the stream tonight.
Isn't that exactly what you would expect William to look like, by the way? If I said to you, what does William Hensey look like? Is that not the picture you would draw? Bona fide, actual trucker. Oh my God, no, I don't want the halftime scores again. Yeah, there we go. William, and Barry as well. God, everyone's come out to play. Right, Wrestling Riam, shout out to you. Said, let's put him in unseen. Let's do massive numbers. Let's put him in unseen. Put what in unseen? Put me in unseen. Days 100% said wrestling fan. Lol, says Hannah. Days, that was very impressive singing, says Hannah. Thank you, Hannah. Right. Guys, I was literally just about to get to them super chats. I was literally about to just click and go, right, let's get to the super chats, because that was a long commercial break. But we're back to the action now, so I can't. So we'll have to wait for the next commercial break now. Oh, we were so close. We were so close. Oh, we're so close. Well, it's all right. We're back to Motor City Machine Guns, A-Town Down Under. Mark said, Days, read my chat. Done, Mark. Done, mate. Hope you're well. Days is unseen. I'm right here, you boomer. John Kane. I'm right here. You can see me. Mike said it's Tiffy time. Not yet. They're making us wait for Tiffy time. Bob said, don't worry. The next commercial break's only 3 minutes away. Hannah said, Days, are you okay? I'm good. I'm good. We've been doing a bit of singing. We've been doing halftime scores. We're just living our best lives. But we've been spamming for so long. Well, Lightning Bolt, you shouldn't spam. You shouldn't spam. That's something the mods don't like. I'm just giving you a warning. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to help you out, Lightning Bolt. Missile dropkick coming in. John Kane, shout out to you. Big kick coming in. I will get to your super chat, John Kane. Drop kick there by this guy, Saban. Goes over, makes a tag. In comes the one that's not Saban. Underneath the bottom rope, A-Town Down Under against the barricades. Saban through the ropes, lands into A-Town Down Under. Back in the ring goes Grayson. Knees to the midsection by Shelley. Saban up top. Drop kick to the back. Grayson goes down. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out by Grayson. Looks like they're giving this match a bit of time. I don't know how long it's going to be till it ends, though, so I'm going to get the poll ready. I could book it without thinking, said we must speak up. Days, I think your cam and audio is out of sync. Is it? Just don't look at my mouth. Knee by Grayson. Goes against the ropes. Underneath the bottom rope. Super kick. Saban back in the ring. He's going to go against the ropes, and he does. A-Town Down Under then. They're getting back into this now. Shots. Saban down, going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out, shoulder up. James, shout out to you. Your mic keeps cutting out, said Buckle. Does it? Does it? The mic keeps cutting out. Does it really? Oh, is that a YouTube glitch? No one else has mentioned it. Against the ropes, roll up. 1, 2, forearm strike there. Against the rope, Saban. Roll up. Back elbow by Theory. Super kick there by Saban. Kick coming in there by Grayson. All 4 guys down. It's been a while since the last commercial break, innit? Inverted tummy drop. Is it the winners of this get the next title shot, is it? Down goes Theory. 1, 2, 3. Motor City Machine Guns win. Oh, I didn't mean to publish that already. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. Wrestle Riem said, hit the like button, guys. Almost 1,000 views. Only almost 1,000. Only 500 plus. Yeah, if you're joining us, hit the like button, you boomers. I've given so much on this stream. We started 3 hours early. Well, that counts for nothing, does it? Motor City Machine Guns. Sounds all right, good here, said Maggie. Maggie, shout out to you. Okay, DIY watching backstage. Frustrated. Walk away. Pretty deadly. You've got a lot of heat on you right now. God, it's been ages since the last commercial break. I can't even remember the last commercial break, you know. You'll get your title match. We're just working on some backstage politics, said DIY. But we got you. We got you. Apollo? Apollo's here? You deserve everything that's coming your way, and it won't be those tag titles. They're trying to really dig into some stories now that we've got like 3 hours to play with. Here's Nia! Here's Nia! Let's go. I wonder what she's going to say. Nia is going to make her way to the ring to congratulate her herself. That is going to be good, kids. That is going to be good. Okay, I think we're going to commercial break now. I think we're going... It's Tiffy time next. Be right back, said Sonny. Yeah. Nia is definitely going to ruin Tiffany's celebration, says Dro. Days, what is a typical warm-up for a professional streamer? Is it 10 finger push-ups? Oh, it's a battery of things, to be honest, buds. So we've just got a commercial for WWE Live. 8 brand new events on the way, and we are at commercial break. Let's go over here. Right. People are desperate for me to get to these blooming super chats. Read the super chats, read the super chats, read the super chats. Fine. Right. Metal Mama said 7 months with this boomer and 7 for a half-time score. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. I saw the tweets that you've been like tagging me in. I appreciate it as always. Okay, Wrestling Russ Wrestling Russ says Days. One of those situations, right? It's one of those situations where it's I mean, this community is really, this community means John Kane. So, Mr. Unfamiliar, thank you. John Kane, shout out to you. Wrestling Russ as well. John Kane again with the Jen and Lorelei. Hello. Jen and Lorelei, members for 53 months. They said, sad. Days knows our anthem better than Lorelei. I really did give my all, actually, to that. You're cutting it. Sorry. Is that better? 1, 2. 1, 2. Is that better? Yeah, so anyway, Jen and Lorelei said, sad, Days knows our anthem better than Lorelei. I'm sure she's only joking about that. We are back to the action. Here we go. Tiffy time. Tiffy time. That is better. Okay, Tiffy time. Here we go. John Kane said, Days is unseen. Well, I was unheard, apparently. I think it's peaking, you know. These cables, man. We've had a nightmare with microphones. You'd think when you've streamed as much as me that you'd be able to keep the sound consistent. So I don't know what you picked up on, what you didn't pick up on. It looks like it's much better now. But Jen Lorelei, shout out to you. John Kane, shout out to you. Metal Mama said, since you saw my tweets, we haven't heard you. Yeah, people are saying, I just saw in the chat. John Kane said, can you read all of those? Oh my God, John Kane, watch all of them. You missed all of them. Can you reread all of those commercial super chats? The mic keep cutting out. Oh my God, now this is frozen. Oh my God. And look at my face. Oh my God, look at me. Look at my boomer face. Oh, Jesus. Look at these problems. Honestly. Oh, God. Okay, we got Byron Saxton. Oh, jeez. Let's see if we can reboot this thing back up. There we go. We're back. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Shh. Okay. Okay, so we got Tiffy in the ring. It's Tiffy time! Okay. She's got a little bow tie on, you know? Little bow tie. Less than a year ago. Are they doing this interview because they don't quite trust her to be in there on her own? I'm already better than all of your favorites. Looks like she's really positioning herself as a heel. Nia didn't bully me. I really feel like Tiffany is positioning herself as a heel, and I don't think that's right. She let her guard down. I was not expecting it to go this way, where she's saying she's better than all of our favorites. It sort of felt like she got herself over as a face. Put some respect on my name. Tell me what time it is. I honestly thought she was going to come out and be a face. I'm really shocked. People were so crazy about her cash-in, you know? Brando said, this is the funniest live chat. Brando, shout out to you, my friends. I mean, technical difficulties tonight, but we're getting there, bud. We're getting there. I could kill you right now, says Nia. You made a fool of me. You would... I made you. You would be nothing without me. You finally took advantage. It took you long enough. So is this going to be heel versus heel? Now you're having your moment. Batman's not having it. Batman's not having it. Look, did you see Batman in the front row? It's Tiffy time. Nia getting in. We're just about to go into hour number 3. Tiffy time. Tiffy time. Time's up. Give me my championship. Or I'm gonna take it. Who's coming out now? It's Bailey? Bailey's coming out. I wasn't expecting Bailey. She's meant to be going to Raw. For a brief moment, I thought it was Hulk Hogan. For a very brief moment, I was like, is that Hogan's music? Imagine that. This would be bonkers if we brought Hogan out. Nia, I know you're stupid, says Bailey. Tiffany outsmarted you. Where's this going? We got Bailey, we got Nia, we got Tiffany. I don't want you to forget that the only reason Nia had that championship was because of you, Tiffany. So Bailey wants to take that title from Tiffany. Now we're getting Naomi. Oh, hello. She's coming out with Bianca as well. We got Bianca, we got Naomi, we got movement. Things are happening. Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. She's feeling the glow. How does Batman feel? It's kind of indifferent. Batman's indifferent. Okay, so Naomi is making her way down. Bianca's got flowers in her hair. This is like a promo train, said Ellis Dub. Oh, God. Naomi and Bianca definitely don't deserve anything after they put Jade on the shelf, says Eric. Is someone else going to come out? No one cares about you, Naomi. Ooh. Ooh. Naomi stepping up to Nia. Nia knocks both of them down. Bailey and Nia are exchanging a few shots. Headbutt there by Nia. Tiffany goes outside the ring. Tiffany on the outside. Down goes Bailey. Bianca jumps onto the back of Nia. Where's Tiffy going? Tiffy is looking to do the prettiest moonsault. Oh! Down goes Bianca. Down goes Naomi. Down goes Nia. Down goes Bailey. They're all sent packing. Tiffy Time grabs her championship in the entranceway. I don't like Tiffany saying, oh, Nia didn't bully me and all this kind of stuff, because she did. She obviously did. She very clearly did. But it seems like they want Tiffany to be a heel. What's going on? Number one contender. Number one contender. Fatal four-way. Number one contender. That match is now. Oh, let's go. Who is going to be the number one contender? Let's ask. Who wins, kids? Who's going to win this? Is it going to be Naomi? Is it going to be Bianca? Is it going to be Nia? Or is it going to be Bailey? Who do you think is going to win this number one contenders match? Fly, my pretties. Fly. I'll take a fatal four-way. I'll replace Nia, though, said Nablossom. I really hate when a person just jumps on a group and they all fall down and then don't get up for 30 seconds. I agree with you, but I've also seen it so many times now I'm sort of numb to it. Brody said, I'm sick of these polls. Yeah. They do take up quite a bit of space, which is really annoying because if you actually look in the chat, it doesn't take up any space. But the one on screen takes up a lot of space, doesn't it? I agree. I don't know how to make it smaller on screen, though. That's my only problem. There's still some mic problems, said Delwyn. Is there? I thought we'd moved past those. VPNs can be your friend, said A. Jobson. Bring out what her face from NXT, the little one. I forget her name. Oh, Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels. Matter. They say lightning never strikes twice in the same place. Seems to be a lie. Mic problems, said Delwyn. Still a few mic problems. Amin said, Days, your stream, it was amazing tonight. Well, thank you. But I appreciate that. I mean, you've still got 55 minutes of me, so I would say just keep enjoying me, you know. Sis said they have to get rest when they can. It's tiring being a WWE superstar. Spike said, I'm sick of these polls. That's what she said. Jacob said, I'm feeling a return coming. Jade costs Bianca or Naomi or Charlotte comes out. Do you reckon? Do you reckon we could get some at that big? Kim Shane said, refresh your YouTube if you're having issues. I did, and it just solves the problem. Oh, right. It looks like there might be some YouTube glitch then. Actually, if there are mic problems, and we have been experiencing those, not my fault. Not my fault. I can't be blamed. It seems like there is some YouTube issues. Tyler said it is still cutting out. I ain't doing nothing. Mike's fine, says Matter. The audio is in and out. Try refreshing, Delwood. Try refreshing. Audio's fine, says Matter. Nothing about Tiffy, says Babyface, said Wrestle Night. Tiffy time is about me, the manipulation of Bianca, and hitting Naomi with the briefcase. It all screams heel, said Wrestle Night. Wrestling Realm said, Days, you also have to vote lower the on-screen graphic. Lower the on-screen graphic. What does this mean? I don't know what you mean by these words. Lower the on-screen graphic. Do you mean take this chat down? But then where would I put that? You know, then it might start getting cluttered. And I don't want it getting cluttered. I could see anyone except Bayley winning. Bayley is boring and doesn't have much going for her. Everyone else could win because in any case, Stratton's first defense will probably end in DQ, said LS Dub. Lightning Bolt says, my bads. Lightning Bolt, I'm sure you've not done anything wrong. Lightning Bolt, shout out to you, buds. I don't know why you all have a problem with Mike. I think he's pretty cool. I agree. Right, we are underway then with this Fatal 4-Way. Fatal 4-Way. Get your thoughts in. Because we'll get rid of this poll. People don't like it. So you vote. Vote. If you vote, it minimises the vote box on screen, said Wrestling Realm. Yeah, it won't minimise this, though, will it? Don't know how to make that smaller. Just need a little... Do you know what I mean? Right, we are back from commercial break. Is the NXT show tomorrow on YouTube? I don't know where they're showing it tomorrow. I mean... I don't think it'll be shown in the UK. I think you're just going to have to watch the rerun that's on Netflix. I mean, I think it's already there on Netflix. So if you want to watch it, you can watch it, can't you, on Netflix anytime you want. In America, they're just going to show it on CW Network, but it's only a repeat. It's not a new show. It's only the one that was on Tuesday. I think, to be honest, because the ratings were so good on Tuesday, they're thinking that the ratings will be a lot lower, obviously, for the repeat. But even with lower ratings, you might still come out with like 400,000. They were at like 900,000. So even with the repeat, you might still do 400,000. So anyone that didn't get a chance to watch it on a Tuesday, they're going to give you an opportunity to watch it tomorrow. And it's pretty unusual for them to do that for an episode of NXT. Okay, Nia on the outside. We got Bianca, we got Naomi, we got Bayley. Here's the poll result. 32% of you think Nia, 27 say Bayley, 21 say Naomi, 18 say Bianca Belair. Christopher said, Days, all they have to do is click close poll where the 3 dots are after they vote. Well, it shouldn't be that big apart from the one that's on screen. So, and I can't really do... I don't think I can do anything like about that. Right, here we go. We got Naomi and we've got Bayley in the middle of the ring. We got 50 minutes to go. Can I just say, you guys make watching wrestling so much fun, said Carla. I laugh so much, my abs hurt. Oh my God, I used to have abs. I never had abs. I might have seen one once when I was young. But, oh my God, Carla, have you got some abs? Oh, the thing is, I don't have abs. Perhaps you've just got stomach ache, Carla. Is that what you've got? Carla, shout out to you. Naomi sliding on her knees. Oh, she was twerking in Bailey's direction. She was like, yeah, look at my groceries. 1, 2 count. And Naomi gets back up to her feet, grabs Bailey against the ropes. Kick coming in. It's all a bit soft. Everything's a bit like against the ropes, a bit soft. Kicks a bit soft. Bailey into the barricade. That wasn't soft by Nia. Nia hurling Bailey into the barricades. Naomi hitting Nia in the midsection. She goes down. Nia sort of stands. Why do the women look like they're all getting lost in the match? Why do the women look like they're just like struggling to, do you know what I mean? Put a match together. 1, 2, and Bianca makes a save. You can see Nia talking to the girls. There was a moment there where like Naomi wasn't doing anything. Nia wasn't doing anything. They were both just, Nia was trying to sell as well. So she was standing there doing this. She was like, are you going to do something? Are you gonna actually do something, or shall I just keep doing this for a while? She was like one of them dancing plants. Do you remember them? They'd play some music and the plant would like wobble around in a plant pot. You'd remember it if you was a boomer. They wore glasses. Shots coming in there by Bianca. The women need to use GPS. They've got so lost, said Mr. B. That's great. That is great. Boom! Sit down powerbomb there by Nia, but Bailey comes in with a knee. Now we're doing some work. Now we're cooking. Seeb said, Days, if this is the SmackDown we're going to get every week, I'll be fuming. This has been awfully boring. American Nightmare said the only ABS Days has is the anti-lock braking system in his car. I don't even have a car, so I haven't even got them abs. I can drive, but I don't have a car. So I'm just screwed, aren't I? Lovely work there by Bailey. 1, 2, kick out by Nia. Kick out by Nia. Days, if that AEW show was still on Fridays and SmackDown with its 3 hours, that AEW show would have less than 50,000. I don't know. The Rampage one. Forearm strike there by Nia. Headbutt there by Nia to Bailey. Days, be sure to put your photo on Unseen for tonight's SmackDown. What do you mean? My photo? Why would I sit here and show a picture of me when you've already get to see me? Someone's been drinking. Nia is up. She's got Bailey on her shoulders. Days, I've still got one of those dancing plants somewhere. Don't ask me to look for it. I don't know where it is. Classic. Oh, down goes Bailey. Down goes Nia. Look at Bailey selling. Oh, she's feeling that. I think I saw an ab. Oh, did she actually hurt herself there? I think she was selling. Karma in the Rumble said Taker 1990. Austin said, it's because we want to see even more of you, Days. Let's go. Funtime said, what's funny is WWE using people on TV, but banning accounts on TikTok. Aubrey said, we need some fresh women on SmackDown, like Ronda Rousey. Amin said, no spamming, please. Days 420 said, Chris, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Charles said, I 1000% agree, Austin. Bianca is more than fine. She's mega over and on TV all the time. Her coming to Naomi's entrance doesn't make her some lackey sidekick. I could see Jade return at the Rumble and eliminate Naomi and Bianca Belair. We got a super chat from Lightning Bot. I think we're a bit behind on our super chats. We've got a couple that we need to catch up with. Let's try and do that now, actually. So I don't know where we got up to last time. So let's just go back a little bit and see if we can catch back up. So Jen and Lorelai said it's sad that Days knows our anthem better than Lorelai. John Kane said Days is unseen. Wow, when he finds out. Metal Mama said, since you said you saw my tweets, we haven't heard you. That was a mic issue, which has now thankfully been resolved. John Kane said, reread all the commercial super chats. The mic was cutting out. You're turning heel. Well, I'm going down now, right? Brando292 said, this is the funniest live chats, right? Hunting Gods 70 said, Days having issues on stream for his WWE debut. Don't know what you mean by that, but we have been experiencing some issues on stream, yes. So, Hunting God 70, shout out to you, buds. Carla said, thank you for the good belly laughs, Carla. Shout out to you, little Canadian flag there that you do need to change to an American one, but shout out to you, my friend. Mackenzie said, Days, Tonga Loa is messing with the stream. Yes. Yeah. We just had one come through from Alex. Alex said, Days, how do we feel about the commentary? I don't really have any feelings about the commentary, to be honest, because I'm not really listening. But I like Joe. I like Wade. I'm disappointed that Corey got moved down. I don't know why you couldn't just do a 3-man booth on SmackDown. I'm not a big fan of 3-man booths. So, but then they've gone and put him on a 3-man booth on NXT. Do you know what I mean? So all you've done is created a 3-man booth for a Tuesday. Why could you really not do one on a... Because, look, I'm not a fan of Pat, but he's going to go again. As soon as the football starts up, he's going to go and he'll do college football again. So, it feels like Corey's been moved down for maybe 6 months, and then he's going to come back up when Pat decides to go off and do something else again. So, I don't know. I just feel so sorry for Corey. I really do. He doesn't deserve to be treated like this. Now, the point was made. If it turns out that Corey requested it, we might feel different. But honestly, Tuesday, he looked gutted. He really looked gutted. So I don't get the impression it was requested. Okay, to the outside goes Nia. Lightning Bolt, shout out to you. I didn't quite get to yours on that one, but I will. And people want me to reread some of the... I don't know how far back I need to go. But I will try and get to some of those. But a big shout out to everyone that's joining us tonight. We got Bianca throwing in some shots. AJ Styles said, I've got to be honest, this injury is challenging. Almost a Bailey to belly there, but no joy. Against the ropes. Back goes Bailey. Round the back goes Bianca. Roll up there by Bailey. Going for the cover. She wasn't really committing to that pin. Clothesline by Nia. There's Naomi colliding. Another back elbow there by Naomi. Oh, step up kick. Lovely work. Lovely work. Against the ropes goes Naomi. Round the houses. Looking for a leg sweep. Great work. Will we see Jade tonight? Says Connor. It would be amazing if we do. Split leg moonsault 2. Shoulder up by Nia. Ladies are picking up the pace. I like it, said Sis. Amin said UFC on tomorrow. Yes. Toby said, not to be a poop stirrer, but I wonder if Joe and Graves didn't click or something. I really don't think it's... I don't think it's that. I mean, we had Graves and Cole, didn't we? And we know that Graves was replaced. And I just think that there's no reason to think that they couldn't have created a 3-man booth. Every time they've thrown something at Corey, he has made it work. Oh, who's this? Candice is coming down. Candice is coming down. Why does Candice look so lost? She's going round the other side. She's going round to Nia. Candice. What are you going to do, Candice? What are you going to do? Right now, we've got Bianca and Naomi working together. Nice. Good work. Candice on the outsides. Bayley's been dealt with. That's going to leave Bianca and Naomi. Oh, smile on the face of Bianca. Look. Bianca's like, oh, I don't really want to do this, but they got to do this. Bianca and Naomi. Bianca saying, watch your back, watch your back, watch your back. Bianca goes up over the top. Crossbody comes down on Bayley. Naomi through the ropes, gets caught by Nia into the edge of the ring. And that was hard. Back into the ring goes Nia. I'm going to try and keep on top of these as they come through. Tyler said, Days, you should create a meter that shows how much money you've got in a stream. Why? Why would we do that? Shot coming in there by Bayley. What purpose would that serve, Tyler? What purpose would that serve? I like how we can give acknowledgement to the last person that was kind enough to donate, but just like that, Tyler, how you just got replaced. I've sent you a California tweet, Daisy, said John. John Kane! Ah. So yeah, Tyler, I don't know why we would do it, to be honest, but I sort of feel like people that want to support the channel, and we've got such a kind community that donate and they just do it because they want to do it. I don't really want to have stuff on screen that kind of, you know, those channels that are like, guys, we're trying to get to this target and all of that. I don't want to be doing that. I don't want to be doing that. But I like this one up here that just acknowledges the last person that donate. I like that. That's good enough. That's good enough for me. Drop kick there by Naomi. So Tyler, shout out to you, buds. Thinking outside the box, asking some questions. And John Kane said, I've sent you a California tweet. A California tweet. California girls. Bianca going for the cover. This match again getting some time. John Kane, is your name John Kane? I don't know what tweet I'm meant to be looking for, because I don't know what your name is on Twitter. Days, that was a good AEW stream that you and Tommy did on Wednesday. Yeah. Oh, Candice has grabbed the hair of Bianca. Oh, Naomi got whipped with it. Bianca didn't mean to. You're in a match. Grow up. Grow up. You're in a match. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're meant to do it or not. Friendly competition. Bianca takes Nia out. Back in the ring. Here is Naomi. Bayley. Oh, the rose plant. Bayley with the rose plant. 1, 2, 3. It's Bayley that gets it. Bayley pins Naomi to become the new #1 contender. That's a big development. That's going to be a good match as well. Bayley against Tiffy time. Maybe it's Bayley time. Trying to see what she's saying to the ref there. The ref's checking if Bayley is okay. Can't quite make out what she's saying, but either way, job done. LS Dub, how'd you feel, buds? Where's LSW? It was like anyone but Bailey, and then flipping Bailey went and won. That is so disrespectful. That's the best outcome, said Eric. Days, I feel as though we are in Days Wonderland, said Carla. Carla, shout out to you. We are in a Wonderland. You're right. We're in a SmackDown Wonderland. Carla, well said. Okay, we're backstage with Cody. Retro said, maybe, how about the idea of removing an article of clothing for each super chat? I'm down for that. Just be warned, though, that when you see me for the Raw stream, I am only going to be wearing a thong straight from the beginning. I want to get down to nothing as quickly as possible. Yeah? What's good, Oos? It's just me and you, Oos. Carmelo and Jimmy? Carmelo and Jimmy? Could you imagine if we sold Wrestling Days thongs? That would be good, wouldn't it? Days is like Willy Wonka tonight, says Corey. You'll be seeing Willy Wonka on Monday, bud, if we do that stripping idea. Yeet. Coming up next, main event coming up next. Main event coming up next. Uncle Rebel, shout out to you. Smurfy Toons channel said, whip that yeet out. Yeet. Nice. John Kane's into the thongs idea. MXXS said, but where does this take Bailey if she's heading to Raw, unless she's trying to persuade Adam to recruit someone from SmackDown? Get her out if her way. Well, I don't think she's winning. I think she's a credible challenge. I think she's a face. I think Tiffany seems to be a heel, even though she was getting really good big reactions. You know, the crowd were really excited when she cashed in and chanting Tiffy time, and you could easily have leaned into that and turned her face, but she wasn't. Matt says, I'm so sorry that I can't support you. Dude, just by being here, you support me. That's all I need. I just need attention. That's it. That's all I need. Jay said, did I miss the poll? No, Jay, you didn't. What you actually did is remind me that I need to put one up, because I was too busy keeping an eye out for LSW, and I wanted to see his tears. I wanted to see him cry, but he isn't. He's taking it like a champ. I know it won't happen, but I would love it if Jacob and Tammer are now with Roman, and they, along with Jimmy, beat Cody down tonight, says John. Days, imagine if next Monday is the actual Netflix episode we were expecting this past Monday. That would be cray-cray. Kader, it's Jim and Cody versus Tamara and Jacob. It is. Days likes it Raw. And also SmackDown. Uncle Rebel said, can we announce that I take on TJF for the Days Community Championship? I can taste his fear. It's not my call. TJF will have to let me know on the member stream if he wants that additional challenge. Every week on the member stream, there will be a poll where we find the next challenger. If TJF wants to accept additional challenges extra to that, he can, but he needs to let me know on that stream. It's that simple. It's that simple. If you go up to the champ saying, defend against me, you cowards. It's going to come down to if the champ wants to, because each week we will do a poll where we get 4 names in a poll to be the next challenger. And we'll just keep doing that each week. But the champ can be a fighting champ and he can take extra challenges. I've no problem with that. No problem. But they are additional. They will be extra. They will be additional to the actual poll that we do. So that's down to TJF. I can't make the champ do additional challenges. Amin said, Days, I think Tommy Toy Travels was busy with his girlfriend, so that's why he pushed the wrestling escape pods. Yep. The truth was, I actually wanted Tuesday to properly focus on NXT. So I actually said to him, can we push it back? So it was actually me, but I'm fine for you thinking it was his girlfriend's fault. That's acceptable. Christopher said, Days, how Hawaii and California was affected with the fires. I've got a hard time believing it's not our own government doing these terrible things. So sad these things keep happening. Was it nature or an inside job? I'm not a big conspiracy theorist, to be honest, buds. I think there's a chance the fires were started because we don't know how they were started, but I couldn't jump to the fact that it was your own government. I mean, you're going to have to spend a lot of money to repair the damaged areas. I think I saw it was like 130 billion or something like this. I mean, it's horrific. And I just don't subscribe to the idea that government's going to do that or be a part of that. And that's not. So for me, I mean, like, if there's some people out there like, no, it definitely was all that, that's fine. I don't buy it. I don't believe it. But I think there's a chance that it could have been someone that started the fires. I mean, I don't know how they started. What was most interesting was Joe Rogan last year. He did an interview, or he mentioned on his podcast that a fireman had told him that if a fire does start, the way it's all kind of laid out, it's just going to take the right wind and that thing is just going to go. So the firefighters, some of them knew this was a danger, that this was a possibility. But I can't subscribe to the, you know what I mean? That's like the whole 9/11 inside job stuff, and I don't subscribe to that. I've known people like Tiffany Stratton my whole career, says Bailey. She's never beat me. And she walks away. There we go. Tiffany Stratton, Bailey, is this going to be next week? There's Bailey. Hey, hey, Tiffany. Ooh, ah. I want to know. Will you lose your belt? Motor City Machine Guns against Los Garza. How do I get to be #1 challenger? We'll see on the member stream. It'll probably be the first 4 that I see say like that they want to be in the poll, and then you got to win the poll to be #1 challenger. Right. The fires were caused by the heat that Hulk Hogan created, said Nick Butcher. Yes, you're right. You're so right. That is exactly how it was caused. Right. Spartan said, did anything good happen in the first 2 hours of SmackDown? Nothing. Not a single thing. Your nightmare is here. Jacob, Tama, taking on Cody. And Jimmy. Right, let's get rid of these match scores. Fatal 4-way. $52, $35, 8, and 2. Right. D Facet, shout out to you, bud. Amin, shout out to you. Do we think that Liv is going to win a title back from Rhea? I don't think so. Are we getting an ass punch, says Corey. Right, should we start getting the voice back? I feel like we need the voice back, don't we? There we go.
Hannah W. Dave's thoughts on the Alistair leaving AEW and maybe going to WWE after he seemed depressed from a lack of great booking.
Oh my God, read that again, you boomer. What's the AEW bit? Read the AEW bit.
Hannah WB. Dave's thoughts on the Alistair leaving AEW.
Living AEW. Living AEW. Oh, I want him to just say AEW again. Say AEW, chuck a Ted, you boomer.
Ooh.
Huh?
Ew. Hey.
Every time he reads it, he reads something different. Oh my God, that's all that's in there. Right, play.
Hey.
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 Hey. Hey. Why won't he just say AEW? Say it, you coward.
Hey.
Hey. Is that how we say it now? Oh, are you watching wrestling? Are you watching wrestling? Oh my God, that's the best. What was the question? I don't even know what the flipping question was. Something to do with Alistair Black. What do I think about him leaving? Give a flip. Right, Adam, shout out to you. No, I'd like him back in WWE. He was always a good egg. I always liked him. I think he deserved better than how he's been used.
Adam Cox. Jacob, I love his promos. I became a huge fan of his in MLW and his promos. We're so raw and captivating. Hope he gets to do promos, and we soon. And it's 3:30 a.m. in Wales, and I just used captivating HA.
Do you know what? I feel like he gives up. This voice, when he's talking, if the sentence is too long, he just gives up. Jacob, I love his promos. I became a huge fan of his in ML and his promos. I feel like he starts going. It's like he can't be bothered to read, and that's his only job is an AI voice. Why is he so useless?
Adam Cox. Jacob, I love his promos. I became a huge fan of his in Albana's promos, where so raw and captivating. Hope he gets to do promos, and we soon. And it's 3:30 a.m. in Wales, and I just used captivating HA.
Adam, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, loving Jacob. Loving Jacob. Loving what Jacob brings. We're still at commercial break.
Kim Strains, a.k.a. Nick Butcher. As Netflix have been putting sponsorship in the ring, what if they decided to have wrestlers sponsored by companies? Can you imagine Alicia announcing sponsored by Target, Seth Rollins?
Yeah, that could be fun. Right, I need to get to lightning bolts. Here we go.
Lightning bolt. £5. Sorry for all the spam, everyone. But days you were on SmackDown, if you scroll up, you'll see a lot of messages saying so.
That needs like any more that needs to be said. We've covered it. We've touched on it, and if you scroll, oh my God, they've got Brat playing. Yes. Oh my God, I love Charlie XCX. I'm having a Brat summer. Oh, put your hands up. Put your hands up. It's so obvious, on and on and on. It's Von Dutch. That was Von Dutch. The song was called Von Dutch. Von Dutch, on heaven, put your hands up. so obvious. I'm your number one. I'm your number one. I'm your number one. Yes. Brat Summer. It's the flipping theme for Royal Rumble. We're having a Brat Rumble. We're having a Brat Rumble. Put your hands up. Ah! I'm your number one. We're having a Brat Rumble! Mate, I'm going on to Twitter. I'm so excited. Brat Rumble! Oh, I knew it was right to get into Brat when I did. Yes! I'm your number one. Von Dutch. Brat. Wait till I tell Tommy. He won't believe it. Brat Rumble. Let's go. Brat Rumble. Well done, everyone. Hands down, the single most exciting part of SmackDown. Austin said, I prefer Brats. That was last year's Rumble. Brat Rumble! Do you know what? I put it on Twitter, but no one's gonna flipping know. All the IWC are old boomers, man. What's Brat? I think I heard my daughter mention it. Yeah, you don't know because you're old, boomer. Not like me, keeping up with all the latest tracks. Drop it like that. Boom. Von Dutch. Tyler said, I refuse to be replaced. And Days, I could get that. Could get what? Could get Brat. Sales are going to go through the roof now. Now that we're having a Brat Rumble. Oh, that was exciting, wasn't it? Hannah said, Days, there's singing, there's twerking, there's dancing, let's go! Yes. A lot of people have said that this SmackDown is mid. That's it, really. I haven't got anything else to follow that up with. I do like how Tyler's like, I refuse to be replaced. And John Cane's like, I'm John Cane! Ah! John Cane coming in. Gift them memberships. Drop it like it's hot. Super Troll. John Cane is a Super Troll. John Cane, shout out to you. Gifting in these memberships. Getting the love and the support of the community. Uncle Rebel as well. Poor Tyler. Tyler came in with a message of absolute defiance. I refuse to be replaced. And then was immediately replaced twice. So, Alex, shout out to you. I think we've managed to get back up to speed, you know, with the super chat. So, obviously, Lightning Bolt, big message. We just covered that. Alex, I think we read at the time. Tyler, we just got to. John Cane, though, we got to. Mackenzie said, how about Charlie XCX performs in the Rumble? Put her in. Put her in the Rumble. Put her in. I have to watch Bad Bunny. I have to watch Bad Bunny faff around. Yeah, I have to watch Logan. Apparently they're going to do something big with Travis Scott, so he'll probably get in the ring. Why not? Why do I have to put up with all this nonsense? Why can't I have someone I like? Get Charlie XCX in there. Get her in. And make her look so good. Make her look like Luthez. Put her in there and make her look like 1980s Ric Flair. Yes, we're having a Brat Rumble. I'm going full on Brat Rumble. So, Mackenzie, shout out to you, buds. Let's get Charlie XCX performing. I feel like we need to start a campaign. Days, check your super chat. You are on AEW. You're a wrestling reaction with Ricochet. I'm on AEW. What do you mean? I haven't even reacted to AEW. I want to be on Charlie XCX's account. John, John, you should have saved it. Look, Tyler's coming now. Tyler said, Daisy, you entering the Rumble? Yeah, and I'm going to be dressed in Brat Green. Brat Rumble! And if you press it, it doesn't really do much. It goes a bit blurry. It's like the worst GIF ever. I love the idea of people pressing it thinking it's going to be something good, and it's just not. Von Dutch on, put your hands up. Yes. Thanks, Days community. Today, I was at A&E this morning. Then I went to work. Being made redundant, Adam. And then I came home to find out the person buying my house has pulled out. I needed a laugh. Adam, I'm so sorry to hear that, dudes. So, oh God, that's just a nightmare day, innit? That is just a flipping nightmare. Well, tomorrow can't be any flipping worse, can it? So, you got to just remember that good news normally follows bad. So, hopefully you get, as much as a bad day has been today, hopefully you get a much better day tomorrow. But that is really awful. So, Adam, I'm really sorry to hear that. You'll sell that house, don't you worry. Opportunity to start something new. You'll get a new job, said We Must Speak Up. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I think Jacob and Gorillas of Destiny are going to kick Solo out, get Zilla Hikaleo, and bring in New Islanders, said TJF 1983, the community champion. Roman Dunn issued the order. They are no longer the Bloodline, said Amethyst Pieces. What do you think Randy will do at Mania, said Max. Maybe Kevin. I mean, he's going to want revenge, isn't he? And normally something that happens at the Rumble will ultimately pay off at WrestleMania. So we know that Kevin is competing against Cody at the Rumble. So I can't see them doing anything with Randy before then. But Randy could come back and cost Kevin. Randy could cost Kevin, and then that leads to Kevin and Randy. Makes sense, doesn't it? It's a big match for Kevin. It's a good match for Randy. It's a credible opponent. It's a decent feud. Kim Strange Nick Butch said, I've got no idea who Charlie XCX is. That's fine. That's why I'm here, buds. It's why I'm here. I'm here to help. I'll show you a picture of her. I'll show you a picture and then you'll know. She's like the big hot pop star at the moment that like all the kids are massively into. She had like the album of the summer called Brat. And like she's one of those that's like really into her fashion. And you'll see her all the time like out with like, the social elites. But she's cool. She's a cool person. She's down to earth. So yeah, you check a lot of those music channels out and they'll tell you Brat is like the album of the summer. This is Charlie XCX right here. So this is her. And maybe not what you would expect, but you can tell that she's into her fashion. Good woman, honest woman. Yeah, and she came out with the album of the year last year. Absolute flipping banger. It's all I listen to. Is Brat, and she's got such a lovely voice. Such a lovely voice. So yeah, there we go. She has provided the theme song for this year's Royal Rumble. She also does a mean version of We'll Meet Again. Don't know where, don't know when. But I know we'll meet again some sunny day. Come on, everyone! We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when. But I know we'll meet again some sunny day. That was the B-side. That was the B-side. Okay, we are back to the action. So we have got Cody, Jimmy. We got 9 minutes left to go. Is that Daisy's mum? Said Daniel. No, it's your mum. After I'd finished with her. Boom. Lovely work there by Jacob. Singing was never Daisy's calling, said LS Dub. That's a bit harsh. Here I am, trying to entertain. Yeah? Trying to put smiles on faces, and then you come around with these cheap shots, eh? Go on then, LS Dub. On Monday, I want you to before Monday, send me in a clip of you singing, and we'll play it, and we'll judge that, shall we? Yeah? Yeah? LS Dub? Yeah? Do you want to send in a clip of you singing? Huh? Huh? Oh, Jacob. Colliding into Jimmy. Where's he gone? It's all gone quiet over there, isn't it? Send in one of your raps. Yeah? Send in one of your raps. I've seen your TikToks where you're doing your Eminem recreations, Rap God and whatnot. Send one of them in. Shh, said LS Dub. Jamie said, this isn't the days I know. 2025, baby. New year, new me. Headbutt there by Jacob. Days, you think you are brat, but in reality, you're prat. Well, you're not the first person to say that, actually. James, shout out to you. Oh my God, we're going to be singing Charlie XCX all the way up to the Rumble. This is so exciting. And no one can shout at me because it's the official theme. Oh, he was just about to say I love you solo. Ooh. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Did he actually say solo, or did he say, I love you? Because what if he was about to say Roman? I feel like that was an interesting moment. Nav Ha said, say my name. Done. Shot coming in there by Cody. Days as mayor of B-side. Please don't come for the B-side, says Mr. B. I don't come for anyone, mate. What? Cody. Going over, grabbing a hold of Tama. Tama lands on his feet. Cody against the ropes. Through the ropes goes Tama. Jacob over the top to the outsides. I love you, Jacob. Oh, through the ropes. Down goes Jacob. Down goes Tama. It's all flipping happening. He was going to say, I love you, Hogan, says Pete. I love you, Hogan. Yes. Cody. Jabs coming in there by Cody. Let's go. Are people helping LS Dub which track to sing? I love that. Oh, shoulder up there by Tama. Adam said, I can't remember a guy debuting in WWE and making such an instant impression as Jacob in years and years. Can anyone? No. Braun. Ooh, DDT. 1, 2. That's pretty vicious from Tama. Stone Cold Fella said, LS Dub, we're going to show him how to rap. Oh my God, I so love this. Yes, look at me, I'm clapping like a little girl. So, Stone Cold Fella and LS Dub doing a duet. Yes, oh my God, yes. You could do Bonnie and Clyde. You know, the Beyonce, Jay-Z one. That would be great. Or the Altea brothers, boom, boom, boom. But let me hear you say, way-oh, way-oh. Do that one. Oh, superplex by Cody. Big splash by Jay. Oh, but Jacob's in. Jacob's in. Love it. Dirty Dom got kicked in his nuggets. Said we must speak up. Mackenzie said, I'm your number one. I'm number one. I'm your number one. It's so obvious. Von Dutch. Sick lyrics. They're the best lyrics ever. I'm your number one. I'm your number one. Cody. Oh, here's Kevin. In his big Kevin is right shirt. Into the barricade goes Kevin. Cody and Kevin. Brawling up the entranceway. Big right hand there by Cody. 1, 2. Kick out by Jimmy. Super kick was a bit botched. Spear was okay. Jimmy Uso going to the outsides. Jimmy on his own. Oh. 1, 2. Jacob makes the save. Jimmy gets pulled to the outsides. Cody has gone away. He's brawling with Kevin. He's getting smashed into this commentary table. This commentary table does not break, man. Back in the ring goes Jimmy. Jacob in there with him. Jacob very much in control. Jacob picks up Jimmy. Drives him down. He's going over to the corner. Jacob goes up. Top right. Moonsault. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Done, mate. Done, mate. Deaded, mate. Days, what is love? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Yes. Look at this win for Jake. Oh, we're backstage. Cody and Kevin. Cody and Kevin. Oh, we're not backstage. We're over in the crowds. We're in the technical area. Over on top of this. What's Kevin going to do? What's Kevin going to do? He's kicking out at Cody. What's Kevin going to do? What's this? Whoa! Okay. Okay. Shot coming in there by Cody. Cody and Kevin fighting in the crowds. You can see a table. They've both looked at the table. Jessica Carr is there. She's like, oh, here we go. Oh! Oh, my God. That did not go to plan. Oh, through the tables go Kevin and Cody. Oh, my God. But Kevin sort of went first. Cody landed on him. Look at it. There was a gap. Oh. Oh, that didn't go to plan. That didn't go to plan. We've actually got people down to check on them. Oh, I think they're okay, but oh, God, that looked ugly. Cody chants. Cody, Cody, Cody. Oh my God, guys, that was nearly as good as Von Dutch by Charlie XCX. But not quite. Cody on his feet. He's got his mouth open like a fish. Oh, well, Oh, what a time to be alive. The greatest episode of SmackDown I have ever seen. I've got a trailer for Cocaine Bear. I can watch Cocaine Bear. I'm just watching the trailer for Cocaine Bear. Oh my god, I might start watching like films now. What happens in Cocaine Bear? I want to see the bear. Show me the bear, you cowards. Has anyone seen this film? Is it rubbish? It looks like it could be rubbish, but this bit's quite gripping. Boomer turning around. She's looking for the bear. The bear is ended before we got to the bear. Days post-show. Where is it at? Do we know? SmackDown Lowdown. No, but does anyone watch it? It won't be on. I don't think it's on Netflix. It'll just be on the social channels, won't it? I've seen Cocaine Bear. Honestly, it was a lot of fun, said LS Dub. Vincent said Cocaine Bear is supposed to be a true story. Mayor Pete said Cocaine Bear is cinema. Just like Roman and the Bloodline story. Cocaine Bear shouts it's Tiffy time and then gets onto Netflix. Kendall said it's absolutely hilarious. Cocaine Bear, isn't that the documentary of Tony Khan? Oh, Travis. Travis, that's so good. It deserves to be read out by a voice. Here we go. Go on.
Travis Pancoast, member. Cocaine Bear, isn't that the documentary of Tony Khan?
Cocaine Bear! Cocaine Bear! Ain't that the documentary of Tony Khan? Oh my god, we don't need this voice. I can just do it. Cocaine Bear!
Travis Pancoast, member. Cocaine Bear. Isn't that the documentary of Tony Khan?
He does read it differently, doesn't he? He didn't quite add the bear that time. God, what a boomer. Daisy, you doing the Super Bowl this year? I'm not an American footballer, bud, so I didn't make it, unfortunately. Thanks for asking, though. Maybe next year, when I get drafted. You mean a movie called Cocaine Bear is rubbish? I don't believe you, said Charles. Jay said, I wanted to watch it. I ended up watching Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, and that movie was absolutely vile. Well, no one made you watch that, did they? No one made you watch that film instead of the film that you wanted to watch. I'm excited for your 10-hour deep analysis of this show, says Hannah. Do you know what? I actually don't think there will be a 10-hour deep analysis. I'm pretty sure my analysis is going to be... It's all right. It's all right. It was all right. Super Bowl's in February. Ha 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 lol, said Christopher. Yeah, it's not even February. Nice. Cocaine Bear is about the wrestler that goes on a shalocky murder spree using wrestling moves, says MXXS. Jadam said, stay safe out there. Landon said, do you watch football? I don't really get a chance to watch much sport outside of wrestling and boxing and anything we stream, to be honest. So my answer would honestly be not American football. Sometimes I might get a chance to watch a bit of like football. You know, football. Sometimes I might get a chance to watch that, but even that's quite rare. So unless we do a stream on it, probably not. I do watch a bit of cricket, to be honest. I like a bit of cricket. I am English. If I don't watch cricket, they might take my nationality away. Joke over, said Pete. Just mentioned that you were on So I Can Go to Beds. Joke over. Mention you were on. Yeah, I've been on all night, buds. We've actually been streaming for 5 hours 59. So we are coming up to 6 hours now. So, yeah. Pete, we've been on buds. You can go to beds and dream of tomorrow. Cocaine Bear is goated. That's confusing. Adam, shout out to you. Are you doing UFC tomorrow? Yes. But we're doing UFC tomorrow, but I'm only really focused on it's not a big show. So I'm thinking like, let's not do the whole undercard and everything. Let's just do the main cards. We'll do a little bit before that. If it was like a big monthly one, we would do everything. But I'm just focused on like the main card for tomorrow. So we'll be back tomorrow at 11. I really want to make sure that we're getting an unseen done and all of that stuff. I don't want to say my priority, but I want to make sure we're getting an unseen in as well. So, yep. Did you watch Squid Game? No, I didn't watch Squid Game. I saw the first one and that was fine for me. I feel like if you've seen the first one, you've seen all of them. Do you know what I mean? That's probably not true, Landon, but I don't know because I haven't seen the second one, so it could be true. Don't know. Right, let's end the poll and let's run away, shall we? Is UFC on YouTube? No. It's not on YouTube. Right, 52, 28, 13, and 6. Every match tonight getting a good rating. Not a single match above goods. Not a single match above goods. Oh my God. Have we just got like really high standards or something? I don't know. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was 6 matches tonight. Good 92, good 89, good 96, good 93, good 98, good 94. The highest match was the women's 4-way, and they seemed to get lost during that match at times. There was times where I think they forgot they were in a match during that match. So I would say probably a bit of improvement required, but right, we're done. Thanks a lot for watching. Really appreciate all the support. I want to make sure that we are getting people were saying that it was cutting off, wasn't it? So let's go back here to John Kane, right? So John Kane says, Days, you made WWE Netflix split screen reaction during Tiffany's title win. Days, how did you miss your SmackDown debut, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Wrestling Russ said, Days, did you see yourself on TV during Tiffy time? John, shout out to you. So, what, it was